Part 4, Never Pass Away. Chapter 31. Though her every instinct had told her to rush back to her people, Tamar Skywalker had forced herself to slow down. She knew she needed to review her copy of Mordrin Crux's data and to think of what steps to take. Parsing through all his information was difficult. He kept account ledgers without specifications of the materials transacted, only the credits. However, when compared to another list tolling every ship to dock and undock at Broken Moon, she was able to identify the pattern. Once every 2 weeks, on the exact same date he would disburse the biggest payments from his accounts, a BF-11X hauler would appear at Broken Moon and discharge cargo. It must have been Savire's. In fact, Tamar knew she'd used ships of that or similar types to drop defense equipment on Fangren. In theory, Tamar could find that ship, download its travel logs, and determine where it was carrying those shipments of glitterstum from. That was what Arlen Fell wanted to know. She had to remind herself that was secondary. The most important question for Tamar Skywalker hadn't changed since Niall's murder. She had to learn, for certain, whether it was the Jedi or the Sith who had done it. If she could figure that, she felt everything else would fall into place. What Saviyar really was, what Jevon Arches knew, and what role she herself should have in all of this. She thought hard about coming Dorn and explaining what had happened, but she didn't trust the line to be private. The things he had to know, she could only tell it to his face. She'd have explaining to do once she got back to Waystation Zesh. She knew that. Arches would instantly distrust her, not that he'd really trusted her from the start. That would be hard to face, but she'd have to face it. Tamar kept calm silence for the entire ride back to Sinix. She spent the time instead reviewing Crux's records, familiarizing herself with his ship, and thinking hard. Crux's ship didn't have the pathways through the shroud plotted into his computer like her lost basket, and she had to rely on memory to find the entrance into the great spread of nebulae and stardust. Once she was inside, it became a little easier, and 3 more short, cautious hyperspace jumps brought her to sight of the Mandalorian's largest base. Even if Dorn and Arches weren't at Waystation Zesh, she could easily learn their location there. When he dropped out of hyperspace, she barely avoided the gnarled hunk of debris drifting dead ahead of her. She turned on her shields and dropped speed before she surveyed the scene. Waystation Zesh was gone. The space station's flat disk looked like it had been punched through the center. Its arms were broken, and the black husks of dead ships, Crusader II-class corvettes, Terra-class frigates drifted through the void. It was incredible. No enemy should have been able to find Waystation Zesh, let alone destroy it and all these Mandalorian vessels. Half their task force from Carfedian had been wiped out in an instant. She checked her scanners for life sinks but found nothing. The dead ships were as cold as vacuum, which meant this attack had happened days, even weeks ago, probably when she and Dorn were at Broken Moon. Her cousin was all right then, which was a relief, but there was no denying that thousands of her people must have died here, maybe even the Mandalore himself. She pushed aside her shock and anger to search the debris more thoroughly. She spotted the wreckage of TIE fighters here, and what looked like pieces of a Kuwati frigate. It must have been some Imperial attack, retribution for Carfedian maybe, though how they found this place was still a mystery. She tried to think of where to go from here. She remembered there was an exit pathway directly above where the station had been, but that led to a light-years-wide empty pocket of desolate planetoids and space rock. Waystation Greg was a few jumps from here, and she tried to remember the route. One slip of memory could send her tumbling into the mass shadow of a planetoid or choked by radiated gas. She had to be careful. As she scoured the site one more time, her sensors located one more ship that had almost drifted into the gas. It was a cargo vessel, not Mandalorian. As she got closer, her scanners verified it, a BF-11X. Her first thought was that it couldn't be the one she sought. That was an astronomical coincidence. Then she wondered if it really was. Savire's cargo fleet wasn't big, a few dozen ships at most. The BF-11X was not a common model. There was only one way to find out. She kicked her spacecraft in little nudges until it was right alongside the drifting hauler. Crux's ship was small but quite well equipped. and she was able to magnetically clamp her airlock to the portal nearest the hauler's cockpit. She doubted the thing had air, so she made sure her Beskar was vacuum sealed before opening the door and entering. She'd scoped out abandoned ships before, and they'd always spooked her. This was no exception. There was no artificial gravity, and she had to bounce in slow motion from tilted wall to tilted wall as she made her way to the cockpit. She turned on the glow lamp she'd attached to her helmet, and the first thing she saw was a cold and desiccated corpse wedged in an open doorframe. She tried hard not to look at it as she ducked beneath and kept going. The wall to the cockpit was sealed. That wasn't a surprise, which was why she'd brought her lightsaber along. She flicked the weapon on and used its soundless blue-white blade to cut through the door. The cockpit might have been sealed from the inside, but it hadn't saved the dozen or so crewmen. Some bodies drifted free in the cabin, while others remained in their crash webbing. She checked the sensors attached to her suit and saw heavy carbon dioxide traces. So they suffocated slowly in a broken ship without air recyclers. The vacuum would have been kinder. A quick look at the bodies affirmed that these were Savire's people, not Mandalorian. Tamar ignored the ghoulish corpses and focused on hardware. When she found the ship's navigation console, she made careful cuts with her lightsaber to peel away the outside paneling, then looked at the computer inside. It wasn't large, and without gravity it was weightless besides. As long as it hadn't been burned through by an energy surge during the attack, it should still be usable once plugged into a power source on Crux's ship. Once she removed it from the cockpit, she bounced and drifted her way back to the airlock. Artificial gravity made the computer much heavier, and she temporarily disabled it until she'd hauled the cargo back to the cockpit. Once there, she re-enabled the grav field, closed the airlock, and pushed her ship away from the dead one. She didn't like being next to that ghoulish thing any more than necessary. Waystation Grek would be her next stop, but first she wanted to look at what was inside this nav computer. So, knowing it would take a while, Tamar took off her Beskar and got something to drink from Crux's store. Then she sat down with the computer and her cup of caf and got to work. She planned to take her time. She needed to do it right. Arlen had wanted to cut the quickest route back to Coruscant, but Chance had insisted on a different course. He left the capital aboard the pleasure cruiser owned by Rator of Kovold, and he planned to return the same way. Arlen had argued for haste. Chance had pointed out that Starlight Champion had been badly battered during the mission to Broken Moon, and might not even make it home intact. Reluctantly, Arlen had admitted the point. Kui Drive Yars was famous for its angular and brutal war machines, but apparently it made very elegant space yachts too. Redder's personal pleasure cruiser was 300 meters from nose to tail, with an alabaster hull made of curved organic lines that made it look closer to a Mon Cal ship than a Star Destroyer. When Starlight Champion found him, the Kuwiti had conveniently been about to set course back for the core. Rator had promised that his techs would look over Champa and fix anything that needed fixing. He'd also mentioned, with a smile, that he'd bill Chance for it, which in turn had set Chance glaring at Arlen for the first day of the return trip. A few days later, they were almost at Coruscant, and the repairs had ended up being mostly minor, so the overall mood was better. Chance had often chided the Jedi for being monastic, but compared to Rator, Chance himself was monastic. The pleasure cruiser had a dining hall you could have fit a squad of tri-wings into. There were playing courts for sports Arlen hadn't even heard of, and there was even an onboard aquarium that sampled life forms of 12 different worlds, each submerged in water, whose chemical compounds specifically matched those of the native habitats. It was so overwhelming it all threatened to drag Arlen's attention away from reviewing the data they'd gotten from Crux. He was sitting in front of a tank of Mon Cal pygmy Walladins, datapad in hand, and trying to do both, when Chance found him. He'd taken advantage of the travel time to clear the dye out of his hair and shave his beard off. Arlen's was just starting to grow back. "I was wondering where you were," Chance said. "Like the view." Arlen looked at the 10-meter-high transparent steel panel separating them from the Walladins. "I wish my friends were disgustingly rich." "Your friends have magic powers. Doesn't that count for something?" "Sure, but why not both?" "Really? A dozen private credit accounts and 4 skills. Good point. That's recipe for a Sith." Speaking of Sith, Chan said in a low voice, I think we need to pay a little visit to Tomar Gresh. Arlen nodded grimly. The man had betrayed them to Crux and nearly gotten them killed. Something had to be done. How do you want to handle it? I don't know. Odds are he's heard about Crux by now, which means he may have gone into hiding. He'll definitely know we're looking for him. Can you look up and see if he's still on Coruscant? Chance raised a brow. What? You expect me to just call his office and ask for an appointment? Good point. How about your friend with the big fancy ship? Retore. What do you expect him to do? Do you think he might place a call to Gresh for us, maybe to set up a meeting? Chance looked reluctant. I've already asked a lot of favors from him, and he's not going to want to get his company mixed up in any of our business. He's your friend, isn't he? Some people don't let their friends shamelessly leech off their good graces, Arlen. Some people even. Okay. Arlen held up his hands. How about something else? How about we don't ask for a meeting? Just ask Retore to calm him about, I don't know, anything, just to confirm that he's still on Coruscant. Or find out where he's gone if he hasn't. Chan sighed. I can try. He won't like it though. Come on. Arlen stood up. Let's have a chat. They found Retore in one of the lounges placed at the fore of the cruiser. Broad windows curved halfway around the chamber to show off the flashing light show of hyperspace. The Coody was having drinks with the lady friend, but when Chance and Arlen showed, he politely excused himself and stepped over to them. Well, gents, we'll be back on Coruscant in less than 6 hours, Retore said. Is there anything else I can do for you before then? Anything else with your ship? Arlen shook his head. Something else, actually. We'd like you to make a call on our behalf. Just a call, nothing else. Retore frowned and looked to Chance. What kind of call? And who to? So you see, we've got to have a chat with a business partner of mine who's given me, let's say, a bit of dirty dealing. Is he related to what happened with your ship? In a way. The point is, he's been giving me the slip, and we were hoping you could give him a hail just to see if he's still on Coruscant or gone someplace else. That's an interesting request. Not something the KDY board would approve of. You are the board? Arlen reminded him. 1/12 of it. Who is this you're trying to contact? I may have heard of him. Guy named Tomar Gresh, Chan said. Head of Gemstone Shipping. Redder's brow creased. I know that name. Why do I? Wait a second. He went back to the table where his lady friend was patiently waiting to retrieve his datapad. When he went back up to Arlen and Chance, he brought something up on the screen and handed it to Chance. Fresh off the news nets, Retore said. Tomar Gresh, dead in his office. They say it looks like a suicide. Arlen saw the headlines on the datapad. Stang it, he breathed. Apparently they're looking into his accounts now, Retore said. According to that article, there's talk of some questionable business activities. I hope you're not tangled up in those, Calrissian. No, sir. Chance handed him back the pad. Not the way you mean. Can I do anything else? Asked Retore. No, Arlen sighed. Sorry to keep you. They waved Retore off and let him go back to his woman. As they walked out of the chamber, Chance whispered, Suicide. You believe that? Not especially. What do we do now, Chance? I don't know. That's a dead end, literally. But we can still get Crux's data to the Alliance. So let's look it over one last time. Once we hit Coruscant, we'll have to move fast. When Tamar arrived at Waystation Grek, they refused to let her land her unfamiliar ship until Dorn had confirmed she was who she claimed to be. When she dropped down in the hangar, she was unsurprised to find a half-dozen Mandos in full armor had come to meet her along with her cousin. The rest of them were faceless behind their helmets, but Dorn was nothing but happiness and relief. She could tell it on his face and in the Force. When they met at the bottom of the landing ramp, their armored chest plates clanked together in a firm hug. Fearfek, I thought you were dead, Dorn said. He stepped back, hands on her shoulder plates, and looked her over. You look like you came out fine. It was pretty touch and go for a while, but yeah, I made it out. She did her best to grin. The Jedi destroyed my basket. I know. I lost your signal and picked up traces of an explosion. How did you make it out? That's a story we'll need to hear, another voice said. They looked back to the line of 6 Mandos to see that Shock Jebin had joined them. He was seated in a repulsor chair with his white jointed cast around his broken legs. He looked strange without his armor but still formidable. I'm glad you're all right, she told him. Why wouldn't I be? He said brusquely. After the Jedi Shabuire broke my legs and Dorn thought you'd both been blown up, we hauled it back to Senex Juvex. Didn't expect you to show up. Didn't expect you to take your time either. Well, if you want, I can tell you everything. Of course you will. Jebin snapped his finger and the 6 warriors behind him hefted their rifles. Whoa, what's going on? Dorn snapped. One hand hovered over the butt of the pistol at his belt. Don't get in the way, boy, Jebin grunted. And don't think we won't land a headshot at this range. Dorn looked back at Tamar but her eyes were locked on Jebin's. Her chest was tight, her hands shaking. She tried not to betray her nervousness as she said, this wasn't the welcome back I was expecting. I know you have questions, and I was about to answer them. You still are, but first I'm gonna need your weapons. You can't be serious, Dorn said. Jebin snapped his fingers again. 2 of the Mandos behind him lowered their guns and stepped forward. Tamar's thoughts raced. She could try and run, but 4 more of them still had guns raised, and Jebin was right. They wouldn't miss at this range. A Jedi might have been able to shove them all away with the Force, but she was nothing close to that. In the end, all she could do was raise both hands in the air. The Mandos holstered their guns and patted down her armor. They took off her utility belt and the holstered pistol with it. They removed the vibroblade she kept above her right wrist. And then, of course, they took off the pouch with her lightsaber, leaving her without weapons. Finally, one of them took off stump cuffs and locked her wrist in front of her. Is this really necessary? Dorn asked. You're damn right it is. Jebin snapped his fingers again, and the 4 warriors behind him parted, leaving the path to the door open. Go on, Skywalker. March. Where are you taking me? She scowled. Where do you think? The Mandalore wants to see you. She tried her best to cling to hope and dignity as they walked her down the halls. On Jebin's insistence, Dorn was forced to stay in the hangar, which robbed Tamar of the last shred of moral support she might have. I was a long time getting here because I went to Way Station Zesh first, she told Jebin. What happened there? How did the Erudii destroy it? Did we catch the bastards? She asked because she wanted to know, and to remind Jebin that she was still one of them. We've had an imp frigate inside the shroud since Carfedian, the man said sourly. It's been picking off our ships in hit-and-run attacks for weeks. They took out all of Way Station Zesh, plus 6 frigates and 7 corvettes. She stopped and stared. That's a third of our Shabla fleet. 1 frigate did all that. Tell me we've killed them. His scowl got deeper. They're somewhere in that expanse over Zesh. We think their hyperdrive is down, but there's too many places to hide. Word just came from the Mandalore to let them starve there. We've placed sensor buoys at all exit zones from the expanse. If they do jump out, we'll know. That was, she thought, a very practical but un-Mandalorian way to handle a ship that had already dealt damage far beyond its size. It probably says something about Jevernautas. Do we need the rest of our ships somewhere else? Enough chat, Skywalker. Jebin's repulsor chair jerked to a halt. He snapped his fingers again, and the warrior closest to the door opened it. They walked Tamar into a windowless metal box of a room and sat her down at the table in the middle. Jebin scooted his chair to one corner. 2 more warriors stayed by the door, and the other filed out. Jebin said nothing but Tamar knew what came next. She could sense Jevernautas in the Force before he stepped into the chamber. His aura of cold determination was unmistakable. Welcome back, Skywalker. I was wondered when you show. He sat down on the other side of the table. Tamar could see her curved reflection in the T-visor of his silver and green helmet. I can't say I appreciate the welcome. She placed her cuffed hands on the tabletop. They'll stay on for now. Tell me what happened after Shulk and your cousin left Broken Moon. I'm especially interested in two parts, how Mordrin Crux died and what your part in it was. What makes you think I had a part? Because word travels fast nowadays. Specifically, word about how you were seen walking the Jedi into Crux's office minutes before he got killed. Her chest tightened. She built up on story in her head and told it to herself over and over until she could say it like it was true, but Archis had been ahead of her the whole time. He'd had Jebin acting as a go-between for Saviar and Crux for some time, and naturally he'd have other contacts within Broken Moon. She'd been stupid to think otherwise. She decided to improvise with something close to the truth. My ship got blown up inside the moon. I went EV, sneaked onto the Jedi ship, and took him and his friends captive. I marched them back up into Crux's base, and took them to see him. That jar with your sources. So far, Archis said evenly. Go on. I carked up. You happy? I underestimated the Jedi. He got the best of me and stole my lightsaber. His friend restrained me while he interrogated Crux. So your Bob War's force powers weren't good enough. I think I believe that part, at least. Go on. Why are you still alive if he's dead? The Jedi didn't kill Crux. His Twi'lek slave did. She looked at Jebin. You remember her, don't you? Little blue piece. She was the one who helped the Jedi escape. Came back to kill her old employer. Can't say I really blame her. Crux was a total chacker from all I saw. She's right about the Twi'lek, Mandalore, Jebin said a little reluctantly. At least, she was there. And about Crux being Achikar? Ux asked with faint amusement. Jebin shrugged. I've heard worse opinions. Okay, then? So you're telling me the Jedi let you live out of the goodness of his heart, and in the chaos you stole one of Crux's ships. That's about right. I know you don't believe it, but it's true. Jedi aren't bloodthirsty. Archis snorted. Tell that to Saviar. Say it to that half-pretty face of hers. Her heart pounded in her chest. Is Saviar here? No, she's on the world ship, but I bet she'd be interested in hearing from you. What's there to hear? I just told you to the truth, Mandalore. I swear on my family, my Elliot. His faceless mask looked back at her, and she lurched forward in the chair. What is it? What more do you want from me? I swear I am as loyal to Mandalore as I've ever been. Interesting turn of phrase, Archis grunted. You Skaratas, I don't know if it's the Jedablit or the Jango Fett genes, but you've always been a little bit apart. Why won't you trust me? She pounded the table, rattling her chains, but Archis didn't flinch. Because you could have been back days ago if what you said is true. But instead you took your time? I wanted to keep calm silence. I went to Waystation Zesh first and saw what's left of it. Then I figured you must have fallen back here. Still doesn't explain the amount of time you took. What aren't you telling me, Skarata? Her eyes darted to Jebin's hard face, the visored masks of the guards. If the Jedi was telling the truth about Saviar, Tamar would never leave that meeting alive. She didn't want to die, not in agony at the hands of a shabless Sith, and Jevon Archis was the only one who could grant her a reprieve. I had to think, sir. We're allowed to do that, aren't we? Thinking. Depends about what, the Mandalore said. I heard what Crux said when the Jedi interrogated him. They used the Force and pulled things out of his mind and make him talk. For a long moment, Archis just stared at her with invisible eyes. Then he said, Jebin, take the guards. Let us talk in private. Jebin nodded, hesitant, and snapped his fingers again. The two guards left the room, and his repulsor followed. When the door slid shut, Archis said, icily calm, go ahead, Skarata. What did he say? She swallowed and wondered whether she'd even live to see Saviar, but she had to take the risk. Whatever Jevon Archis did to her, it would never be as terrible as what a Sith would. She wished she could glean more from the Force off him, but it was just the same cold intent as always. She decided to try dangling something in front of him. Crux said he didn't just get visits from us. He said Saviar was sending another emissary, separate from ours. He said it was a big Barabel, very first looking. Does that sound familiar? Archer said simply, go on. He said this bearable also has special weapons, like lightsabers only with red blades. Like what a Sith would use. Slowly, maybe skeptically, Ox said, they must have loved that. Maybe Archers knew about this bearable, maybe not. She decided to try her last card, the one she'd uncovered after spending hours sifting through the data she'd taken from the dead freighter's computer. Once she'd been able to access the stored logs from the ship's external cameras, it had just been a matter of going back to the right times. Crux knew where Saviar is making the glitterstim, she said. Did she tell you? Archers just stared a cold, lethal silence. It's in that Vaughn world ship. That's what he said, I thought. Well, that's obvious, isn't it? The whole thing's an organic self-contained environment. If whatever shaper or Vaughn tech expert they've got could turn it into a superweapon, he could probably fix up a habitat where those spiders from Kessel could survive naturally. Ox still stared. She still could gain nothing from the Force, so she leaned forward a little more and dared ask, how much of this did she tell you, Mandalore? About the Vaughn. About the Sith. His hand lashed out, slapping her hard across the cheek. His chair screeched across the floor as he got to his feet. She winced against the pain and asked, you knew, didn't you? You knew some of it, right? What I knew is not your Shabli's business, Skywalker. That attack on her Corvette, the one that killed Niall, that wasn't Jedi. Did your friend from Broken Moon tell you that? Jedi don't fight like that. They never have. So what? A Sith broke onto the ship, killed your Vought, and a bunch of other people. What? To kill another Sith. Get your Shabla story straight or keep your mouth shut. How much did you know? Tell me. We're done here, Ox hissed. You're going nowhere, Skywalker. I'll let Saviar decide what to do with you. It was the worst kind of death sentence. She felt anger and despair, and when she looked at Archer's faceless mask, she felt raw hatred. She let those things flow through her, let the Force flow through her, and remembering what her grandfather had taught her, she reached out with an invisible grip and grabbed hold of the Mandalore's throat. She saw one hand go to his neck, heard him choke, and savored a spike of panic in the Force. No cold determination for him, not now. Then he kicked the table from beneath, knocking it into her face. She cried out, spilled out of the chair, and landed on the floor. Archers kicked her hard in the side, slamming the side of his boot against her unarmored ribs. She tried to curl up into a ball, but he kicked her again and again, until all she felt was pain. When he walked out of the room, she was still lying there on her side, cradling her battered body and wondering how many bones he'd broken. Beskar only did so much against a man who knew where to hit. The pain seemed to be everywhere at once, and no one would come to help her, and that wasn't even the worst of it. If he was calling Saviar right now, then the worst was yet to come. Darth Vader bent on one knee, lowered his head, and waited for the killing blow. He heard Darth Zorn's boots crunch on the rocky ground of the world ship. From the Force, he felt nothing beyond displeasure. She'd be within her rights to take his life for his failures. He did not want death. There was still so much work to do, so much vengeance to take, but he tried not to fear it either. He waited for the sound of Zorn's lightsaber to come, but instead the tips of her boots settled at the edge of his lowered vision. Look up, apprentice, she said. Keekit raised his eyes. She was glaring down at him, her face divided in halves, one smooth and green, the other darkened and scarred. He'd seen the damage the Jedi had done on the holo, but it looked more savage here, in the flesh. The Jedi has escaped and Mordrin Crux is dead, she said. Broken Moon is in chaos. There's no one we can trust to distribute our glitterstim now. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your failure, Darth Vader? He bowed his head again. I offer my life in exchange, Lord Zorn. Look up, she hissed. Don't grovel. You have work to do and mistakes to fix. What must I do? You're in some small luck. One of the Mandalorians we sent to Broken Moon has returned separately from the others. She's clearly encountered the Jedi and heard what he had to say. She also discovered that we've been farming glitterstim in the world ship. How she knew that, I don't know. She crossed his arms over her chest. According to Jevin Ox, this woman is also from a line of Force users, which may explain why she survived. Alchus has placed her in confinement at Way Station Greg. I'm sending some of my partisans to retrieve her. You will make sure they succeed, and then you will break that woman's mind and learn everything the Jedi know. Then you will kill her. Is that understood? Yes, Master. Then you will come back to the world ship. We have more to prepare for. Like what, Master? There is discontent, she snarled. The leaders of the free worlds have become uncomfortable with the way I've won their war for them. An emissary from Vader, one of Moran Noel's disciples, has gone to Coruscant to beg them to intervene. I thought we'd count the alliance. Darth Krone will ensure the Senate votes against authorizing force. The alliance is not our concern. Descent from the free worlds is. The Mandalorians have been losing ship after ship to an Imperial frigate somewhere in the Shroud. Word of their weakness is spreading. The leaders of the free worlds may take this as incentive to act against my authority. But you have the world ship, Master, and they know you're prepared to use it. If these beings were fearful, they'd never have risen from under the house's heels in the first place. She bore her teeth. But we'll break them one way or another. Even they are not our real threat. The Jedi, Kika said simply. She placed a hand on her scarred face. They know of our presence now. This isn't like Hapes. What happened on Varadin was my failure, Darth Kikid, and like you I need to clean up my mess. Cautiously he asked, what manner of failure? It was a few apprentices and a master, she explained. We caught a boy first, a Chiss. I could taste him in the Force, his anger, and his righteousness. I thought I sensed the raw materials for a Sith. She ran her fingertips down her scars. I let myself become distracted. Instead of killing him, I toyed with him. And when his master came, I underestimated her. These scars are no one's fault but my own. I won't be overconfident again. There was nothing for him to say, so he waited until she waved a hand in the air. Rise, Darth Kikid. We both have work to do. Chapter 32. Warren took 2 steps back and felt his shoulder blades press into Jodrum's back. He held his lightsaber in front of him in a horizontal position, clamped between 2 sweat-damp hands, and watched his opponent take 3 careful steps to the right. He touched Jodrum's mind in the Force and asked, Ready? Ready, Jodrum said, and they moved. Jodrum dropped low and Warren let himself fall, rolling over his friend's back and using the Force to give him a tiny extra push that set him on his feet right in front of the 2-meter-tall Wookiee Jodrum had been fighting. Jodrum, in turn, rolled over the ground and came up right in front of the one Warren had sparred with. It had been a good maneuver, one they'd practiced, but the Wookiees were accomplished duelists in their own rights. Karashaka blocked Warren's first 3 blows with his bronze-colored blade, then thrust out with his long arm. Warren jumped back and glanced over his shoulder to where Ralanera was battling Jodrum. The 2 Wookiees had age, size, and strength on the human and Chiss, but Warren and Jodrum weren't ready to give up yet. Warren sent another thought to Jodrum in the Force, telling him to fall away from Ralra and be ready to switch partners. As he felt Jodrum's skirt back, he lunged for Karash, feinted to quick jabs with his saber, then threw himself into the air. He came down behind Karash. The Wookiee spun and deflected the attack, but Jodrum lunged in from the side. With a deft jerk of the wrist, his blade shifted away from the Wookiee's abdomen and skirted the fur of his waist. The 3 duelists froze in realization of what had happened. Then Ralra's silver blade was sizzling at the base of Jodrum's neck. A 3rd Wookiee roared from the sidelines. Warren lowered his lightsaber and looked at the 2 masters who'd been watching the duel. What did he say? The ginger-furred Wookiee in brown Jedi robes roared something else, and the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged beside him said, he said that was very bold. Also suicidal. As Ralra withdrew her saber from his neck, Jodrum shut off his own. It was all we could think of. Ralra and Karash have us outclassed. They're just better fighters. We had to take any victory we could. So you sacrificed yourself? Asked Master Durin. Good enough for a sparring match, but what about real life? Master Lobaka roared something else, and his daughter grunted something back. Warren knew that Arlen could understand the Wookiee language perfectly, but it sounded nonsensical to him. Master Durin said, He's right, you know. It's better to practice bravery first before you have to be brave for real. Just take time to meditate on how far you'd be going to go in a real fight. It was a true and sobering lesson, but it didn't take away Warren's adrenaline high. For the first days after Jade had left for Zanima Sekhet, it had been hard to think of anything except her and Master Mjalu. He was doing better now. He and Jadram was practicing sparring and mediation and other exercises, and he was surprised to find how well he and the human were working together. He still found Jadram too reckless sometimes, but he'd come to understand that he was driven not by overconfidence but by the deep inner need to succeed. It was just one of the things he'd found they had in common. Karash roared something and went to his kit to fetch a canteen of water. The other duelists did the same, and as Warren swallowed the first mouthful, a white-garbed apprentice trotted into the practice chamber. "Masters," she said with a bow to Lobaka and Durin, "we've just received word that Jade Shadow has returned. They're entering the atmosphere now." "Best to roll out the welcome mat," Durin said, and grabbing hold of his knobby walking stick, he stiffly pushed himself off the bench. When Lobaka lowered a paw to help him, the old human shook it off. "I'm not dead yet. Now let's see if they got what they went for." Warren and Jadram followed the two masters down the corridors to the hangar bay. They went as fast as Master Durin could shuffle along, which wasn't fast at all, and Warren's whole body had become tense in anticipation. He found ways to make use of his time while Jade was away, but now he couldn't wait to see her. "Stang it," Jadram said under his breath. "I wish we'd had a little more warning." "Warning for what?" "You know, clean up." He wiped his sweat-damp face with the sleeve of his tunic. "Oh, well, we didn't know she was coming back. That's why I mean, they could have hailed a little further back, given us some warning so we don't look a couple of." Lobaka canted his neck back and roared something at them. Warren had no idea what it was, and neither did Jadram, but somehow they both felt embarrassed. They kept silent the rest of the walk, and when they arrived in the hangar, Jade Shadow had already sat down and was lowering its landing ramp. Warren had been expecting to see Jade and Grandmaster Skywalker, and perhaps Master Solo Fell. Instead, the first beings down the ramp were a dozen U.S. Hinvong. His hand went to his lightsaber on instinct, but Lobaka held up a shaggy hand, halting them before they could do anything. Warren got a better look at the newcomers and saw that, while most of the U.S. Hinvong wore organic outfits typical of their race, the one in the lead was dressed in a gray synth fiber jumpsuit. His face was totally bereft of scars, and the ones behind him had only elegantly whirling tattoos and no ritual scarring. The U.S. Hinvong stepped aside, and Grandmaster Skywalker was next. He seemed to glide down the ramp in his black robes. When his expression turned to Warren, the young Chiss couldn't help but flinch. He'd always been intimidated by Master Skywalker, and since Vader every encounter was also a reminder of Master Mjalu and the horrible failure he still hadn't come close to atoning for. While Master Skywalker was gone, Warren had done a good enough job of putting his guilt to the side, but it was going to be a lot more difficult now. Jay came down last. Jadram went for her first and Warren followed right after. The young human wrapped her in a tight hug that halfway lifted her off her feet, and Jadram only let go when Jade slapping his ribcage, laughing as she did so. When he let her down, she said with smiling eyes, "Oh wow, you stink." "We just finished sparring," Warren explained. "Against Master Lobaka's kids," Jadram finished. "Oh really?" She raised a brow. "Who won?" Jadram and Warren exchanged looks. The human said, "Let's just call it a draw." Jay gave another laugh. When she left for Zanima Sekhet, Warren had been afraid she'd never laugh again. Warren looked back to the ship, where 3 Jedi Masters talked under his nose with the U.S. Hinvong in the synth fiber jumpsuit. "What happened to your aunt?" asked Warren. "She's going back to Coruscant with Alana. There's a lot they need to take care of there." "What are the U.S. Hinvong for?" Jadram asked, a little warily. "They're going to help us take out that world ship," said Jade. "The one in the jumpsuit was raised by humans. He used to be a pilot for the Alliance. The rest are all warriors from the Ganner sect." "Why does that sound familiar?" asked Warren. "They're a group of warriors who worship a new god in their pantheon called the Ganner. She smiled tightly. Ganner was a Jedi. Huh, Jadram said. Well, I guess that means they're on our side. Apparently, muttered Warren. There was a moment of silence, awkward for the first time. Jadram said, in a low voice, I get that they'll help us against the world ship. That's good. But what about her? Darth Zorin, Jade whispered. Jadram nodded. Warren felt himself tense inside. The girl took a deep breath and said, We'll take care of her. She won't get away and cause more destruction. Not again. But what does that mean? Warren asked, and hoped they couldn't feel his fear in the Force. It wasn't just fear of facing Darth Zorin again. It was fear of not facing her and never finding some way to atone for his getting Master Mjalu killed. He'd heard, from Grandmaster Skywalker and others, over and over again, not to blame himself for what had happened on Veridan, but he knew he'd never believe it. Jade must have felt some of his turmoil because she squeezed his arm tightly. My dad's taking the lead on this, and I trust him to see it through. Warren couldn't picture anyone else more fit to take down a Sith Lord, but that didn't do anything to calm him inside. Jade, though, released his arm, smiled again, and looked at them both. We won't move right away. Now come on. I want to hear what you guys have been up to. In the end, it doesn't really matter if they succeed on Coruscant, Kype Dern said as the three masters sat in the meditation chamber. We'll do this mission with the Alliance's help or without it. Lobaka gave a series of mournful moans, and Ben said, I agree. The Alliance can't afford to stand back and do nothing. This isn't just about helping us against Saviar. If they let her commit genocide and send Exuvex, it will destroy the entire moral foundation of the Alliance. Nobody will take his talk of the rights of all being seriously. Lobaka moaned again, and once more he had a point. Ben thought. That might have been the Sith's goal all along. With their coup on Hapes, they'd made the first crack in the long peace. With Senex Juvex, they stood poised to break the whole thing down, and the worst part of it was that they'd done it with so little effort. Their greatest victory had been pushing so many beings across the galaxy toward the worst parts of their nature, from abused downtrodden and Senex Juvex to ordinary Alliance citizens who simply wanted to avoid conflict. The Sith were turning righteous anger into bloodlust, prudence and pacifism into cowardice, and they were doing this so well it made Ben despair of the Jedi ever upholding greater virtues across the galaxy. Don't, Kype warned him. What? Ben glanced sideways at the hunched old man who still had fire in his eyes. You give up hope, and you give up everything. And believe it or not, the galaxy's seen worse crises than this. I know, Ben sighed. The U.S. Hanvong War. Palpatine's empire. But this was happening on his watch as Grandmaster, and he could never rationalize that burden away. Think you're fit to go with us to the world ship? Kype snorted. Don't flatter me, young man. I'll keep watching over Asus while you're away. Keep Jaina and Alana safe. I will. Count on it. Lobaka roared an offer one Ben had to admit was hard to refuse. He couldn't think of a fight where he wouldn't want a trio of Wookiees at his side. Do you think Rara and Kurash are up for it? He got a strong affirmative in reply, which wasn't surprising. That heartened him, but inevitably sent his thoughts falling back to Jade. She hadn't explicitly asked to come with him when they found the world ship, but he knew the question was coming soon. By the time he finished his meeting with Kype and Lobaka, the sun was starting to go down over Asus. He reached out with the Force and gently called for Jade. To his mild surprise, she responded and beckoned him to the balcony near the top of the palace. He found her sitting on the railing edge, watching the sky turn shades of scarlet and gold. She was alone, and dry wind blew across the open deck and furled her hair. So, Ben asked as jauntily as he could, how are Jadram and Warren? Better, she said as he sat down beside her. They seem like they actually like each other now. Ben smirked. Will the wonders never cease? It's good, though. They complement each other, I think. Warren balances out Jadram's recklessness, and Jadram gives Warren a kick when he's frozen and doesn't know what to do. Sounds like a good partnership, Ben said. He knew well enough where Jade fit. The way Jodrum was looking at his daughter was getting pretty unmistakable, though with everything else going on he'd hardly had time to worry about it. As for Warren, he seemed like he'd finally found in Jade a bridge between the Chiss upbringing of his youth and the Jedi Order he joined. What kind of bridge that would be remained to be seen, but it was clearly a bridge. Jade looked at the sky and breathed out. I wish I could have seen Mom on Zanima Second too. I do too. He put an arm around her. But she never visited the planet. It wasn't able to form a strong connection. I know. Jade rested her head against his shoulder with an easy trust they should have shared before. But she's still somewhere, isn't she? You know what we say? There is no death, only the Force. Does that help you? He closed his eyes and thought of all the peoples he'd loved and lost. Sometimes, when I think of Katia or my mother, it hurts. It always will hurt, but you'll learn to stop fearing it, and the fear is really what holds you back. You have to believe that tenet, Jade. The Force does transcend time and space, life and death. What's part of the Force can never pass away. He let her think on that in silence for a long time. Then he decided to say what he'd come here to say. Jade, I don't know when we'll make a move on the world ship, but we have to be ready. I want to be there, Dad. I know. He squeezed her tighter. And you can come. But please, trust me to do what's right. If I tell you to do something, do it. If I tell you to run, you run. Promise me, Jade? It wasn't a request. She swallowed and said, I promise, Dad. Thank you. That means a lot. She breathed deep in and out and asked, what about Warren and Jodrum? He should have expected that. Did they ask to come? No, but you can tell they want to. Warren especially. He needed some resolution, Dad. He blames himself for Master Mjalu's death and is tearing him up inside. Ben sighed. Until his last conversation with Tenno Ka, he'd considering himself the Jedi Order's master of misplaced guilt. If he doesn't learn to let go of it, it's going to do him more harm than good. If his guilt is making him hate himself, it will be fatal if he has to face a Sith. Do you think there will be more than Darth Zorin? I just got an update from Arlen. It's a long story, but he grappled with another Sith and killed it. Isn't that good? There's supposed to be 2 Sith at a time. Until there's more. That's the thing about beings who think the Force gives them license to dominate everything around them. They like to make up rules as they go. Good point. What about Warren? Can I talk to him about this first? You mean before I do? Right? She paused. He's terrified of you. But don't tell him I told you. Ben had to laugh. Don't worry. His secret's safe with me. Admiral Syal, until he sighed, placed the datapad on her desk and rubbed her temple. Frankly, this is a little underwhelming. It's a start, Arlen told her. We've already given a copy of Crux's data to the Judicial Department. They can try and trace those accounts Crux routed as payments to Saviar Enta. Yes, but we don't have proof that these payments were a matter Saviar, except your word about that apparently came from the mouth of a dead criminal. Syal leaned back in her chair and let her eyes shift to Arlen's father. Well, Jack, comments. As Arlen said, it's a start. Well, it's not my start. When did you say Jaina and Alana are supposed to arrive? I have a closed-door meeting with the Defense Council and Fink Norrell in 35 minutes. They should be arriving soon, Jagged said. What's this about Fink Norrell? Is he the representative from Veridan? Heard about him, did you? Syal raised a gray brow. You're not my only connection on Coruscant. I also know the Defense Council's reserved a full afternoon session in the Senate tomorrow. Syal sunk even deeper into her chair. If that's what you know, you can probably guess the rest. What's this about Fink Norrell? Arlen asked. I've never heard of him. Trust is second to Moran Nall, apparently, Jagged said. Rumor is that he's upset with Saviar's actions. He's afraid that after all she's done to the Loyalist planets, she'll turn on dissenters next. Of course she would, Arlen said grimly. She's a Sith. A Sith. Syal's eyes went wide. Oh, damn. Not again. Does Sevash know? No, Arlen shook his head. We don't have proof, nothing he'd accept. The closest we have is some video from my ship's external cams of the one who tried to kill me at Broken Moon. That won't be good enough for the Senate, Arlen. I know. That's why we won't even try to convince them. But again, what does Fank Nora want? He's already met with Savage and Senator Draylight behind closed doors. I'll find out in a half hour, but I can guess. He'll want Alliance intervention to protect Veridan and other free worlds that she could threaten. A plea like that would have gotten a lot more sympathy before Carfadian, Jagged said. I know. But sooner or later, the Senate was going to have to deal with Senex Juvex. This is just what brings it to a head. What about Savage? Asked Arlen. He's chief of state. He should be the one spearheading a push to intervene, a peacekeeping mission. A peacekeeping mission in systems that just seceded from the Alliance a month ago. That's going to look like an invasion to a lot of people. Or an errand of mercy, especially if Fank Nora requests it. Sayal looked grimly at Jagged. Are all Jedi this naive? I'm not naive, Arlen answered. This is about doing what's right and saving lives. No, this is all about Savyar and that Vong superweapon that already killed millions of people. Trust me, Sayal, we won't forget, ever, Jag said hoarsely. It was still hard to speak when he thought of Davek. I know. I'm sorry, of course you won't, Sayal sighed and rubbed her temple again. The Jedi are going to take action no matter what, Arlen said firmly. Elena's going to go up in front of the Senate and tell them that. We'll take whatever help the Alliance gives us. Sayal sighed yet again. It was pretty clear how she thought this would end. She looked back to Jag and said with bitter sarcasm any hope for Imperial help. We all know it's up to the Alliance now. Arlen sucked in breath, then let a tight smile tug his lips. Not the Alliance. If your mother here? Jag asked. I think they're landing now. Feels like. Senate landing complex. Jag looked to his cousin. In that case, we'll leave you to your meeting. We'll be in touch before the Senate session tomorrow. From Sayal's office at Naval Headquarters, it was a 50-minute airspeeder ride to the massive government airbase. Jag was pleasantly surprised to see that both his and Arlen's names had been cleared for entry. Alana, or Jaina must have called ahead. When they arrived on the proper landing pad, Alana's elegant Happen shuttle had already set down and its passengers stood in a cluster on the landing pad. There were over a dozen figures, all in dark cloaks, at the base of the landing ramp, while 4 women stood out in the sun. Jag recognized his wife instantly among 3 taller, red-haired Happens. Jag's steps faltered in surprise, Alana he'd been expecting, and Zek's daughter, but not the former Queen Mother. As Arlen kept walking ahead, and Jaina broke off to hug her son, Jag met Tennoka's gray eyes across the distance. She looked so much older than he remembered, more worn, but her lined face softened with a tiny smile. It's good to see you, Your Majesty, Jag said with a little bow when he got close. Likewise, Jagged. Tennoka came close to a firm one-armed hug, then turned to his son. And you, Arlen? I'm so sorry about Davek. We all are. Arlen's smile fell. That's why we need to make sure what happens to him doesn't happen to any more people. You've all heard how Savyar's been attacking Loyalist planets and Senex Juvex with the world ship. I've been getting all the Senate intelligence dossiers, Alana nodded. After Sayamera, the Loyalists started fleeing the sectors as fast as they could, but the death toll is still unconscionable. The leader of Veridan is meeting with the Defense Council now, Jagged said. He wants the Alliance to intervene and protect the free worlds from Savyar now. Now they realize her true colors, Jaina sniffed. Legally, they're not part of the Alliance, are they? Asked Tanith Zel. Legally, they seceded a month ago, said Alana. But it doesn't matter. The Alliance has a moral duty to protect threatened sentience all over the galaxy. Is that what you're going to argue to the Senate tomorrow? Asked Arlen. It is, said Tennoka. So we had best prepare. Fair enough, Jack said, and gestured to the figures in dark cloaks by the ramp. Who are you friends? For some reason they all looked surprised at the question. Then Jaina said, Codra Val, can you come here, please? One figure stepped out from the group and gave Jag his answer. She didn't pull off her hood, but she tilted it back enough to the unmistakable face of a U.S. Hinvong, a shaper from the bush of tendrils atop her head. This is our master shaper from Zanima Second, Jaina said, and she has a plan to disable the world ship. Half her team came here. The rest went back to Asis with Ben and Jade. Jag fumbled for a response. It had been a very long since he'd seen a U.S. Hinvong face-to-face. Codra Val snapped a short bow and said, It's an honor to meet you at last. He blinked. Should we have? She helped Tahiri and me 30 years ago, Jaina explained. But you were a little busy back then. Busy with Sayal up in space while Jaina, Tahiri, and Ben had been on Zanima Second, dealing with the Sith. Yes, Jag remembered that quite well. He summoned his inner diplomat and said, It's an honor to meet you too, Master Shaper. I'm interested to hear how you plan to disable the weapon. The others, are they? They are not Shapers, she shook her head. They are warriors who will protect us. Forgive them for being reticent. None of them have ever left Zanima Second before, and they find this world overwhelming. Frankly, so do I. I'd like to get us all indoors soon. You can all stay in my suite, Alana volunteered. Come with me? My personal airspeeder's waiting. The group fell out, walking quickly across the path for the exit. Jag naturally fell in beside his wife, while Arlen took his other flank. It was the first time the three of them had been together since Davek's death. A part of him wished they had a private moment to mourn, but the rest of him was almost glad to have a crisis to deal with. Business keep the grief at bay. Jaina reached out and squeezed his hand tight. Just hang in there, she whispered. Jag squeezed back and didn't let go. Alana had spent too many hours to count in the Senate arena, but this time she felt different. She sat as usual in the booth representing the Happen Exiles, watching Fink Norrell give his speech from the platform. The Nosaurian reminded her eerily of Moran Nall in appearance and intonation, but that wasn't the strange part. The strange part was sitting in this seat with her mother beside her. It was the one thing that had never happened in her 12 years as a senator. Fink Norrell gave his speech after being introduced by Senator Dre Lai, who'd also dispassionately explained that the Senate was now being asked to vote on a bill from the Defense Council authorizing Alliance military intervention on behalf of Fink Norrell and the other 20 free worlds he claimed to represent, all of whom apparently wished to be partners and future members of the Alliance. Alana could sense the skepticism of the senators in the force and on their myriad faces. When the Nosaurian finished his speech, the first floor opened to questions, and the senator from Columbus was first to pounce. Master Normal, he said, all the free worlds you claim to represent petitioned to leave the Alliance just a month ago. That was after the slaughter at Carfadian. Were you one of the signatories of that petition? I was, Norrell admitted. We all had misgivings even before Carfadian, but Savyar and her Mandalorians offered strength none of us possessed individually. Strength to slaughter, shouted the senator from Fonder. Strength to murder over 1 million Alliance soldiers. Strength was necessary to free us from our oppressors, Norrell battled back, which brought a chorus of angry shouts. The Alliance would not give us strength, so we had to take it. I wish things had been different in every way. The shouting got to be too much. Alana, sitting stoically at her seat, glanced sidelong at her mother. Tenoka's eyes were narrowed, her face set in a furrowed frown. Neither of them expected this to get better. Lonix Sevash called for quiet, and when the Senate settled down, the next question was from the Bemissary representative. Master Normal, you took a great risk speaking to us today. Can you explain what kind of reprisals you expect from Savyar? The Nosaurian nodded gravely. I've already moved my family and close allies into hiding. If Savyar wishes to meet with me and peacefully address our discontent, I will do so, but I expect her to fall back on force. It could fall on any of the 21 planets I speak for today. Frankly, I do not expect it to fall on Veridan, simply because our minds are too valuable to blast with that Vong monstrosity, and the minds are the only valuable thing on Veridan. But she may choose another target to focus her ire on. The leaders of the 21 worlds are prepared for that because at least we spread the risk out among all 21 of us. Savior cannot attack us all at once. Are you certain of that? Asked the senator from Denon. Doesn't she also have the entire Mandalorian fleet at her disposal? Yes and no. Since Carfedian, attrition has reduced the Mandalorian fleet by about 1/3. That sent more ripples through the arena. Senator Drelai, still at the podium, cleared his throat. Perhaps you'd like to expand on that, Master Norrell. I wish I could, the Nosaurian shrugged. I only know that the Mandalorians have been doing battle with some hidden enemy in Thul's Shroud, one neither I nor my associates know of. From the rumors, their enemy seems to be winning. Tenelka leaned close. Have you heard of this? Not a thing. Alana shook her head. What's happened to the Mandalorians doesn't matter, snapped the Fondorian senator. As long as Savire still commands that Vong abomination, intervention is pointless. His head swiveled until he found Alana. Unless the Jedi senator has any words for us. The plan had been for her to take the floor after Norrell anyway, but more senators were echoing the Fondorian's call. Savash caught her eyes from the podium and nodded his small head, beckoning her up. Alana rose from her seat and Tenelka rose beside her. Most of the Senate seemed to spot the Queen Mother for the first time, and a hush settled over the hall. Both of them walked up to the podium and joined Savash, Drelai, and Norrell. Alana looked out on the great arena, the thousands of beings looking down at her. She'd faced this sight before too, but it was also different now. She breathed deep, let it out, and said, I had words planned for this session, but I'd like to begin by reminding the honorable senator from Fonda that I am elected representative of the Happen people, not either the Jedi Order. She said it with a wry smile, and it even got a few awkward chuckles, which was probably all she could have hoped for. I'd like to thank Master Norrell for his bravery in coming here today, and I'd like to offer a personal condolence for the death of his mentor, Moran Nall. I only knew him briefly, but I respected him very much. Norrell bowed his head in acceptance, and she went on. Master Norrell's presence here asks us to consider a very simple question. When billions of innocent lives are in danger, what is the Alliance to do? Will we use all our resources to save lives, or will we step back and pretend it's not our problem, in the process ceding both our moral and political authority as the reigning galactic government? That is the core issue, fellow senators, and nothing else. That brought lots of murmurs but no outcry. She waited for them to simmer down and said, a long time ago, my grandmother, Chief of State Leia Organa Solo, was faced with a crisis in the Cornash cluster. Billions of lives were being taken by the Yvetha. Many members of the Senate believed it was not our place to intervene, but at risk to her political career and the life of her husband, my grandmother led the intervention that broke the Yvetha's engine of genocide. We face that same moral test now. We have all seen Savire's face, and we know how she treats her enemies. Great crimes have been committed by all sides in Senex Juvex, and there will be an accounting, but only once those sectors are freed from Savire's terror. Only then can justice begin. Savire's weapon is still a great threat. I won't argue that. As many of you know, I've recently returned from the rogue world Zanima Second. The best shapers of the U.S. Vong are even now meeting with the leaders of the Jedi Order to draw up a plan to destroy Savire's weapon. You'll understand that I can say no more in this setting, but rest assured we've been working the past month toward that single goal. The Fondorian senator interrupted her. Are you saying that the U.S. Vong had nothing to do with that super weapon? We believe Savire may have recruited rogue shapers to repair a world ship abandoned 45 years ago. As I'm sure you know, Senator, there were dozens such ships, and not all were accounted for after the war. You have my absolute promise that the U.S. Vong on Zanima Second have nothing to do with Savire. That yielded more skeptical grumbles, as she'd expected. She'd briefly considered bringing Kadra Val herself up onto this podium, and quickly thought better. Resentment against the U.S. Vong still ran very deep, and the Jedi's association with them had done the Order no favors in the public eye. Senator Dejo, asked the Woostrit senator, are you saying the Jedi Order intends to act against this world ship, no matter how the Senate votes. The Jedi Order has always respected Alliance law, but has not been bound to it for decades. The Jedi Order's law is saving lives and keeping the peace. If the Alliance will not fulfill that goal, the Jedi will. That brought another big uproar. It was hard to gather anything from the shouting, but through the Force she felt a brew of doubt beneath all the noise, doubt, guilt, and yes, support. She felt her mother's hand on her arm, the signal she'd been waiting for. When it got quiet enough, Alana said, "I'd like to yield the floor to Queen Mother Tenno Ka-Jo, rightful ruler of the Hapes Consortium." Silence dropped as Alana switched places with her mother. In preparation for the ceremony, Tenno Ka had braided her hair down her back and put on a robe of elegant white shimmer silk. She looked just as regal as she had before the fall, the way she'd been preserved in the memory of the assembled senator. Even Alana found it hard to match the woman before her with the one she found on the mountaintop camp half a galaxy away. When Tenno Ka spoke, her voice was strong. It has been 12 years since the withdrawal of Hapes from the Galactic Alliance. As you may know, I left Galactic Affairs at that time. I believed that after the disaster that had befallen my world, the disaster that claimed the lives of many people I loved, there was nothing more I could do. I was wrong. I was a coward. Her voice shook. She paused for a moment, then went on. I cannot be a coward anymore. As a Jedi Knight and a leader in the Galactic Alliance, I cannot stand by while Savire's evil spreads across this galaxy. And make no mistake, even if her US Hanvong monstrosity goes no farther than Senex Juvex, her evil will spread. She has already broken the bonds among allies. She has cowed us into abandoning our core values and turned the valued Aldering Convention against superweapons into a slap on the wrist. Her attack was never against the antiquated aristocracies in Senex Juvex. It was against the long peace itself. If we allow her to go unpunished, then our talk of justice in this arena will be forever hollow. More of the vaunted treaties and agreements that hold our galaxy together will crumble, and violence will spread. The Alliance faces a choice. It can either stand as one behind its core principles, or it can fall apart into 1,000 pieces. One or the other will happen here today. Make no mistake. Tenno Ka stepped away from the podium, and though her face was stoic, Alana could feel her relief and exhaustion in the Force. Someone started clapping, and more joined in. The whole arena thundered with applause, and Alana felt her heart lift. As she and her mother stepped off the podium, she glanced sideways at Savage and Dre Lai. Their expressions were painfully guarded, and it brought her back to earth. After the two Happens returned to their seats, the talks went on for another hour, until Savage finally called for the vote to be held. Alana cast her ballot and waited for the computerized tally. When it came, she felt too empty to move. The result is clear, Savage announced to the Senate. Though it was a very close vote, the Senate has made its voice heard. There will be no authorization of military force inside Senex Juvex. Against the rising voices, so many in protest, he added, retaining the authority invested in me by this body, I hereby state my intention to keep the 3rd Fleet stationed as a Smeru until further notice. They will protect our borders from inside those borders and make sure violence does not spread to Alliance space. It was all for nothing then. Not just the speeches today. Everything Alana had done, everything she'd been for the past 12 years. Her colleagues had wiped it all away. Tenno Ka squeezed her daughter's hand. We are on our own now. Chapter 33. The mess hall was empty at this late hour, and the long dining table stretched out in lonely rows, all of them empty except for one at the end farthest from the closed-down serving area. It wasn't an auspicious place to hold a conference of all Voidwalker senior staff, but it would have to do. Engineering Chief Daher was standing up, leaning on one crutch for balance. All the tests we've run on the hyperdrive have been successful, the Yage said. The coupling works exactly as we hoped. Voidwalker is now able to go to lightspeed again. Relief passed around the table, rather than jubilation. Davet looked around the rest of the section chiefs and said, You've all had days to check your systems after the last battle. Are any of your people not ready for a combat situation? That produced a stony silence around the table. Davet looked over them all just to make sure they weren't being timid. Lieutenant Yeager looked eager to get moving again. Gunnery Chief Pavel gave a tiny nod. So did Deck Chief Oren. Doc Holden had his arms crossed over his chest, his brows tight. No fear there. He already knew what Marecia's response would be, but allowed his eye to linger on hers for an extra second. Then he said, "Very good. I'm proud of everyone here. More than I can say. We may have fixed the hyperdrive, but we're not clear yet." He took out a small portable holo projector, placed it on the table, and tapped it on. A web of pathways appeared before them. Straight lines cut, canted, and intersected each other, mapping out the jump points through the shroud that Void Walker's TIE Stalker complement once two, now down to one working overtime had charted. As you might guess, our current location is right here. Davik jabbed a finger at a green dot in the middle of the three-dimensional, non-scalar map. The red marks indicate Mandalorian stations we found inside the shroud. While Chief Daher's been working on the engines, I've been working with the tactical team to chart our best possible course out of here. We'll avoid any route that brings us close to a way station. I wish it could be that simple, but it's not. As you probably noticed, they've stopped attacking us after that last fight. They must have figured we don't have hyperdrive, because instead of trying to comb through this place to find us, they've done something a lot simpler. They've gone to the various comm buoys that link clear pockets in the shroud and fixed them with spatial sensors as well. That means if we leave this place, they'll know. If we revert to real space in another location, they'll know. Yeager raised a hand. Are all the buoys in the whole shroud fixed like this? All the ones our stalker has gotten close to. I doubt they had the equipment or manpower to fix every single one, but I'm sure they figured out our possible escape vectors and laid sensors at the most logical places. Pavel asked, "Can't we just jam the buoys with our stalker or blow them up like we did before?" Davik shook his head. "We've been monitoring the comm relay on the buoys. They've been modified to send out a pulse once every standard minute. If one of them goes offline for any reason, the Mandalorians will know as sure as we've set off the alarm." He let that sober news sink in. The only one who didn't look deflated was Marecia, and that was because he'd already explained it to her in private. That might not have been the most professional thing for Davik to do, but he valued her input. He valued her. "So, Holden cleared his throat. We'll have to expect a combat situation." Davik nodded. "We'll have no way of knowing where they've stationed mobile patrol units, but I've been working with Tactical to predict response times from their way station depending on the routes we take." Oren raised his hand. "Captain, is our goal just to get out of the shroud?" "First and foremost, yes. After that, it should be comparatively easy to escape Sinex Juvex. That was the operating principle when I went over it with Tactical." "So do you have a preferred route?" Yeager asked. He was studying the map carefully. "We do." Davik tapped the transmitter, and a yellow line appeared. It varied course a half-dozen times as it wound its way from Void Walker's current location to the edge of the shroud. We saw the need to cool down, recharge, and recalibrate our course every jump as our biggest obstacle. We have to assume they'll scramble the second we trigger the first alarm. Speed is essential, and this route is the fastest that doesn't get within 2 jumps of any way station. He let that sink in for everyone. Holden said, "You'll want all units on full combat alert when we jump, then." "Absolutely. That means all medics, all of Razor Company, all of the Air Wing." He glanced at Marecia, though she'd heard all this already. "We'll keep your birds in the hangar unless absolutely necessary, Lieutenant. Our goal is to move as fast as we can and avoid being caught in a fight." "What happens when we are caught in a fight?" asked Lieutenant Renwer. The first officer had been nervously silent until now. "Then we tried to get out of it and punch forward," Davik said grimly. "If we can't punch forward, we'll fall back. They might try to cut us off from behind, too, which is why I have a special request. Ensign Pavel, Chief Daher, Chief Oren, I want you all to work together. I want warheads modified so the thrusters are removed. I want us to be able to dump them in our wake." "You mean we'll be laying mines?" asked Oren. Davik nodded. "Every time we come through a new jump, I want to drop a few warheads behind us. If they try to surprise us, we'll surprise them. Can we do that?" All three of them were thinking. Ensign Pavel, bumped up to de facto gunnery chief after Lieutenant Sarl's death, looked frankly over his head, but Chief Daher said, "Modding warheads won't be too difficult. If we take out the propulsion systems, we can place directional sensors in their place. They'll trigger once anything gets within a certain range. Deploying them wouldn't be hard either," said Oren. "How many warheads do we have?" Pavel thought a moment. 53 concussion missiles, sir. About 1/3 our initial load. Missiles would be their first defense in a brawl, and Davek didn't want to run out. Lieutenant Walter, do you know how many warheads the TIE Demolishers still have in their tubes? I'd rather burn through those before Voidwalker's payload. I'm not certain, sir. The number won't be high. We don't need many. We drop no more than 3 mines per jump. I'd be happy to work with the chiefs. Do it. Plan for 20 modified warheads total. All of you have work to do, and you've best get to it. Once we have mine-laying capabilities, we'll be ready to make our run. There's no point dawdling." The looks that passed around the mess table were grim but determined. Davik called dismissal, and everyone rose to their feet. Holden helped Daher hobble for the door on his crutch. Jaeger followed, then Pavel, Oren, Renwer. Marajia curved around behind Davik as she made her own move. For a second she slowed, reached out, and gave his hand a firm squeeze. She released it just as fast, but as she passed him, she tilted her head back so their eyes could meet and he could see her tight, encouraged smile. It was a small one, but on a face he had gotten used to seeing serious, it seemed to light up the room. Even after she'd gone, after they'd all left Davik alone in the wide, dark, empty mess hall, he clung to the memory of that smile on her face, the smell of her hair, and feel of her shoulder blades and back muscles beneath her palms. As long as he kept clinging, he really did believe they could win. Sabak was not ordinarily a game for only 3 players, but Lucas had found a way to make it work over the past few days in sick bay. He was strapped to a bed now, a patient instead of an impromptu medic, and to relieve boredom he and his neighbor, an Engi who'd taken a shot to the shoulder on aboard the Mando frigate, periodically cajoled one of the medical staff into sharing a game with them. Voidwalker was still rationing his Bacta supplies, so instead of getting soaked in the stuff, Lucas had a Bacta-soaked cast over his right side, held in place by layers of gauze around his midsection. Sitting upright didn't hurt anymore, though sudden turns still did. Lucas had a pretty good hand, and by the look on his face, his neighbor didn't. Vorman was hard to read as always, and right after he threw a decent-sized bed into the pot, Baldavian shoe sticks again, there was a rap on the door. "Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting a big game?" Layla Marsh said as she walked toward his bed. Lucas laid his cards flat against his chest. "I'm about to win a fortune. Couldn't you tell?" "Yes, a very tasty fortune." She eyed the pot and leaned against his bed frame. Her face got serious as she looked him over. "Your color's better. How's moving around?" "I've been practicing standing, some walking," Lucas said. "Think you'll be able to run and gun anytime soon? Give me a day or 2, and I'll be fine. Right, Neil?" He glanced at Vorman. The medic shrugged. 3 or 4. "How's the rest of them hanging in?" Lucas asked her. C-Squad had fared the best out of any of the units in Razor Company, but it had still lost a quarter of its people. A Squad and B Squad, the ones who'd held the choke point at the frigate's midsection against almost 100 Mandas, had lost more than 2/3 of their people, even worse than the air wing. "They're doing okay, considering," Layla shrugged. "I notice Holden's not around. Word has it Prince Fell's holding a big meeting with all the senior staff." Lucas looked at his neighbor, the engineer. "Heard anything about the hyperdrive?" "Only that installation was going according to plan." "Then that's it. Then," Vorman said with a quaver of hope, "we might actually be ready to move." "We're still deep in the shroud," Layla reminded them. "Might have to fight our way out." "I'd help if I could," Lucas told her. "You know that, right?" "Yeah, I do." She gave him one pat on the shoulder. "One medal's not enough for you, is it?" "A medal." Vorman frowned. "For rescuing Chief Daher," Lucas said. All eyes were on him, and he felt sheepish. You weren't here when the captain came down, were you? He, told me he'd put a recommendation in for a medal once we got back to Imperial space. Once they got home, it still felt strange to say, almost as strange as that visit from Davik Fell. The ship's brevet captain was barely older than Lucas, stiff in the way naval officers usually were, but not, he sensed, out of any haughtiness. The weight of their situation had fallen on Fell harder than anyone. It was succeed or die for every Voidwalker, and for Fell most of all. Rest up and maybe you'll get another shot at things, Layla told him. Hopefully it won't get to that, Vorman said. Hopefully, Lucas echoed. But if it does, I'll try to be ready. I know you will. I'll see you later, Briggs. Layla turned to go, took 2 steps, then turned and told Lucas' opponents, by the way, he's got 2 commanders, an ace, an endurance, and demise. She cackled on her way out. Lucas threw down his cards, spilling a few chew sticks off the table, but he couldn't be mad, not really. Not when they really did have a shot at living. In the end, 20 warheads had been removed from the TIE demolishers for refitting into mines. The remaining ones had been reapportioned into the surviving bombers so that each bird had just 4 left. Maragia and Lieutenant Vol had spent the past 3 hours watching Chief Orange shuffle torpedoes around on the flight deck, and now that it was done, they wound their way through the halls to the rooms where the remaining pilots slept. Attrition had thinned their ranks and emptied beds. Maragia still felt uncomfortable in Commander Samar's widowed cabin, but the barracks felt haunted too. I'm not happy about giving them up, you know, Korashvo said, more tired than angry. He was big for a pilot and over a head taller than Maragia. She took long strides to keep pace with him. Ideally, we won't be launching our birds at all, Maragia said. The captain was quite clear on that. The goal is to get out of the shroud as fast as possible. If we have to fight, well, it means we've already lost. We've won tough battles before. We've only been badly outnumbered once, at the way station, and we know how that went. Vo wasn't normally this negative. He caught himself. As long as we move fast, we stand a chance. They reached the main barracks. Vo went through first and with a little trepidation Maragia followed. She was surprised to find the room packed with pilots, sitting on bunk beds or benches. Walkers and breakers intermixed freely. People were talking with bright expressions, and the air smelled of alcohol. A few eyes fell on Maragia and filled with panic. Iron Jake hopped off the nearest bunk and said, Lieutenant, I can explain. She sniffed the air and glanced at Vo. The bomber pilot shrugged a little sheepishly. He'd known this was happening. Voidwalker's alcohol supply had been limited from the start and used up quickly after Carfedia. That had been the best overall. Surely drinks did a despairing crew no good, but she found she didn't mind the impropriety at the moment. Where, she asked Jake, did you find something to drink? Jake scratched his hair. You see, Lieutenant, we finally got around to opening Upper Kashmir's locker. It was sealed tight, but Vendirk, he used a bar to pry it open, and, well, we found 2 casks inside. Casks of what? Vendirk, who sat on an upper bunk next to a Lady Breaker pilot, picked up the fat blue-tinted bottle between them. Label says, Kalonraflock, or something. Twi'lek ale, Jake smiled sadly. Wonder what he was saving it for. How does it taste? Asked Vo. Interesting. But you get used to it. Attention fell back on Maragia. She could sense their apprehension on their faces, and in the Force. They were afraid she'd shut down the celebration. They were intimidated by her now. They always were. She thought, before being forced into the role of CAG, that being authoritative and intimidating was the proper way to command. She hadn't learned until it was too late how lonely that could be. Walker 2, she called, please bring down that bottle. Vendor awkwardly clambered down from the top bunk and brought the bottle over to Maragia. Without taking it, she glanced around the room and asked, does anyone have a glass? Faces relaxed back to smiles. Someone even clapped. Lieutenant Norvok appeared with the glass tumbler and held it out. Vendor poured. Maragia took it and sniffed. A few pilots chuckled at their CAG's expression. All eyes were still on her, but it was different than before. Better. Death felt far away, like it did when Davik put his arms around her. She raised the glass. A toast to Rakashmir, then, and to Commander Samar. To Sharon Marth. 2. Lieutenant, Jake said, a little awkwardly. We already called them all out. All of them? It was a lot of names. Sadly, he nodded. All right, Miragia breathed. To all the dead pilots. The living echoed her, then drank. It was strong enough to make Miragia cough, which got a few chuckles. The flavor was like nothing she'd tasted before either, not that she'd ever been much of a drinker. Twilit liquor, a last gift from the dead. The galaxy was full of surprises. Conversation just started to resume when the shrill alarm blared once. Panic shot through the everyone before the overhead speaker clicked on and Davik Fell's voice filled the room. This is the captain speaking, he said. It was the first time she'd heard him refer to himself by that title. This will be a short address to all hands. By now, you've likely heard from your commanders that Voidwalker's hyperdrive is functional again. That means we will soon attempt to escape the shroud and get home. This will not be easy. The Mandalorians have laid sensor traps across the shroud. When we leave this space, they'll know, and they will try to stop us. At 0500 hours tomorrow morning, we will make the first jump. All crew will be placed on red alert at that time. Every unit should stand by for combat. Miragia watched the expressions on her pilots change. First they wilted from happy smiles, darkened with fear, and now they settled into hard determination. She closed her eyes and listened to him speak. We have been trapped in the shroud for over 5 weeks. All our families believe we're dead. I know many of you gave yourselves up for dead too. Many have sacrificed themselves so we could survive as long as we have. That includes Captain Lorne, half of Razor Company, 2/3 of the Air Wing, and almost the entire crew of Shieldbreaker. Please take this moment to look around you. Look at the men and women who've served with you. 5 weeks ago, most of them were strangers. Today, all of them are your family. We will trust each other. We will fight together one last time. We will make our way home. Good luck, everyone. The signal cut off. The room exploded in silence. One by one, people started to clap. A few raised wordless toasts and drank. Miragia stood in the center of it all, glass in her hand, too stunned to move until Vol clamped a heavy hand on her shoulder. Lieutenant, he asked, are you all right? Yes, of course, she sniffed, and realized something cold was tickled her cheeks. She wiped them dry, tapped her glass against his, and drank. When Davik stepped foot on Voidwalker's bridge at 0400 hours, it was already thick with crew, and they all snapped to attention. He still wasn't used to that, so he told them to stand down and prepare for section checks. At 0430 they began running through each division, and one after another they reported battle readiness. At 0500, Lieutenant Rinwer called for red alert. At 0505, all combat crew reported they were standing by to engage. At 0510, Voidwalker pushed out from his hiding place inside the drifting planetoid and soared out into the open. Even as they neared the exit vector, nothing new jumped into the system. The sensor range of the buoys wasn't exactly known, but Davik figured that Mandalorians would try to jump ships a step or two ahead of them and wait to intercept. Telemetry reading is good, sir, Lieutenant Yeager reported from the crew pit. We're ready to go. Davik nodded. Hyperdrives. Warmed and standing by. Very good. He took a deep breath and braced himself against the back of Lorne's chair. He'd almost gotten used to calling himself captain, but he still couldn't bring himself to take the dead moon's seat. Jump. Because he'd been doubting it deep down, it all happened in slow motion. There was a low rumbling from the after of the ship, and the jerk of acceleration that tried to tug his fingers off the chair back. Then the nebulous gases were washed away in a blur of light. Nobody on the bridge cheered as they passed Lightspeed, but he could hear relieved breaths, and, in the corner of his eye, saw Ensign Korak throw a fist in the air. These jumps were all short ones. After 44 seconds, they dropped back into the space they fled a month ago. The scorched wreckage of the Mandalorian way station and frigate still drifted through the vast open space. So Davik saw did the remains of Shieldbreaker. It was a grim sight that sobered the crew. "Weapons, drop one mine behind us," he ordered. "Yes, Captain," Ensign Pavel responded. Voidwalker realigned itself and lurched for the next exit vector. Davik had ordered only one mine dropped because he didn't expect any enemies to try and jump them from behind, nor did he expect to be ambushed here. The wreckage made it dangerous to both sides as a battle zone, and there were too many places where Voidwalker could escape to. If the Mandalorians tried to stop them, it would be at one of the next 3 jump points. When Yeager confirmed they were lined up for the next jump, Davik gave the order. This leap was shorter, a mere 20 seconds in hyperspace. They dropped into a small pocket of open space. Davik ordered Pavel to drop only one mine again and wondered if he was being too conservative. It took them a shorter time to line up for the next jump, and when the engines were ready, he gave Yeager the go-ahead. 3 jumps down, 3 to go. Instead of feeling hopeful, he tensed. The next place they dropped into was another expanse filled with drifting asteroids, a smaller version of the one they'd hidden in for a month. They had to maneuver around several chunks of space rock, and all the while Davik watched the tactical display. There were 3 vectors in and out of this pocket, and he expected Mandalorians to jump out of any of them. He tensed, gripped the back of Lauren's seat hard. After 7 interminable minutes, Yeager told him they were ready for another jump. "Go," he exhaled, and they lurched into hyperspace. 2 jumps left to freedom. 2 jumps to life. The next passage was a narrow one. Green and blue stellar gases, star faintly visible beneath, formed long all around them. It would take only a minor adjustment to angle their ship for the penultimate leap. The gases stretched out like walls of a corridor on either side as Voidwalker pointed his nose for a clear look at twinkling stars. Then the tactical holo lit up, and Ensign Korak reported incoming Mandalorians. 3 corvettes, 2 frigates. Davik hissed between his teeth and lurched over to tactical. "Position. Right in our exit vector, sir," Poor Dun's voice tightened. "How far away? Can we punch through before they tighten formation?" Before Poor Dun could answer, Korak said, "Detonation. All 3 mines." It was exactly what Davik didn't want to hear. On the tactical holo, 4 more red markers appeared. They jumped in from the same vector Voidwalker had just entered from. "Did we damage them?" Davik asked, not that it mattered. Korak looked at his screens. "Looks like we knocked out 1 corvette, but their other heavies are still coming. 9 ships. Routes to run were all cut off, and Voidwalker could never survive again. 9. He stared at the tactical holo, as if appealing for some last-minute rescue that would never come, then shook his head clear. They couldn't go forward. They couldn't go backward. They couldn't fight. He could count them, offered to surrender himself in exchange for his crew. He'd been almost ready to do that once. The Mandalorians had no reason to accept it, not when they had him so badly outgunned. It would be a useless gesture. It would only waste time. "Captain," Poor Dun croaked, "what duetto?" He could think of only one thing. He tapped the console, killed the tactical holo, and brought up the chart of the shroud constructed from their recon flights. Another tap changed it from an informational chart to a scalar one that marked every bubble of void inside the nebulae. Voidwalker's location was still marked in green, tantalizingly close to the shroud's edge but so far away. "Helm," he called, "new course. Max sublight, 0.7504. He could hear Yeager's confusion. "Sir, that's taking US," and told Nebula. "We won't be able to see a thing in that soup," Rimmer said. "Neither will they." He pointed at the tactical holo. "Look, we can dive into the nebula and cut straight to this pocket over here. Once we get into the clear, we'll have 1 jump to get out of the shroud. 1 jump. We'll have to keep shields up all that time to protect us from stardust and radiation," Renor warned. "How long will it even take at sublight speed?" Poor Dun did fast calculations. "Assuming max speed, sirs, 5 days and 4 hours. We can't do that. Take all main power offline. Put everything into sublight and shields. Davik hidden. Helm, what's our status? 90 seconds until we enter the gas cloud, Yeager reported. They won't reach us before we hit the nebula, Korak added. But, sir, they'll know where we're going, Renwer insisted. They'll just set up another trap. In 5 days we'll have to fight this all over again. Then it's 5 more days alive. Weapons. Once we enter the nebula, start laying mines. How many do we have? 11 left, sir, Pavel said. Put down a mine every minute for the first 5 minutes. Then 1 mine every 10 minutes. That should keep them from following us. He stalked over to the comm station. Get me Chief Daher. Now. A minute later, Voidwalker plunged into the nebula. Blue and green gases swirled around the edge of their viewport, then filled everything. Their exterior sensors burst to static. Even if the mines went off in some Mandalorian faces, and Davik hoped they did, they wouldn't be able to read a thing until they excited the soup. 5 days from now. The bridge shuddered as the lights went dim. Per his orders, Daher had shunted all power from the main reactor to engines and shield generators. As long as they didn't burn out after 5 days of straight use, Voidwalker would be able to get out of this stretch of nebula safely. Every other system was shunted to the backup generator, including lights and life support. The coming hours would be cold and dark. The battle waiting would be fierce. Davik could feel the hope that had accumulated over the last few days wither and die. They felt farther from home than ever. Chapter 34. Waiting was the worst part, even worse than the helplessness of being stuck in a room with no way out. Tamar tried to calm her thoughts and focus on something else, anything else. One of the 4 skills her Babur had taught her involved dropping into a meditative trance that allowed the body to mend. After the beating Jevon Auchus had given her, she needed it, and before even trying to get up off the floor, she closed her eyes and tried to find that gift her grandfather had given her. Maybe it worked, or maybe the pain just dulled, but eventually she got up and staggered over to a chair. She spent a long time sitting, staring at the blank wall, the locked door, the cuffs around her wrists. There was no way to mark the passage of time here, but she was starting to get hungry. She was getting weak. Savire's people could open that door at any time and drag her off to her death. She would have fallen asleep except for that uncertainty. After a while, she lay back down on the floor and closed her eyes as if sleeping. She tried to find the Force again. She tried to forget her aching body, and by forgetting mend it, while at the same time she tried to sense the other men and women aboard Waystation Grek. With time, how much time she'd never know, she began to sense the flow of consciousness through the station's corridors and rooms. She could feel the soul guard standing watch outside her door most acutely. When Saviar or her people arrived, Tamar would get a little warning. That was something, but she couldn't tell if that made it better or worse. She sensed it when a new, unfamiliar presence walked up to her door and opened it. She sat upright on the floor as her guard and 1 more Mandalorian walked inside. The guard picked the toppled table off the floor and placed it aright. The newcomer set down a tray of food. They both left without a word. Tamar hauled herself to the table and sat down again. If they were bothering to feed her, it must have meant Saviar was keeping them waiting. Again, she didn't know if it was bad or good. Her meal consisted of a bowl of steaming soup, a roll of bread, and a cup of water. As emptied as her stomach was, she doubted she had room for anything else. She drank some water and realized how parched she'd been. Then she started on the soup. They hadn't given her utensils, no surprise, so she picked up the bowl with both cupped hands, brought it to her lips, and began to sip. She only got in 1 hot mouthful when something hard poked her upper lip. She tipped back the bowl and tried to see anything in the red broth. Then she placed it on the tray, stuck 1 gloved finger in, and swirled it around until she found it. She pulled it out with 2 fingers, a metal keycard as big as her thumb, the kind they used to unlock a set of stun cuffs. Darn, it had to be, unless it was a trick. She'd looked for cameras before and hadn't spotted any. She looked again. Nothing. She sat back down and stilled her fast-beating heart. If they were feeding her, it meant they expected a wait. It meant she had time. Because she needed strength, she began gnawing at the bread. She reached out with the force again. The guard was still there, but only him. She reached further. She sensed activity like before, but less so. She had no way of knowing how long she'd been locked up. She didn't even remember what time it had been when she arrived. Sooner or later, the station would go into sleep cycle. The corridors would grow emptier still. She waited. She finished the bread and drank more water. She even finished the soup. When the force told her that people in the station were starting to settle down and rest, she went over to the access panel by the door. It was locked, of course, but the chip she could pry off the panel and get to the wires beneath. She didn't need a wide range of motion for this, so she kept her stun cuffs on and slipped the chip into a pocket. She worked slowly and quietly so as not to alarm the guard, and all the while she kept herself open to the force. She'd at least get a warning if someone knew was coming. When she was certain she could bypass the lock on the door, she paused. She closed her eyes, leaned slack against the wall, and sunk as deep into the force as she could. She could feel the guard on the other side of the bulkhead and a few more minds stirring further away. The rest of the station was asleep. She was certain of it. That meant now was as good a time to act as she'd get. Tamar took out the keycard and slid it through the reader on her left cuff. The clasp opened. She let the cuffs dangle from her right wrist, then prepared the wiring for the door. She took a deep breath and opened it. The hiss of its sliding jerked the sleepy guard awake. By the time he knew what was happening, Tamar was behind him, knee stabbed up into the small of his back, forcing his body forward while she snapped her wrists on either side of his neck and choked him with the band of her stun cuffs. She could hear him gag inside his helmet, and she squeezed his neck just long enough for him to pass out. He was heavy with his armor on, and it took all her strength to drag him into her cell. She lay him down on the floor and pulled off his helmet. A young one. She rolled him onto his stomach, pinned his hands behind his back, and clasped them together with the stun cuffs. She thought a moment, then slipped off one of his gloves, rolled him onto his back again, and stuffed the glove into his mouth. She wished he'd had a second set of cuffs so she could bind his feet. She settled with sliding off his belt and wrapping it around his ankles. If she wasn't gone by the time he woke up, there'd be a problem, but it didn't hurt to do things right. His gold and brown helmet wouldn't match the rest of her outfit, but she knew it was better to have her face covered, so she put it on. From the whiff of it, he liked to smoke things. Finally, she took his blaster. A Blastech DL-64 carbine. Not a bad choice. They'd taken her belt and she pondered borrowing her prisoners, then decided to leave it around his legs. Then she rose, made sure the hall outside was clear, and opened the door again. She stepped out and looked around. Nobody. She remembered the way back to the hangar and walked as quickly and casually as she could. She kept on reaching out with the force, sensing every hallway before every turn to make sure it was safe to progress. She almost got the whole way to the hangar before she felt the two minds. They were standing right by the entrance. She felt weariness, mild amusement, the hallmarks of a casual conversation. She couldn't wait around the corner forever. She steeled herself and walked on. Sure enough, there were two Mandalorians in faceless armor, leaning against opposite walls. The exit was right past them. She walked without looking at either of them. She felt their curiosity peak, felt them watch her back as she passed. Then she was in the hangar and neither of them followed. She breathed out inside the stink-smelling helmet and began walking for Crux's ship, right where she'd left it. She closed it tight before leaving, but ramp was down anyway. They'd been inside, poking around the thing, but at this point it didn't matter. As long as she could fly it out of here, she'd be fine. She scanned the ship with the force, found it empty, and hurried toward it. That was when someone from the utility catwalks overhead shouted for her to halt. Stupid, she thought, and broke into a sprint. Laser blasts stung the floor at her feet. One shot pinged into her Beskar-plated shoulder, spinning her off balance. She could see two Mandas up on the catwalk, firing at her. There'd be more coming fast. She charged up into Crux's ship, rushed the cockpit, and dropped herself into the pilot's chair. She closed the landing ramp first, then began warming the engines. Somebody had hauled out the computer from Savire's freighter, but she'd copied all the data to this ship's memory core before landing. All the pre-flight presets she'd programmed into the computer were intact, which meant the data stores probably were too. She could give those to the Jedi. She had no one else to run to except Arlen Fell, which was something she could let sink in when she wasn't running for her life. Tamar kicked in the repulsors and rose from the deck just as 5 more Mandalorians rushed into the hangar. Their small arms fire was useless against the armor on Crux's ship, so she spun it around to face the hangar mouth and gunned the engines. She soared out of the station and toward the lights and gases of the shroud, but that didn't mean she was safe yet. She wouldn't be safe until she was outside the shroud entirely, and the Mandos in the hangar were already rushing for their Beskats. She gave herself 3-4 minutes tops to get into hyperspace. Waystation Grek was located in a pocket of clear space in which there was only one good way in or out. That meant there was only one communications buoy located near the hyperspace jump point. She found the thing on her scanners and warmed the ship's weapons, 2 surprisingly powerful laser cannons. Her first instinct was to blow the damn thing up and keep them from calling reinforcements to trap her. Then a thought flicked through her mind. She'd had to repair one of those comm buoys once when they were setting up their bases in the shroud. Those things had computer cores that retained logs of everything that passed in or out, a list of where each message went through the maze until it reached its destination. Gavin Arches had commented Saviar at least once recently. Saviar was almost certainly on that world ship of hers. If she got a copy of the buoy's transmission logs and overlaid them on the map of the shroud she'd retrieved from the dead freighter, it would lead her right to Saviar. If that didn't impress that Jedi, nothing would. It was also an incredible risk. She checked behind her, no Beskets yet, but they'd be out in under a minute, she was sure. If she was smart, he'd have raked that hangar with her cannons on her way out. But after all this she was still Mandalorian, and she wasn't going to kill her own. It wasn't her comrades' fault Jevon Arches had dragged them into some Sith schemes. Crux's ship had no tractor beam, so she edged it close to the buoy until the proximity alarms went off. She used directional repulsors to keep the thing steady and ran out to the airlock. When it opened, she saw the buoy almost 10 meters away, far longer than it should have been. She glanced back at Waystation Grek and saw tiny engine flares of departing Beskats. No more time. She jumped. Back in Broken Moon, Arlen Fell had thrown them through the airless void using the Force like it was nothing. Tamar had nothing close to his skill, but she had the right trajectory, and she used all her concentration to speed herself toward the buoy, then slow right before impact. The hit still sent pain arching through her legs, knees, and hips. She activated the magnetic clamps on her boots and half walked, half crawled over to the utility hatch. She tugged it open and stared at the inside of the buoy's computer core. She found the memory pane where it was supposed to be, pulled it out, and immediately pushed herself back toward the ship with the slab of hardware under his arm. The Beskets were getting close. She could see their engine flares, but not their laser blasts. Maybe they'd hesitate when they saw she was right by the buoy. She hoped it would buy her just a few seconds. She hit the ship's hull and nearly lost her cargo as she flailed for purchase. She scrambled for the airlock, threw herself in, and closed it behind her. She pulled off the smoke-smelling helmet as the pressure equalized, and when the door opened, she was sprinting to the cockpit. She got there right before the first laser hit, a glancing blow against the shuttle's dorsal fin. Alarms wailed. Tamar fell into the pilot's chair and slammed the shields on. Amazingly, they worked. She fired off 2 shots at the approaching Beskats, swung her nose around, gave her navcomp a second to calculate the next jump, then pounded the hyperdrive on. She was safe in hyperspace, but not for long. She found herself panting in her seat and wondering and not only escaping but surviving. Her head rolled to one side, and she saw her own blue and black T-visor helmet sitting on the deck in the corner of the cabin, like a bodiless head staring back at her. Giddily, stupidly, she laughed. Then she dropped out of hyperspace. She still had 4 more jumps to go, and each time she needed to recalibrate for the next one. This was where the Beskets could catch up with her, but she'd already noticed that Crux's ship could realign itself and re-jump faster than most. 4 starfighters from Way Station Grek reverted to real space behind her, but by then she was ready to jump. She escaped before they could open fire. On the second and third jumps, they didn't even catch up before she moved on. After the 4th jump, the jump that took her to the edge of the shroud entirely, she decided there was one thing she liked about Mordrin Crux after all. When she reverted to real space, 4 Beskets were waiting for her. They didn't bother hailing. They just opened fire. Tamar swore and wrestled with the ship's engines. Its shields were good and its guns packed a punch, but it was nowhere near as nimble as a Mando starfighter. Her first volley of shots were able to punch through the forward shields of the nearest Besket and turn it into a blossom of fire. Then they were on her, pounding her shields, taking her from all sides. They swarmed constantly, cutting off any escape route. Through a litany of swears, she tried to wrestle her ship through their gauntlet. If she got a clear shot, she could micro-jump away from here, and then she'd be free. But the Beskets were determined to deny her any escape route. She kept firing her guns dead ahead and tried to clear a path that way. For a second there was nothing but blackness and stars ahead, and she glanced at her scanners to see all 3 ships seemed to have fallen behind. Close enough. Her Navcom calculated a micro-jump, just 4 light years, enough to get her clear. She hit the throttle, the hyperdrives groaned to life, the starlines stretched out, and her ship collided with a Besket. The starlines briefly flared to hyperspace anyway, then immediately became swirl of pinpoint light against blackness. Klaxons blared, and she did her best to wrest the ship under control. The impact had collapsed the starboard side of her ship. Engines were dead. Shields were gone too, but they were surely the only thing that had saved her from being vaporized the second she hit the Besket. Readings showed dozens of minute hull breaches, but nothing immediately fatal. Just slowly fatal. Outside scanners showed nothing. She was 3 light years from the edge of the shroud, and not at the angle she jumped into. Maybe the Mandalorians thought she'd been destroyed. Maybe they'd search. Maybe they'd even find her, and if they did, she'd be helpless. She knew that, just like she knew she couldn't be a Mandalorian anymore, not after what she'd stolen from them, not after the pilot she'd killed. It still didn't seem real, not when she was as good as dead anyway. Her thoughts went back to the Jedi. She checked the communication system. Still alive, at least for now. Power interruptions were cascading through her systems. Life support wouldn't last long, but if she acted fast to seal the whole breaches, then dropped into a meditative trance, she might survive a few days, a week at most. Assuming her former people didn't find her first. She steadied herself, and then she made the call. It was short, simple, and to the point. When she was done, when the signal went, she slumped back in her chair, and the fullness of it finally struck her. She was stranded in hostile territory, drifting in a broken ship, soon to run out of air, more helpless and alone than she'd ever been in her life. It had never been that way, could never be that way. She'd been Mandalorian and Clan Skywalker. She'd always known where she belonged, and someone had always had her back. Tamar belonged to nothing now, was nothing. It was all she could do to rise from her chair, fix her broken ship, and get ready to die slowly. She felt like she'd already started. Chance Calrissian's home servant droid cooked a surprisingly good Tanab Nerf steak, but Arlen wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. From his expression on the opposite side of the kitchen table, neither was Chance. "So how long did you spend talking to the judicial people?" he asked. 3 hours, maybe 4. It was yesterday morning, before the Senate session. Were you there for that? He shook his head. I watched with my parents from Admiral Antilles' apartment. Alana gave a good speech. Tenno Katu. Fat lot of good it did them. Yeah, Chan sighed and slumped in his seat. Well, what now? I don't know. Law enforcement doesn't seem to think we've given them a smoking gun to prosecute Savyar. You mean I risked my life for nothing? Chan said dryly. You risked it to help stop a maniac Sith from breaking the Alliance apart and murdering billions of people. So basically to save the galaxy. More or less. He sighed again. I should have stayed home. I was gone for weeks. Do you know what kind of backlog piles up when you're the head of an interstellar business conglomerate and you're gone for weeks? How would I? Right? She could give those to the Jedi. She had no one else to run to except Arlen Fell, which was something she could let sink in when she wasn't running for her life. Tamar kicked in the repulsors and rose from the deck just as 5 more Mandalorians rushed into the hangar. Their small arms fire was useless against the armor on Crux's ship, so she spun it around to face the hangar mouth and gunned the engines. She soared out of the station and toward the lights and gases of the shroud, but that didn't mean she was safe yet. She wouldn't be safe until she was outside the shroud entirely, and the Mandos in the hangar were already rushing for their best gads. She gave herself 3-4 minutes tops to get into hyperspace. Waystation Grek was located in a pocket of clear space in which there was only one good way in or out. That meant there was only one communications buoy located near the hyperspace jump point. She found the thing on her scanners and warmed the ship's weapons, 2 surprisingly powerful laser cannons. Her first instinct was to blow the damn thing up and keep them from calling reinforcements to trap her. Then a thought flicked through her mind. She'd had to repair one of those comm buoys once when they were setting up their bases in the shroud. Those things had computer cores that retained logs of everything that passed in or out, a list of where each message went through the maze until it reached its destination. Yevon Auchus had commented Saviar at least once recently. Saviar was almost certainly on that world ship of hers. If she got a copy of the buoy's transmission logs and overlaid them on the map of the shroud she'd retrieved from the dead freighter, it would lead her right to Saviar. If that didn't impress that Jedi, nothing would. It was also an incredible risk. She checked behind her, no Beskets yet, but they'd be out in under a minute, she was sure. If she was smart, he'd have raked that hangar with her cannons on her way out. But after all this she was still Mandalorian, and she wasn't going to kill her own. It wasn't her comrades' fault Jevon Auchus had dragged them into some Sith schemes. Crux's ship had no tractor beam, so she edged it close to the buoy until the proximity alarms went off. She used directional repulsors to keep the thing steady and ran out to the airlock. When it opened, she saw the buoy almost 10 meters away, far longer than it should have been. She glanced back at Waystation Grek and saw tiny engine flares of departing Beskets. No more time. She jumped. Back in Broken Moon, Arlen Fell had thrown them through the airless void using the Force like it was nothing. Tamar had nothing close to his skill, but she had the right trajectory, and she used all her concentration to speed herself toward the buoy, then slow right before impact. The hit still sent pain arching through her legs, knees, and hips. She activated the magnetic clamps on her boots and half walked, half crawled over to the utility hatch. She tucked it open and stared at the inside of the buoy's computer core. She found the memory pane where it was supposed to be, pulled it out, and immediately pushed herself back toward the ship with the slab of hardware under his arm. The Beskets were getting close. She could see their engine flares, but not their laser blasts. Maybe they'd hesitate when they saw she was right by the buoy. She hoped it would buy her just a few seconds. She hit the ship's hull and nearly lost her cargo as she flailed for purchase. She scrambled for the airlock, threw herself in, and closed it behind her. She pulled off the smoke-smelling helmet as the pressure equalized, and when the door opened, she was sprinting to the cockpit. She got there right before the first laser hit, a glancing blow against the shuttle's dorsal fin. Alarms wailed. Tamar fell into the pilot's chair and slammed the shields on. Amazingly, they worked. She fired off 2 shots at the approaching Beskets, swung her nose around, gave her navcomp a second to calculate the next jump, then pounded the hyperdrive on. She was safe in hyperspace, but not for long. She found herself panting in her seat and wondering at not only escaping but surviving. Her head rolled to one side, and she saw her own blue and black T-visor helmet sitting on the deck in the corner of the cabin, like a bodiless head staring back at her. Giddily, stupidly, she laughed. Then she dropped out of hyperspace. She still had 4 more jumps to go, and each time she needed to recalibrate for the next one. This was where the Beskets could catch up with her, But she'd already noticed that Crux's ship could realign itself and re-jump faster than most. 4 starfighters from Way Station Grek reverted to real space behind her, but by then she was ready to jump. She escaped before they could open fire. On the second and third jumps, they didn't even catch up before she moved on. After the 4th jump, the jump that took her to the edge of the shroud entirely, she decided there was one thing she liked about Mordrin Crux after all. When she reverted to real space, 4 Beskets were waiting for her. They didn't bother hailing. They just opened fire. Tamar swore and wrestled with the ship's engines. Its shields were good and its guns packed a punch, but it was nowhere near as nimble as a Mando starfighter. Her first volley of shots were able to punch through the forward shields of the nearest Besket and turn it into a blossom of fire. Then they were on her, pounding her shields, taking her from all sides. They swarmed constantly, cutting off any escape route. Through a litany of swears, she tried to wrestle her ship through their gauntlet. If she got a clear shot, she could micro-jump away from here, and then she'd be free. But the Beskets were determined to deny her any escape route. She kept firing her guns dead ahead and tried to clear a path that way. For a second there was nothing but blackness and stars ahead, and she glanced at her scanners to see all 3 ships seemed to have fallen behind. Close enough. Her Navcom calculated a micro-jump, just 4 light years, enough to get her clear. She hit the throttle, the hyperdrives groaned to life, the starlines stretched out, and her ship collided with a Besket. The starlines briefly flared to hyperspace anyway, then immediately became swirl of pinpoint light against blackness. Klaxons blared, and she did her best to wrest the ship under control. The impact had collapsed the starboard side of her ship. Engines were dead. Shields were gone too, but they were surely the only thing that had saved her from being vaporized the second she hit the Besket. Readings showed dozens of minute hull breaches, but nothing immediately fatal. Just slowly fatal. Outside scanners showed nothing. She was 3 light years from the edge of the shroud, and not at the angle she jumped into. Maybe the Mandalorians thought she'd been destroyed. Maybe they'd search. Maybe they'd even find her, and if they did, she'd be helpless. She knew that, just like she knew she couldn't be a Mandalorian anymore, not after what she'd stolen from them, not after the pilot she'd killed. It still didn't seem real, not when she was as good as dead anyway. Her thoughts went back to the Jedi. She checked the communication system. Still alive, at least for now. Power interruptions were cascading through her systems. Life support wouldn't last long, but if she acted fast to seal the whole breaches, then dropped into a meditative trance, she might survive a few days, a week at most. Assuming her former people didn't find her first. She steadied herself, and then she made the call. It was short, simple, and to the point. When she was done, when the signal went, she slumped back in her chair, and the fullness of it finally struck her. She was stranded in hostile territory, drifting in a broken ship, soon to run out of air, more helpless and alone than she'd ever been in her life. It had never been that way, could never be that way. She'd been Mandalorian and Clan Skywalker. She'd always known where she belonged, and someone had always had her back. Tamar belonged to nothing now, was nothing. It was all she could do to rise from her chair, fix her broken ship, and get ready to die slowly. She felt like she'd already started. Chance Calrissian's home servant droid cooked a surprisingly good Tanab Nerf steak, but Arlen wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. From his expression on the opposite side of the kitchen table, neither was Chance. "So how long did you spend talking to the judicial people?" he asked. 3 hours, maybe 4. It was yesterday morning, before the Senate session. Were you there for that? He shook his head. I watched with my parents from Admiral Antilles' apartment. Alana gave a good speech. Tenel Katu. Fat lot of good it did them. Yeah, Chance sighed and slumped in his seat. Well, what now? I don't know. Law enforcement doesn't seem to think we've given them a smoking gun to prosecute Saviar. You mean I risked my life for nothing? Chance said dryly. You risked it to help stop a maniac Sith from breaking the Alliance apart and murdering billions of people. So basically to save the galaxy. More or less. He sighed again. I should have stayed home. I was gone for weeks. Do you know what kind of backlog piles up when you're the head of an interstellar business conglomerate and you're gone for weeks? How would I? Right? You're monastic. I forgot. Not monastic, just the comlink in Arlen's trouser pocket started buzzing. He recognized the pattern, not his parents or Alana but the automated relay from Starlight Champion. Hold on, I have to get this. Chance went back to finishing his Nerf steak without a word. Arlen stepped out of the kitchen and into the living room, where the servant droid was now clearing dust. He tapped the comlink and heard Champ's computer voice said, "You have one new message. Would you like to play?" He tapped again and listened. The transmission was riddled with static, and first he thought it was nothing but that. Then he heard a voice break through, higher-pitched, female. Familiar. Don't have long, Tamar Scarata was panting. Coordinates should go along with this transmission. If not, I'm 3 light years outside the shroud. Closest major system is, and stairs, I think. Engines down, shields down, it's all down. I'm gonna try one of your forced trances. See if I can hold out. I've got what you need, Jedi. I know where the glitzdom comes from, and I know how to find Saviar. Come and get it, Jedi, and I'll call off your debt. So come, please, help. By the time the transmission ended, Arlen had already rushed back into the kitchen. It's her, he said to Chance's blank stare. She's got it. Who's got what? Chance gaped. Tamar Scarata. She knows where Saviar is, but her ship is damaged. Arlen dashed into Chance's guest bedroom and immediately began throwing clothes into his case. It'll take days to get out there. Can't waste a second. I'll tell Mom what's up when we're on the way. Damn it. I just got back here. I have a business to run. What? You can't work remotely? Why me? What about your parents or your Jedi friends? No time. Alana's meeting with Savash right now. Mom and Dad are with Admiral Antilles in the, never mind. Dragging the U.S. Hinvong into this would confuse Chance even more. And it sounds like we might be flying into some rough stuff. So I could definitely use a co-pilot. Damn it, how do you know this isn't a trap? Arlen froze over that one, standing over his half-filled case. Then he threw his jacket in and said, I just do, that's all. And if it is a trap, which it isn't, then I'll really need a co-pilot. Chance rolled his eyes. Do you trust her because the Force tells you to, or because she's good looking? She's not, I mean, she is, if you ignore the bad attitude. But good looks plus bad attitude equals bad combination. Come on, Arlen, basic math. Basic math says if she can give us Saviar and the world ship is worth risking 2 lives to save billions. 1 life, Chance said stubbornly. Arlen threw up his hands. Fine, I'll go alone. If I don't come back, well, you'll just have to think how it could have gone. He closed his case, slung it over his shoulder, and started for the door. He was almost there when Chance called his name. He turned just in time to catch the object tossed at him, a plain, battered silver cylinder. His lightsaber? No, Tamar's lightsaber. Her grandfather's lightsaber. A long-dead Jedi's lightsaber. Their eyes met across the room. Chance gave a labored sigh and said, Give me 5 minutes. I can't pack fast. I can't pretend I'm doing Senate work this time, Alana said, but I have to go. She stood in front of the Chief of State's desk. Savash was in his seat and watched her without expression. She couldn't glean much from him in the Force aside from a grim weariness. There was a lot of that lately. What do the Jedi know? He asked. Not much yet. Arlen Fell says he has a lead on Saviar's location. Once we get it, we'll have to move fast. We can't be dawdling on Coruscant when it happens. I understand. Alana felt her chest tighten as she said, I'd like to request an official, temporary leave of absence from my duties as senator. I know that might be difficult to grant, given what I'm going to do, and how the Senate just voted, but I have to do it. You have a duty as a Jedi, Savash said. I do. If you believe my actions as a Jedi will still violate my role as a senator, I will resign my post immediately. She waited, breath caught in her chest and blood pounded in her ears. She never even wanted to be a senator. The possibility had never crossed her mind as a child, a youth, or a young adult. She'd only wanted to be a Jedi. Then hapes had fallen to the usurpers. People she loved had died, and more had been cast out from their homes. Now, after 12 years of representing those people as best she could, she stood poised to throw it all away, and was shocked by how much it saddened her. Savage exhaled and said, "You are granted your leave of absence. The Alliance has always tried to accommodate the laws of Coruscant and the laws of its member people." "Jedi aren't member peoples, sir. I consider that a technicality." A melancholy smile tugged his narrow mouth a little wider. "I'm sorry, I couldn't do more." "You couldn't control the vote, sir." "No, I must abide by it. If I disregard the democratic will, I'll be no better than Admiral Dalla or Jacen Solo." He had no idea how much those words hurt her. She struggled for something to say. In the end, she mumbled, "I understand, sir. Thank you for giving me what you could." "The U.S. Hinvong you brought with you," he said. "They've been fully debriefed by Admiral Antilles, haven't they?" "That's right. The military knows everything we know about that world ship, or at least everything we think we know. There's so much that's still uncertain." "I understand. Tell them they have my thanks. Even if we are inactive, we won't be ignorant." They stared at each other across the desk in silence. Eventually, Alana said, "I need to go see my mother and the rest. They'll be preparing to leave." Savage frowned slightly. "I must ask, Senator, are you planning to use your senatorial shuttle as part of your mission?" "Don't worry, sir, no Alliance equipment will be involved. We've got our own ride." Given the hundreds of thousands of ships that left and arrived on Coruscant on any day, almost any strange design could have slipped down to its surface and aroused little notice. In ignorant, I would have assumed the vessel on the pad next to Alana's shuttle had been crafted by some alien race that favored curved hulls and organic-looking designs. Moncal, say, or Geonosian. A closer look would reveal that the green-skinned, wide-winged flyer had no visible thrusters, and that the viewport around its cockpit was made of something far different than transparent steel. "The second flyer is powered entirely by Davin Basils," Cadre Val explained to those gathered around the ship. "They will propel us into dark space and should, I believe, allow us to get close to the world ship without being detected." "Yeah, believe?" Jagged asked as he stood beside his wife. He was trying not to sound skeptical, but it wasn't working. The Shaper didn't seem to take offense. U.S. Hinvong ships have a way of masking themselves from sensors using Davin Basils. Mandalorian tracking systems will be calibrated to target engine trails and will be unable to lock onto us. Further, I suspect that the surface of most of the world ship is dead. It should not be difficult to reach. "Getting aboard that world ship will be the easy part," Tenoka said. Gone were the regal robes or animal hide clothes. She wore a black utility jumpsuit like Alana, Jaina, and Tanith Zell. "What's waiting for us is going to be a lot harder," Jaina said. "Will you meet up with Ben's team before you enter the shroud?" Jack asked. "That's touch and go," said his wife. "But if possible, I want to rendezvous with them. They picked up their own flyer too, of course." "What about Arlen and Chance? They'll still have Starlight Champion." Jaina squeezed his arm. "It's okay, Jack. We'll figure out the details as they come." She knew he'd never like that. The Chiss has raised him on the maxim that it was impossible to overplan something. As for Jaina, she was a Jedi and Han Solo's daughter besides. Intuition and winging it had been her specialties for over 60 years. As Cadre Val went up into the ship where her U.S. Hinvong waited, Jack pulled his wife into a firm hug. "I wish I could go with you, but I know I'd drag you down." "It's okay, really. Watch out for Arlen. Watch out for his voice cracked, and he couldn't finish. He couldn't take it if he lost either his wife or his surviving son. Growing up, he'd watched his siblings die one by one until only Weinsa was left. After he'd married Jaina, it had felt like a bubble of security had been raised around his family at last. Now the bubble was gone, and he hadn't been able to express to Jaina how much it had shaken him. He knew Jaina was hurting too, but she did a much better job of hiding it. So good he was starting to wonder if some of her wasn't in denial. "I'll keep them all safe." She squeezed him back. "This isn't my first Vong ship to storm. Or my first Sith to fight. That was all a long time ago. You think I've lost my edge?" She pulled back so he could see the twinkle in her dark eye. Other things about her had changed in the 30 years they'd been married, but not that. "Of course not. Just come back to me. I promise." She rose up on her toes so they could kiss once, twice, a third time. "You'll have plenty of time for that when we get back," Tanith called from the landing ramp. "I'll hold you to that," Jaina called, then kissed Jag one more time and turned for the ship. The red-haired girl rolled her eyes and stalked up into the ship. Jaina climbed up after her. Jag watched until her boots disappeared. Then he realized Tenno Ka was still standing on the deck. They hadn't talked much since her return to Coruscant. Jagged hadn't know what to say. The woman put a hand on the rancor-toothed saber at her hip and said, "I'll watch her back, Jagged." "I appreciate that. But I actually do believe Jaina can take care of herself." "Fact. I was referred to Tanith, actually." Jag sighed. "She does look like her mother, doesn't she? Acts like her too. Also a fact. But she has her share of Zek inside as well." That was good to know, good and sad. For so long Zek had primarily been Jag's irritating rival for Jaina's affections. Once they'd gotten past that, he'd become a good friend, and his death on Hapes had hit Jag hard. It had hit Jaina harder still, harder than anything since she'd had to kill her brother, but for Tenno Ka it had been the worst. "It's what we have to do now," Jag told Tenno Ka. "Protect the future." "I understand that now. May the Force be with you, Jagged. You know, all these years I think maybe it has, even if I can't sense it." Tenno Ka pulled him in for a short hug, then marched up the ramp. Jagged turned his back to the second ship and walked toward the edge of the landing pad, face down against the wind. When he turned to look at the organic vessel, it had already retracted its landing gear and was rising slowly to the sky. Unlike repulsors or fiery thrust engines, diving basils made no sound. The flyer simply tipped its wide-winged body to the clouds and shot up into the air. Jag stayed where he was, watching it until it disappeared. He felt empty again, empty and useless like he had on Bastion after Davek had died and everyone else was away. Eventually he'd gotten used to being in a family of mostly Force users. Having Davek had helped. Now he was alone again. But that wasn't true. Moping, he knew, would get him nowhere. He reached into his pocket, fished out his comlink, and made a call. "Sayal," he said, "when are you free? We need to talk." Chapter 35. The only light in Davek's cabin was the nebula's liquid glow coming through the small porthole viewport. It spilled slow-shifting variations of blue and green across the crumpled bed sheets, the carpet, the locked door. Miragia lay on her side, watching it. There was something hypnotic in the constant wash of color whipping past them as they tread through the shroud, keeping his nebulous gases away only by draining all available power for the shields. Watching as she almost felt comforted. Maybe it was that round portal through which she viewed the void reminded her, just enough, of the cockpit of her TIE fighter. Davik lay tucked behind her, chin nestled in her hair, both arms tight around her waist. What he was watching she didn't know, but sometimes he stirred lightly, and she knew he wasn't asleep. They'd laid like that for hours, savoring warmth under the covers. Power had been drawn from life support systems, and the air all over Voidwalker was so cool the crew went around with the heaviest jackets they could find. If they walked around at all. There was nothing to do in this long 5-day crawl through the nebula. The gases and radiation jammed all sensors, which meant they were safe from the Mandalorians until they reached the last open pocket of space. Then the fight would begin, but that was still 2 days away. Over the past 3, Miragia had felt the crew sink into a despair that rivaled the days when they'd been trapped without hyperdrive. With nothing to do except wait, crew schedules became meaningless. Her pilots had nothing to do. Rakashmir's Twi'lek liquor was gone, not that it would have provided a good kind of relief anyway. Most of her pilots had become sullen. Vol tried to soldier on. Jake's mood had ricocheted from giddy back to grim. Vendark was trying to keep everyone upbeat, but the effort felt hollow, like even he felt he was playing the fool. That they felt so close to salvation, only to have it snatched away, was the worst part. Davik tried to hide it, of course, from the crew and from her. He put up the brave front, and when he tried, very cautiously, to probe deeper, he deflected her questions with professional procedure. Honesty only came when it was cold and dark and quiet. He squeezed her so desperately it almost hurt. Moments like this were the closest he came to admitting he was scared. After a long time laying in the dark, she asked him, "Where did you think you would go when you left the academy? What did you think you'd become?" At first he didn't answer, didn't even move. She wondered if he was asleep after all, but then she felt his chin shift against the crown of her head, and he said, "I wanted to be better. Do more." "What does that mean? What specifically?" She felt him sigh. He said, "I wanted to captain a ship." She thought as much. "I wanted to command an air group." He laughed once, tiredly, and without humor. "Well, I guess it worked out after all." "Did it? What about this thing I have? This power? The Force. I thought you hated it." "I don't know. I didn't even know what it was until you told me. I wish I either knew how to use it or didn't have it at all. I wish I could be one thing or the other." "My mother was a fighter pilot and a Jedi at the same time." Just the word Jedi made her shift uncomfortably. He asked, "What is it?" She exhaled. "On Colfax Minor, they still call it the Jedi cult. Everyone thinks they go around stealing children." "That hasn't happened in 100 years, he said sharply. "I know." She sighed. Davik got so defensive over a group he wasn't even a part of. "And I never really believed that. It's just, these powers were something other people had. I wasn't sure they really existed at all." "They do. And Jedi who've trained and learned to use their power can do amazing things. It's not too late for you to learn." She wanted to ask him if he really thought they could survive this, but she knew he'd just obfuscate and close the door that had been opening between them. Instead, she asked, "What sort of teacher is your mother?" "A tough one. You'd like her?" She could feel his affection in the Force, hear it in his voice, but there was wistfulness there too. She knew that a part of him had wanted to be a Jedi like his brother and mother growing up. That confession had seemed hard for Davik. Part of him still wanted to be a Jedi now. Part of him always would, but Davik Fell was what he was. He knew what he was, and that would never change, whether he lived 2 more days or 80 more years. She envied him that certainty, even if it was an unhappy one. "What was it like, growing up with one Jedi parent and one not?" "Yes." He shifted a little, his grip around her waist loosened. "What do you want to know?" She let her attention fall to the hypnotic flash of blue and green lights through that little porthole. "Tell me a story, Davik. Anything." "About when I was young." He sounded skeptical but amused. "I want to hear one." He thought a moment. "We can trade. I'll go first. Then you give me one from Colfax Minor." "Not much to tell." He squeezed her a little. "I'm sure you can think of something." She smiled in the gloom. "You first." He thought a little more, then started talking. His tone was slow and thoughtful, open and honest like he never was with anyone else. His words took them far away. She pushed back a little, nestling closer against him, and listened to him talk as the green-blue lights of the nebula wavered across the bed. They clung to each other as they clung to each passing day of life. There were only 2 more left. She was in a forest. A clear blue sky peeked through pine needles that spanned out far above and cast dappled shadows on the ground below. She walked slowly, weaving around the base of thick tree trunks. The ground, uneven as it was, felt familiar. She knew the way to walk without knowing why. She found a small clearing where sunlight fell on a fallen log. An old man was sitting on the log with his back to her. She could see his Beskar armor, the backplate, the shoulder pads, and the short-cropped white hair on the head above them. She opened her mouth to call for her grandfather, but no sound would come. She walked up to him. When she got close, she tripped and fell on her hands. Mulch and twigs stabbed her palms. She was wearing the rest of her Beskar but no gloves. No helmet either. Strange. Wind brushed past and black hair tickled her face. She walked up to the log and took a big step over it so she could see her grandfather's face. When she got to the other side, she was looking at the back of his head. She walked back around to the other side. Again, he was facing away from her. That was when Tamar realized she must have been dreaming. Dreaming, or getting a vision from the Force, or dying of asphyxiation as the last oxygen in her broken spaceship seeped into the void. Strangely, she didn't care. She reached out and grabbed her Babur's shoulder plate with her bare hand. She tugged him around, and there he was, looking at her without expression. His face loomed large in front of her, like it was greater than it had ever been in life. His features creased in a frown. "What is it, Tamika?" She opened her mouth and tried to speak. Nothing came. She sucked in air, but all she could get out was breath. His expression saddened. He reached up. The rough hand that cupped her face was too big for it. "Someone took me out into these woods a long time ago, Tamika. He was my Vod, and my boar too. He took me into these woods when I was your age and told me everything about my parents. My father, the clone. My mother, the Jedi. This was no dream, this was memory. Her grandfather, Benku Skywalker, had taken her out into these woods when she was just old enough to wear Beskar and explained it all to her. The weird feelings and intuition she had, the deep unspeakable knowledge that she was different from the other children in Clan Skywalker. She hadn't been alone. Her grandfather had taken her and Niall both. She pulled free of her grandfather's hand and looked around. Her sister wasn't there, not as a grown woman, not as a child. That was when I decided I didn't want to be like my father or my mother, Tamika, her grandfather went on. Not a Force user. Not a tool in someone else's war either. I wanted to be a Mandalorian and a Skywalker and nothing else. I can't be either of those anymore, Babur, she tried to say, but she still couldn't speak. Somehow he heard her. I know, Tamika. Now you're Darmanda. She knew these words. No longer Mandalorian. Banned, excommunicated, stripped of everything you were. It was a curse, worse than a death sentence. She'd always looked on those Darmanda with scorn barely tinged by pity. There was another forest, on another world, her grandfather said. I realized there that the Force wasn't a burden. It was a gift. Even if I didn't want it, it was a part of me. And I couldn't turn it away anymore. I'm dying, she said with silence. It's a gift, and it's a door, he said, to a life that will never pass away. He reached out again. She let herself fall closer. She felt his palm warm and rough, an old man's hand on a child's cheek. It gave her comfort in her fear. The hand lifted back, very gently. It slapped hard. Her eyes squeezed shut. She cried out. She made noise. She opened her eyes, and they were filled with light. She felt something tight against her face, her jaw. She opened her mouth and sucked in air. She felt it fill her lungs. She realized she was on her back, arms and legs laid out flat. She tried to move them, and they did. Somehow, she was alive. Then she made out two faces hovering over her, both familiar, and she knew who she owed her life to. She's waking up, the darker man said. I see it. The lighter one leaned a little closer and gave her cheek another light slap. His face was familiar but different. Darker on the bottom, a beard growing out. That would take getting used to. Can you hear us? Arlenfell asked. She nodded. An IV was dripping clear liquid into one arm. She lifted her other one and was very heavy and touched the breath mask over her face. You can't talk through that, Chan said. Better leave it on for now. It's pure oxygen. You were barely breathing when we found you. Where? She rasped. Where am I? We've got you on Starlight Champion, said Arlen. The sickbay isn't big, but it's got what you need. My ship? The ship you stole from Crux. Is hooked to our airlock right now. You drifted pretty far from the coordinates you sent us. Outside of our long-range sensors, even. How did you find me? Take a guess, the Jedi smirked. I guess we are pretty much even, right? Guess we are. Thank you, Jedi. Not a problem. He squeezed her hand. They'd taken her gloves off. Beskar too? When will I feel better? Well, you're confusing our medical sensors a bit. They noticed some cracked ribs, the residue of some facial bruising, and what looked like the after effects of a multi-day slowdown of oxygen and blood to the brain. But it doesn't have any of the brain damage normally associated by that kind of deprivation. Healing trance, she said. Use the Force, like Babur taught me. I figured as much. The good news is, once you're fully out of the trance, you should be as good as new, more or less. I can help you along a little if you want. How? The Force. It's never been my strong suit, but I've learned some healing techniques. And since you're Force sensitive too, they'd be more effective. Shablajidi. She snorted and looked at Chance. Does he always show off like this? He does have that habit, Chance admitted. If you don't mind cutting to the chase, I'd like to know what happened that left you stranded in a dying ship in the middle of nowhere. She took a deep breath and explained everything that had happened since they parted ways at Broken Moon. She went slowly at first, breath and memories came sluggishly. As she went on, she felt like she was coming out of a fog, and when she closed her story, with her escape from the shroud, Arlen helped her sit upright in her bed, back propped against the bulkhead. That's a hell of a story, Chan said. So you say Savire's location should be on that ship's computer? She nodded. I can't show you. We'll take the map of the shroud from the freighter. Sync it with the memory core from the comm buoy. Check the logs. Identify which calls use Jevon Och's high-level code. Trace those to Saviyar. Well, that's straightforward, Chan said sarcastically. Not that I don't appreciate all you went through to get us here, but are you sure that'll really take us to Saviyar? I mean, if she's in that world ship, then she can just jump wherever she wants. It's the best lead we have, Arlen said, and I doubt she's moving that thing around much. She's probably got one place in the shroud she keeps it unless she's taking it out to blow up planets. And if she does that, we'll know. Fair enough, she said, unless someone else finds it first. She might run then. Arlen frowned. Like who? The Mandalorians have been attacked inside the shroud. I heard we've lost a third of our fleet. We heard something like that too, Arlen said. Do you know what happened? Only a little. They say there's a rogue and frigate lurking around, doing hit and runs. They killed a whole way station. A bunch of ships in dry dock. An Imperial frigate. The Jedi's eyes lit up. Did they say what kind? She frowned. No. Why? It's just... Never mind. For some reason he looked disappointed. Whatever it means, it's all the more reason to move fast, Chan said. We will. Arlen looked at Tamar. You want a little help waking up? A part of her did, but she shook her head. I'm waking up plenty. Just give me a minute or two, then we'll try walking. I want to clean up everything in Crux's ship before we ditch it. Fair enough. I found 2 helmets in there, by the way. Yours and some other guys. Mind if I ask what happened to him? I didn't kill him. She didn't want to mention the 2 Beskar pilots she'd blown up in her escape. Just made him rest for a while. Fair enough. I don't want his helmet. Just mine. Then you've already got it. Arlen paused, then asked, I was wondering though. I didn't see any lightsaber on that ship. I lost it. It's gone now. In the rush to escape, she'd barely thought about it, but it hurt now. I'm sorry. Arlen reached to his belt. His hand came up with her other lightsaber resting in an open palm. I guess you should have this back. No. She put her hand on his. Keep it? For now. Are you sure? I'm not a Jedi. You use it better than me. But, I have a question. Chance cleared his throat. If this is going to be Jedi talk, I'm going to slip out and go check Crux's ship. I'm not a Jedi, she wheezed. I noticed. Take your time. You 2 know where to find me. After Chance slipped out, she let her eyes hold Arlen's. The Force, I've heard when some Jedi die, they don't really die. Their bodies dissolve and their ghosts come back to talk to people. My babur said he talked to ghosts on Zanima 2nd. Have you? I've only been to Zanima 2nd once, and I haven't talked to ghosts there or anywhere else. But I believe they exist. So when you die, Jedi, what happens to you? Will you see your Jedi friends? Talk with all the other ghosts? I don't know. I hope something like that can happen. But what about the rest? The ones without the Force? Would you see your brother again? I don't know. His voice was pained. He didn't believe it. And what if they had the Force but were never really Jedi? You're thinking of your sister? She nodded sadly. I'm sorry, Tamar. Maybe. I can't say anything for sure. It's all right. She lied and looked away. There was too much pain in his eyes. Hers too, probably. There were just a couple things I wanted to tell her. Without looking, without hearing, she felt the pain her words gave him. She hadn't meant to, and she grabbed his hand. Okay, Jedi. Enough moping. Help me up, and let's go find your friend. Are you sure you can walk? Won't know until I try. He smirked. Good attitude. But you should know once we figure out Savire's location, we can't just run back to safety. We'll have to go into the shroud and verify before the other Jedi can move. Are you okay with that? Why wouldn't I be? I have nowhere else to go. Even the smile she tried turned bitter. Arlen nodded, grabbed her other hand, and helped her to her feet. 4 hours before Voidwalker's estimated time of emergence from the nebula, Davekfell walked onto the bridge. The main generator was still routing all power to engines and shields, so the lights were low. There was only a skeleton crew in the pits, at the consoles. Endless layers of blue-green gases peeled endlessly past the viewport. There was no indication they were nearing the end of this trek except for the mounting restlessness inside him. It had been different 5 days ago. The entire crew had bristled with hope, energy, even optimism. The lure of finally getting home and seeing the families and friends they left behind had been almost overwhelming. Now all of that was gone. They were still soldiers of the Empire. They would fight on the best they could, but without the added drive of hope and conviction, he wondered how long they would last against whatever force the Mandalorians had waiting. As he stood at the front of the bridge, looking out at the endless blue and green, Davek wanted nothing more than to go back to his cabin, lie down with Marasia, and hold her as long as he could. He heard voices behind him, familiar in lilt and intonation. He turned and looked at the tactical station. The consoles were empty except for Ensigns Poor Dunn and Korak. They were hunched close and speaking in voices that were soft but not whispers. Davek's eyes caught Korak, who nodded and didn't look away. Davek walked across the quiet bridge to their alcove and said, I'm glad to see you two are here early. It's not really a time to sleep, sir, Poor Dunn said. Couldn't stay in my bunk if I wanted to, added Korak. Besides, there's always systems to double and triple check. We can't be too prepared, the other ensign added. That's very true. Davik looked back at the viewport. I just wish we knew in advance what was coming. Does it really matter, sir? The Keldor asked. No matter what, we'll have to come out fighting. Very true. I just wish, he sighed and shook his head. Self-pity had no place on the bridge. Not for the crew, and certainly not for their captain. Is something wrong, sir? No, ensign. It can wait until later. Yes, sir? But of course it couldn't. There would be no later. They'd drop out of the nebula, into the maw of a half-dozen Mando warships, and then finally this long chase would be over. Everything they'd battled and dreamed and hoped and died for would be washed away in fire. I'm sorry, ensigns, he said. For what? Korak frowned. He'd already had this conversation with Miragia. After they'd repaired the hyperdrive, when they'd had hope again, he'd mostly gotten past the regrets. Now hope was gone, and guilt was back. It was a sad place to die in. I'm just sorry. If you'd had a better captain, then maybe things could have turned out different. They both stared in honest shock. Sir, Poor Dunn said, we wouldn't have survived this long without you. The battle with the asteroids, the raid on their hyperdrive. This she waved a hand at the nebula. Everyone knows it. We'd be dead already if it wasn't for you. He didn't know what to say. Thank you, but... We're so close, sir. We're not going to fail now, Korak said with conviction. He really believed it. We've gotten this far, sir, Poor Dunn added. We can't just give in at the very end. They stared at him, and he stared at them, and he tried to reconcile the past 5 days' morbidity with their sudden defiance. It seemed like an apparition, but they didn't flinch from his doubt, and their conviction didn't pass away. Then he heard boots slapping quickly on the deck. He looked to the entrance to see Lieutenant Ringler step onto the bridge. She immediately walked up to him and saluted. "You're early, Lieutenant," he said, stunned away. She lowered her hand. "Best to start early, sir. Make sure we do this right." There was only one thing for it, then. "Very good, Lieutenant. Get on the comm. Tell all section chiefs to report to duty as soon as possible. Rouse all crew. Everyone to battle stations." It took some doing, but eventually they compiled it all into Starlight Champion's nav computer. According to his readout, they needed to take several more jumps around the shroud until they found a proper entry point. From there, it would take just 2 more jumps to reach the pocket of space where, apparently, Saviar and her world ship were hiding. Arlen made sure to transmit all of this information to his mother and uncle's ships. Then he started jumping. By the time they were poised to enter the shroud, Tamar had regained most of her energy. The woman had changed back into her Beskar minus the helmet before she joined them in the cockpit. Arlen wanted to ask her what she thought she'd be fighting in that, but decided against it. She'd been severed from her people, maybe forever. If hiding behind armor was her way of coping at the moment, so be it. Arlen couldn't even imagine what would happen if he found himself exiled from the Jedi Order. He'd probably feel like his life had been ended. The shroud spread before them to fill their viewport. Arlen exhaled and looked back at the others. "Well, Navcom's got a lock. Are we ready?" "Kinda too late to turn back now," Chance muttered. "You had your chance on Coruscant. Tamar." She nodded once. Arlen pulled the throttle and threw Champion into hyperspace. The jump was short, under a minute. When they dropped into real space, they were surrounded by blue and green gases swirling in all directions. "Well," said Chance as he looked out the viewport, "now I have claustrophobia. 1 more jump. 2, not that we're inside. On the maps, at least, the pocket where the world ship stored had only one way in or out." "Means what could well be guarded," said Tamar. "I know. That's why I programmed us to fall out just short of the exit point on the map. Should give us a chance to scout from a distance. Or it could give us away before we get close enough to confirm Saviar's location. I really don't think we'll miss a world ship. I never claimed she was aboard the world ship. Likely, but not certain. She'll be there. I can feel it. Jedi intuition. Lovely. Without Jedi intuition, you'd be floating cold in that dead ship. Yes, and you'd still owe me for saving your hide at Broken Moon." Chance gave a labored sigh. "Come on, stop flirting and get on with it. We're not whatever." Arlen grabbed the throttle, pulled, flung them into hyperspace again. When they pushed clear of the nebula, there were 2 frigates and 3 corvettes waiting for them. The only reason Voidwalker wasn't annihilated at the start was that the Mandalorians had spread their ships out to cover all possible places where they might emerge. They were almost lucky. From where they did come out, only a single frigate blocked the exit vector that could have taken them out of the shroud. Almost lucky wasn't lucky at all. The frigate launched its Beskars to block their path, while the other ships hurried to converge on Voidwalker. When faced with so many opponents, Davik had no choice but to launch all fighters. Even the TIE Demolishers launched, even though most of them were nearly out of torpedoes. Davik's order had been simple: punch through the frigate in front of them by any means necessary. If they did get an opening, and if they did have to run fast, they wouldn't have time to recall most their birds. The 21 pilots had gone out there on a suicide mission, known it, and flown out anyway because it was the only way to buy the rest of the Voidwalkers escape. If that chance did some, and Davik did have to give the order to jump away and abandon Marasia, he didn't know if he could do it. If he did, he wasn't sure he could live with it. He tried to focus on the first stage. Voidwalker swung his broadside to the Mandalorian frigate's port length. Mando ships were designed for attack runs and their side guns couldn't match Voidwalkers. Hopefully his shields wouldn't match either. At the same time the breakers began their bombing runs, and together their attacks started to overwhelm the ship's shields. A few torpedoes got through and punched holes in the hull. The frigate's dorsal engine shuddered and died. A second later Voidwalker's volleys tore through its starboard engine and blew it apart. Crews run across the bridge, quickly silenced. The frigate was turning around to bring its heavy forward guns to bear. Voidwalker's next turbolaser volley slammed into his forward shields and dissipated without doing any damage. Almost lucky wasn't lucky at all. "Captain," Poor Dunn called, "2 corvettes are approaching fast. We'll be in firing range in 2 minutes." Davik glanced at the tactical holo. The frigate still blocked their path, though they kept blasting it with volleys from the starboard guns. The corvettes would soon come to squeeze them from port. Once pinned down, they'd be trapped and helpless. The only hope was to slow those corvettes with the ties while turning to attack the Mando frigate head-on. Their forward shields probably wouldn't last, but they just might be able to gun the engines, punch past it, and clear the vector to hyperspace before the other Mando ships caught them. There would be no way to recover the fighter. With a shaking voice he said, "Ensign Korak, hail the CAG, and give me your headset." The ensign removed it and tossed it to Davik. He slapped it on just in time for the connection to come live. "Lieutenant, do you hear me?" Her voice crackled. "I heard you, Davik. How many have you lost?" "2 walkers, 4 breakers." He winced. "We have to try and gun it past the frigate. I need all ties to fall back. Hold off the Beskets and the corvettes." Understood. So curt, so determined. She knew what she had to do. "Marasia," he stopped. There weren't any words. "Coming around now," she said. "Good luck, Davik." "You too," he creaked, and closed the link. Before grief could surge and overtake him, the bridge rocked, throwing him against the tactical console. He forced himself upright as Renwar reported, "Aft starboard shields are broken. Reports of hull breaches, trying to seal." "Helm, turn us around," Davik said. "Prepare for a push to the exit vector. Forward shields on full. Guns, a forward firing solution." The chorus echoed with frantic confirmations. As the ship pivoted the face of their attacking frigate, stark and fearsome as a Mandalorian warrior's helmet, swung into the center of the viewport. He tried to focus on the adrenaline, the fear, the anger of battle. Without it, grief and guilt would drown him. "All forward batteries," he called. "Open fire." They'd fallen out well clear of the world ship, but the world ship was there. As Arlen had predicted, it was a little hard to miss a massive living disk of Yorick coral over 100 kilometers in diameter. As Tamar had predicted, the world ship wasn't alone in that pocket of space. A few vessels were flying loose patrol circles around the space. Rather than U.S. von coral skimmers, they seemed to be tramp freighters, probably heavy modified. "Definitely not ours," Tamar said. "Savire's been using a lot of partisans in addition to Mandalorians. I'm not surprised she's using them here." "You know, I have to ask," Chan said. "Did your people know about that world ship before Carfedian?" "I didn't," Tamar insisted. She shot a glare at Arlen. "Am I lying, Jedi?" "No," he said seriously. "I can feel you're telling the truth." She nodded, grateful. "As for Javernauchus, I still don't know how much he knows. He either knows or suspects Saviar is a Sith. That doesn't bother him, though." "You people need to be more discriminating in employers," Chan said. She sighed. "Auchus saw an opportunity to make a name for the Mandalorians again. It's been a generation since we really got involved in any major conflicts." "Haven't been any major conflicts to get involved in," said Chance. "Exactly," she said, which wasn't exactly true. Her grandfather had been leader of the movement to pull Mandalore away from outsiders' wars. Alchis had paid respect to Venku Skirata as an important figure, even while consciously undoing his legacy. Alchis is determined to make the galaxy fear Mandalorians again. Plus, I'm sure Saviar gave him a good cut of the Glitterstone money. What a wonderful partnership they must have, Arlen said sourly. Have we seen enough here? I'd like to get out of the shroud and calm the other Jedi. They're going to want to move as soon as I get them word. What then? Asked Tamar. It was an open question. She wanted to see how he reacted. They'll move in using the organic flyers they brought back from Zanima II, Arlen said. That'll help them get past the patrols and on board the world ship. The plan is to sabotage it from the inside. Andis? Asked Chance, just as curious. Arlen shrugged and began to turn the ship around. We'll figure that out as we go. Just like anything. The look Tamar shared with Chance showed they were, for once, on the same page. Arlen ignored their discomfort, pulled the throttle, and sent them into hyperspace. When they dropped back to real space 30 seconds later, the dark shapes of two Mandalorian corvettes were immediately visible against the colors of the nebula. They were facing away, with engine flares facing Champion, but swarming Beskid fighters quickly swung toward the unexpected newcomers. Stang, where did Ethi come from? Arlen hissed as he threw up the shields, right in time to catch the first laser barrage. Doesn't matter, said Tamar. Keep moving. Don't let them get a lock. Really, I was going to let them kill us. Chance. Getting guns and targeting online. We can't take all of them. I know. I just want to get us to the O. Come on. What? Asked Tamar, and then she saw it. A third corvette had decanted from hyperspace, right on the vector they were planning the exit from. How did they find us? Chance said, shocked. I don't know, but that route's cut off. They're launching more a proton torpedo slam into the shields and cut Arlen off. The cockpit shuddered around them and Tamar was nearly thrown hard out of her seat. She quickly strapped on her crash webbing as another Beskid dove toward them, peppering their weakened shields with laser blasts. There's one more way to go, Chan said. Those corvettes, they're angling to another vector. Where does it take us? Asked Arlen. Let me check. One more passage. Leads directly out of the shroud. Let's do it. Arlen pushed the sublight engines to maximum and dove toward the corvettes. They sat close together, flank facing flank. Tamar knew what Allen was going to do, wanted to tell him to stop, knew it wouldn't do any good, and knew it was their best chance anyway. She grabbed the armrests of her chair tight and prayed this Mirasik Jedi wasn't going to get her killed. Starlight Champion dove into the tight gap between the corvettes. As they approached, the ships sprayed back inaccurate turbolaser fire. When they realized what Arlen was going to do, their guns shuddered to a stop. If they fired as he passed between them, they were more likely to tear open each other's hulls rather than his. Champion was between them, through them, and past them in a flash. The corvette started firing again, and so did the Beskids at their tail. None of it mattered. Arlen pulled the throttle, flinging them into a micro jump, and for 30 beautiful seconds they were safe. The two TIE demolishers dropped their torps and sailed clear above the hull of the corvette just as their warheads impacted brightly on shields without going through. A surge of dread filled Maragia, and she leaped to help them, but it was too late. 3 Beskids dove from above and tore them apart with a hail of green laser fire. Big and tempting targets, the bombers were getting shredded to pieces. Only 4 breakers remained, and 8 walkers. There was no way they'd handle all the swarming Beskids, the 2 corvettes, the other Mando ships further back but still approaching. They were going to die here, all of them, and just maybe Voidwalker would escape. There were over 900 people on that frigate. A dozen fighter pilots were a small price to pay. Maragia knew it. That in simple adrenaline kept the fear away as she bobbed and weaved, fell behind another Beskid, and blew it to pieces with a volley of laser blasts. One more down, but they still kept coming. Davik would blame himself. She knew it. He might never get over it. She snarled inside her helmet and went searching for more kills. She felt at one with her fighter. She moved it like part of her body, effortlessly weaving it around enemy ships, splashing laser blasts against the Corvette's shields. The TIE-X responded to every twitch of the stick. Lasers lanced at targets without her thinking to press the button. She slipped away from enemies before they had a chance to lock on. Whether it was the Force, our instinct, or the power of raw panic, she'd never felt more attuned to a battle in her life. But none of it mattered. She'd never leave this fight alive. She fell on the tail of two Beskets and gave chase. They led her away from the battle, but she kept following, spitting lasers at their aft shields before one finally burst into the fireball. The second one accelerated, and she chased it still. It didn't matter if it was running now. A minute later, it could swoop back and kill more of her pilots. The T-shaped fighter danced as good an enemy she faced, forcing her into a scissors maneuver where they both tried to get behind each other in a series of turns so tight they pinned her to the seat. Then a ship appeared out of nowhere. It must have come out of hyperspace, and the moment it saw two snub fighters shooting toward it, it opened fire with its main cannons. Miragia pulled up hard to avoid the shot, then sailed over its dorsal wing. The Besket was a half-second slower and burst into a fireball that the new coming ship dove right through. Miragia spun her ship around. The newcomer was flying right toward the heart of the battle. She knew that ship, or at least its weird design, and she couldn't figure out where from. Then it hit her. Bulbringi, the War Games. It felt like forever ago. One lone ship had plunged into the middle of the mock battle and dragged her and Rakashmir along to stop a bunch of ship thieves before they even knew what was happening. She couldn't help herself. Miragia hailed it and cried, "If that's you again, Jedi, we could use some Karkin help." "Who the hell is that?" Chan said without sending a reply. "No idea," Arlen breathed, and before he could tell Chance to open a link with her, his eyes took in the battle they dropped themselves into. He counted 3 Mando corvettes and 2 frigates, all in motion except the one closest the place where they could have escaped into hyperspace. And in the center of them all, a battered but still fighting Imperial Qantas-class frigate. "Open the channel now," he snapped. Chan slammed the button. Arlen said, "Pilot, we're trying to get the hell out of here." "Are you?" "They've blocked our frigate," the TIE pilot said. "The corvettes are moving in. We're out of warheads. We've got concussion missiles. What can we do?" "Take out that frigate. Its forward shields are on full, but its engines are vulnerable." "Understood. We're on our way. A little fighter escort would help." Arlen killed the link. "Chance, arms missiles. Get ready to let them all rip. This is the ship that's been killing Mandalorians for weeks," Tamar said from behind him. "Yeah, I figured that." He was starting to figure something else, hoping to figure it, daring to figure it, but none of that would matter if they didn't break that frigate. Right now it's the one about to get killed. Hold on tight. This is going to be messy. The next volley of missiles from the Mandalorian frigate punched through his forward shields, through Void Walker's nose, and ripped the forward decks apart. Alarms wailed on the bridge, and Davek watched, helpless, and debris and bodies spilled into the vacuum on the far end of the ship. "Emergency bulkheads in place," Renoir reported. "Shield generators destroyed. Forward laser cannons are gone." Davek gritted his teeth. "Helm Citrop. Hyperdrive still intact," said Yeager. "Rear engine straining. Shields can't take much more from those corvettes, sir," Renoir said. "Helm, pull us over that frigate. We'll either scrape past it or die trying." "Yes, sir." As Void Walker lurched upward, Ensign Korak said, "Captain, the ties are falling back." His heart dropped. Miragia wouldn't obey orders, and if they were retreating, she was already dead. "Who gave the order?" "The CAG, sir." "Miragia." Korak blinked. "Walker 1, sir. She's with another ship." "Hail her." "Headset, now." Void Walker shuddered under his feet as he slapped the headset on. The frigate's cannons would be pounding their ventral shields, and soon they'd be punching through the hull. "Lieutenant, is that you?" Incoming with help, she called. He never thought he'd hear that voice again. What help? Keep pushing. We'll take the frigate from behind. How? The demolishers are. Watch your tactical. Stand by. Davik looked at the screen. A yellow marker, denoting some unknown ship, was looping around the edge of the battle with two T-Axis flying its wing. The ship swung back behind the Mando frigate, toward its unshielded aft, then slowed right behind its engines. Even though Voidwalker had pulled above the Mando frigate, he could still see the fireball created by its bursting engines. The concussive force of the explosion buffeted the whole ship and took most of the bridge crew by surprise. They did it. Korak jumped from his seat and shouted so loud the whole deck could hear. That frigate's down. Power failing. Guns dead. Davik didn't know how a miracle had fallen into their laps, but he couldn't waste it. All power to aft shields. Tactical, call our birds back. All of them. Engines, push ahead and plot us a course. As affirmatives bounced across the bridge, Davik rushed over to the comm station. Hail that mystery ship. Now. After a second, the ensign said, Got them, sir. He took a deep breath and said, This is Captain Davik Fell of the Imperial frigate Voidwalker. Please identify yourself. For a drawn-out second, nobody responded. Then a voice said, Davik, you're alive. He knew that voice, even through the static. Arlen, is that you? Another voice cut in. We're on your nose. Path is clear. Course is plotted. Let's get the hell out of here. Davik craned his neck and looked out the viewport. Far beyond, past Voidwalker's broken tip, he spotted the flaring 5-engine configuration of his brother Starlight Champion. A miracle? There was no other word for it. Davik, we're gonna do a short jump to get clear of this thing. 10.45 light years. You got that? Understood. We'll follow. Arlen, We'll talk about this in a minute. See you on the other side. The link shut off. Davik hurried back to tactical just in time for hear Korak say, The last tie is in the barn. They're aboard. All of them. Yes, sir. He swung to the crew pit. Helm, take us out 10.45 light years exactly. Can you do that? Done. Ready to jump, sir? He looked at the space ahead. For the first time, he could see a place where the gases and stardust that had choked them for the past 6 weeks fell away, and there was nothing except blackness and glittering stars. Jump, he shouted. Then the bridge shuddered, the ship lurched, and he followed his brother out of the shroud. Chapter 36. Jag and Sayal had spent days putting it together, a list of serving officers she trusted, ones she believed would help her if she decided to take action and move ships across the border into Sinex Juvex. In her long career, she'd made many allies, but counteracting the will of the Senate would pass beyond the realm of insubordination and into that of illegality, even treason. It was not a long list, but that the list existed at all was, Jag thought, testament to his cousin's accomplished career in the Alliance Navy. After gathering the list, they talked about what to do with it. Jag had been in favor of rounding up the trustworthy ships and taking them to Sinex Juvex as soon as possible. Sayal, understandably, had been less eager to throw away a lifetime of service in a quixotic mission against a near-invincible superweapon. She talked about subtly running the idea past the Navy's Supreme Commander, or looking for allies in Imperial space, which Jag assured her would be a useless gesture. All of that felt suddenly moot when Sayal received a summons to Chief of State Savash's office. The order, given in a short text message, had also said to bring Jag and Fell along. When they stepped into the office, the sun was going down over Galactic City. The sky was turning from gold to red, and the skyscrapers were lighting up one by one. Savash, seated behind his desk, gestured for them to sit at the 2 chairs on the other side without a word. When they were in their seats, he said, Fink Norl may have left Coruscant empty-handed, but his visit wasn't a total waste. He met with our intelligence people and established a conduit of information. It's through this conduit that we've learned that another rising has begun on several of the free worlds, including Veridon, Fingrin, and Malador. A rising against Savyar? Asked Jag. This conversation was not going as he'd expected. Against her partisans and Mandalorians. So far the response has been light, but that won't last long. From the information Fink Norrell gave us, Savyar does not have enough forces, hired guns, or loyal fanatics to perform police actions on every world simultaneously. Likely she'll do what we did when we attempted to intervene, pick one high-priority target and make an example of it. With that world ship, Syal said grimly, where do they think they'll strike? Veridon is a critical mining planet. Fingrin is an agro-world. Malador is by far the most populated of the planets that have so far started to rise. But we could not say for certain now. Sevash looked at Jag. News from the Jedi. I'm sorry. The last I heard, Arlen had retrieved his information source and was trying to verify Savyar's location inside the shroud. Savyar or the world ship? I don't know. I think we're running on the hope they're one and the same. If they do put that world ship into action, Syal said, we'll definitely notice. Indeed. Sevash pressed the tips of his long white fingers together. Admiral Antilles, it's come to my attention that you've been making contact with many of your former subordinates and partners. Would you like to tell me why? That was it then. Jag stiffened. Syal licked her lips and said, I was canvassing for support, sir. What kind of support? I was looking to see who would be willing to take their ships over the line into Sinex Juvex. Not even the attempt to lie. Syal was a good officer, all the way to the end. Coolly, Sevash said, per the Senate vote, such action would be an illegal invasion of a sovereign space. All we did was talk, Jagged interjected. And it was Almighty, not the admirals. He kept looking at Syal. Your intention was clear from the start, wasn't it? Yes, sir. I take full responsibility. It was only talk, Jag insisted. How many ships? Asked Sevash. Syal blinked and pulled the figure from her mind. Between 20 and 30, sir. A range of vessels. This doesn't count any of the ships from the third station on the border already. Between 20 and 30. That's a lot of captains you've convinced to go derelict in their sworn duty. Unhappiness with the Senate is widespread in the military, sir. There's far more than 30 captains who think we can't stand by and let Savyar keep smashing planets. Even after Carfadian. Yes, sir. Even after that. If we don't stop Savyar, if we don't help the Jedi, millions more are going to die. That blood will be on all our heads. Sevash gave a wheezing sigh. He seemed to sink against his chair as if pressed by a great weight. He closed his eyes for a few long seconds, opened them, and asked, do you have a list of the captains who'd agreed to help you? In my head, sir. I want it now. Then I will notify to the Supreme Commander that those ships are to be removed from whatever their posts are now and sent to the border to reinforce the third. It will be an unusual order, but it will have my stamp on it and he will not object. When your ships do reach the border, hold position. If Savyar masses her forces for an attack, you will move over the line and do everything in your power to stop her. Is that understood? Syal stared at him until she found the ability to nod. That is a direct order from the Chief of State. I will do everything in my power to shield your captains and their crews from court-martial and prison. I cannot guarantee the same for you, but I will try. Do you understand? She nodded again but still couldn't speak. Jag said, Sir, you'll be directly violating the Senate's decision. They elected you. They'll have to call for a no-confidence vote after this. They will call for a vote, but I intend to resign before that. Whether they chose to prosecute me afterward, I suspect, will depend entirely on whether you and the Jedi are successful in stopping Savyar. He passed a stern, slow gaze between them. I have done everything in my power and beyond to preserve the long peace. I will not have history say otherwise. Now, Admiral, give me that list. It was so strange to see Starlight again. Davek stood on Voidwalker's flight deck and looked through the hangar mouth to see not whirls of colored stellar gas but blackness broken by tiny flecks of white. He'd been yearning for weeks to see a blue sky, but this felt just as beautiful. They'd made 3 jumps away from the shroud, jumps that still left them in Sinex Juvex but far from any inhabited system and impossible for any pursuers to find. They were free now, finally, and they were just starting to count the cost of the last battle. It was a heavy cost, certainly. The air group had been reduced to a mere dozen ships. The frigate's nose section had been torn to pieces and another section of the hull, along the starboard aft side, had been shredded apart. Casualties were still being tallied. Crew were still missing. The death count for that last engagement was expected to be over 100, and there was no way Voidwalker could survive another engagement with multiple severe hull breaches and half his shield generators gone. But they were free, finally, and Davik could only feel relieved as he watched his brother's ship sail out from the stairs, through the hangar mouth, and into Voidwalker's belly. It folded its engines and set down in the center of the flight deck, beneath the racks of TIE fighters, now 2/3 empty. Davik still had no idea what Starlight Champion had been doing in the shroud, but the ship looked mercifully unscarred from that last battle. As the ship lowered its landing ramp, Davik heard footsteps behind him. Maragia was there, freshly changed out of her flight suit. Behind her, a half-dozen stormtroopers. At ease, he told the Stormies, "These people are friends." Maragia sidled next to him and asked in a low voice, "This is the same ship from Bobringi, isn't it?" "My brother's ship." "Are you sure? Did you talk to him?" "Only briefly." "I don't know." He stopped at the sight of Boots coming down the ramp. His brother was the first one visible. Arlen had his Jedi tunic without the robes, a lightsaber on his belt that didn't look familiar, but the smile on his face and the light in his brown eyes was pure Arlen. For a second they stood facing each other, neither sure quite how to react. Finally Arlen said, "Well, a captain. You're moving up." Nobody else wanted the job, Davik told him. Arlen laughed. He stepped up for a handshake that turned into a firm hug. Arlen patted his back and pulled away. "Stang it, Davik. How did you survive all this time?" "It's a very long story. What were you doing in the shroud?" "To make it short, we were finding the location of Savire's world ship." Arlen whistled. "Come on down, you two." Chance Calrissian was the first one to trot down the ramp. He looked almost as overwhelmed as Davik felt. Right after him was a second set of boots, and as the rest of the Mandalorian became visible, the stormtroopers snapped their guns up. Arlen held out both hands. "Whoa, hold up. She's friendly." "Friendly?" The black-haired woman, in full Beskar except for the helmet, looked at the guns pointed at her without expression. She let her gaze fall down to Davik and said, "So, you're the brother." Davik blinked. "You've heard of me." "Congratulations on coming back from the dead," she said without mirth. "Ah, you're welcome." Davik looked back at the Stormies, and they finally lowered their weapons. He stepped back to Maragia and said, "Davik, you met Lieutenant Valter, didn't you?" It was brief. "At Bobringi." Understanding showed on his face. "Ah, I get it now. You're a hell of a flyer, Lieutenant." She smiled just a little. "Glad to be of service." Davik looked at his brother. "Have you told our parents yet?" "I haven't come at anybody, but we need to get on that." He gestured to his ship. "In fact, I think you should do the honors." Davik followed his brother up the ramp and into the cockpit. Arlen explained, very quickly, that the Jedi were planning to use second organic ships to approach and board the world ship and disable it from the inside. He also explained that the Imperials had withdrawn all forces to their own space, Sinex Juvex had seceded from the Alliance, the Senate on Coruscant had voted down any military intervention, and Saviyar was actually a Sith Lord named Darth Zoran who also orchestrated the coup on Hapes 12 years ago and murdered their Aunt Katia. It was a lot to take in, but Davik didn't have the time. When Arlen patched the connection and his mother's holographic head and shoulders appeared in the cockpit between them. Amazingly, she didn't seem surprised to see him sitting there. A proud, knowing smile spread on Jaina's face as she saw her 2 sons sitting side by side. "Oh, Davik," she said, "you've answered your mother's prayers. Where have you been all this time?" "Voidwalker's been trapped inside the shroud," Davik explained. We've been totally cut off and on our own. We only escaped because we ran into Arlen. That's being modest. Arlen patted his shoulder. You're looking at Captain Davik Fell, Mom? Oh, Davik, she repeated. Her holographic eyes searched his face. Your forehead? Is that a scar? That's right. He'd almost forgotten about it. Almost gotten used to it. A piece of shrapnel in one of the early fights. A centimeter lower, and it would have killed me. Just like your father, she said softly. Where is he? Is he with you? No, he's on Coruscant. We're safe. We've got the location of the world ship, Arlen said as he tapped the comm console. I'm sending a data package with this transmission. It includes a full map of the passages inside the shroud and the world ship's location. Do you have all your people standing by? We do, she said firmly. Davik asked, you'll be attacking the world ship. Now, that's the idea. Don't worry about us. I've got your uncle here, and Jade, Alana, and other Jedi, plus a team of US and Vong shapers and warriors. Arlen says there's a Sith on that world ship. Unfortunately, he's right. But that's what a team of Jedi are for. We have to do this, Davik. Darth Zoran's been destroying whole planets aligned with the houses. We think she might start punishing disloyal free worlds next. Will you need help? Asked Arlen. She shook her head. Stay with your brother. What condition are your ships in? Champ's okay, but Voidwalker's beaten up. Can you get out of Sinex Juvex? I think so, said Davik. Our teams are still looking over the battle damage. Here's what you can do. Go to the Malador system, the second planet. There's a shadow port on its sunward side that can help repair your ship. Davik frowned. What do you mean? How do you know about it? We've made contact with leaders in the free worlds who want to be out from under Saviar. They're aware of our mission and shared some intelligence. Are you sure you can trust them? It sounded too good to be true. I can't take Champ and scout ahead, said Arlen. If it's clear you can slip Voidwalker in. Mom, do I need some special passcodes? I'll send it along with this transmission. Get to Malador. Be safe, both of you. We'll take care of everything else on our end. The conversation was wrapping up. Davik got out the first words to come to his mind. I love you, Mom. He'd never been free with his affection, in words or action. The smile on her face got wider. I love you too, Davik. And you, Arlen? May the Force be with you both. I think, Davik said, it already is. Twin second flyers hung in the void before the shroud. The insides of the organic vessels were more spacious than Warren had expected. A luxury, he supposed, of being powered by Davin basals instead of bulky thrust engines. There had even been enough room for Jedi to practice sparring in the main hold, and while Jodram had been game to match himself against the Wookiees and even willing US Henvong in one-on-one duels, Warren hadn't been able to concentrate. Too much lay ahead to focus on the present. He was sitting in the side of the hold next to Jade, watching Karash practice against a US Henvong with an amphistaff, when Grandmaster Skywalker emerged from the cockpit with an intent look that demanded attention. The duelists stopped their work, and all eyes fell on him. We've just gotten word from Arlen, Ben said. We have the location of Saviar's world ship. We'll be on the move shortly. Lobaka, sitting beside his daughter, roared something that sounded like a question. They say there's only a few spacecraft patrolling near the world ship. Arlen thinks they're Saviar's partisans. When we do, our approach, their scanners should make us out as stray asteroids cutting through the shroud. What about Saviar? Asked Warren. Is she aboard? I don't know, but we have to assume she is. There's other news, though. Good news. Davik Fell is alive. What? Jade piped. Where? How? His ship has been stuck behind enemy lines since Carfedian. Arlen ran into his ship on the way out of the shroud, and they escaped together. Jade looked brightening, but Warren asked, what about Arlen? Will he be coming with us? Ben shook his head. He and Davik both will be falling back. They've done their job. It's time to do ours. Warren nodded but couldn't hide his disappointment. Training on Bastion, he'd come to rely on Arlen more than he'd realized. He'd feel a lot more confident if he could fight beside his mentor again. The Grandmaster realized this, because he said, "Warren, can we talk for a moment?" It sounded like a private conversation. He got to his feet. "Of course, Grandmaster." "Good. Jade, Jadram, come with us, please." The four of them stepped back into a small cabin in the aft of the ship. It was dim and silent inside. He'd never get used to being inside a ship without humming engines. Grandmaster Skywalker put his hands on his hips and looked the three apprentices over. He dropped into his most authoritative mode, and Warren tried not to show how intimidated he felt. "That you're here with us now should tell you how much I trust all three of you. We don't know exactly what we're going to find aboard the world ship. I wish we did. As it is, we'll be making a major leap into the unknown, and I have to know you will follow my orders as Grandmaster. If I tell you to do something, you'll do it, no question. Is that understood?" "It is, Master," Jadram said. Ben looked at Warren and his daughter. "Is it?" "Of course, Dad," Jay said firmly. Warren nodded. "Our main goal is to get the Shapers to the right nose inside the world ship's neural network to shut the thing down. That means we have to protect them, especially the Shaper. The Warriors will take the Vanguard, but we'll be right along with them. We assist them. We're not going down there to be heroes." "Master," Warren said, "what about Darth Soren?" He nodded grimly. "I know the feeling she provokes inside you. If you give in to those your doubt, your anger, your regret, then you'll let her win. Do you understand?" "But if we dourun into her," asked Jade, "what happens then? If we have to fight her?" Jade faltered. Jadram said, "We already saw what she did to Master Mjallo." Just hearing the Bim's name made Warren's heart waver. Ben said, "From what you've told me, Master Mjallo almost beat her. Zoran isn't invincible. She's been hiding in the shadows for a long time, and that's why she's done so much damage. When you bring a monster into the light, it's not as frightening as it was in the dark." "I think she's frightening enough, Dad," Jay said. Ben put a hand on her shoulder. "If you think that thing, you shouldn't face her. In fact, none of you should face her. If you see her, run. Leave her to me and Master Lobaka. You three should focus on the real goal of this mission, disabling the world ship." That was the order, and Warren knew it had been coming. He nodded in grim acceptance, as did Jadram. Jade, though, asked, "Do y'all want her to fight her, Dad?" Something subtle shifted on the Grandmaster's face. It made him look much older in an instant. "Yes," he said, "I do. But it's not about vengeance. It's not about guilt or anger or regret. It's about closing a wound that's been bleeding for 12 years. It's been bleeding for me, you, Tenoka, Alana, Tanith, and many more. It needs to be closed so all of us can move on." Jade sniffled and smiled weakly. "Thanks, Dad. Just making sure you weren't falling to the dark side or anything." "Not a chance." He ruffled her hair fondly. "Now come on. Let's go out front. We'll be heading in soon." Jaina had a new vigor after speaking with her sons, and Alana could hardly blame her. For her aunt, at least, it had strengthened her faith that this mission would be successful. Alana wished she could be as confident. She spent part of the trip from Coruscant in the Flyers' main hold, practicing sparring against the U.S. Hinvong warriors who'd accompany them. She hadn't practiced fighting much recently, and going against the warriors was a new experience entirely. Her mother fought, as well, and it seemed like living in the wilderness hadn't dulled Tenoka's reflexes or agility. As they drew close to the shroud, the time for talking was over, and they began to prepare for deployment. Alana and her mother went to their cabin in the back of the ship and gathered their kids. Like Jaina and Tanith, they'd be wearing thick scent fiber jumpsuits and black plasteel armor on the mission. "You did well against the Vong," Alana told her mother. "Was it strange for you?" "U.S. Hinvong?" Tenoka corrected. "Why would it be strange?" "Well, you did have to fight them once." She knew her mother had been captured by the U.S. Hinvong, tortured, watched her friends die, and on another world ship no less. That was a very long time ago. And in any case, I did not live 10 years on Zanima II without practicing sparring with some U.S. Hinval. Really? Yes. Some of them would come to me on the mountain. Mostly it as warriors of the Ganner sect. They would request assistance in their training from one who'd known their god in the flesh. She shook her head, but she had a soft smile. The Ganner I knew could be overbearing. I could never stand him when he was alive, but in death he is a beacon for an entire generation of U.S. Hinval who seek to restore the honor of their people. The Force works in mysterious ways. I've heard that one before. Alana smiled too, heartened by her mother's opening up. What about you, Alana? She turned gray eyes on her daughter. It must have been a long time since your last battle. Hapes, she said grimly. That was my last real fight. Aha. She reached down and stroked her lightsaber. I practiced when I could. But the life I ended up having wasn't the one I expected. You're not alone in that. Mom, she shouldn't be asking this, but she couldn't help it. What will you do when this over? Will you go back to Zanima II? Tenno Ka looked at her own weapon and flexed her palm along the curve of his rancor-tooth hilt. I think the time for that is over. For the first time, Alana knew a bit of the confidence that had blossomed in Jaina. It was hope for the future. I know a lot of people who will want to see you again, Mom. I know. But that is in the future. Tenno Ka straightened and brushed wiry grain braids off her shoulders. Let us go join Jaina. It's time to make an end of things. Recent days had been an exercise in frustration for Darth Kikit. By the time he'd arrived at Way Station Grek, the Mandalorian prisoner had apparently escaped her cell and been killed trying to flee the Shroud. She could do no more harm dead. It was true, but he'd been looking forward to repaying some pain on the one who'd ambushed him inside Broken Moon and foiled his mission there. By the time he got back to the world ship, more and more free worlds were starting to agitate against Darth Zoran's leadership, both covertly and overtly. Now, word had come down from the Mandalorians that the Imperial frigate that had been harassing them inside the Shroud for 6 weeks had escaped. It had apparently been assisted by a ship that very closely matched the description of the one from Broken Moon. Darth Zoran, thankfully, had more important things to do than punish him for another failure. She'd been batting forth communication with Jevon Archis for days, laying out plans for deploying his Mandalorians at upstart worlds and making an example of one of them with the world ship. Kikit and Vilith Dal had joined her in the world ship's communications room as the faceless blue holo image of Archis appeared before them. With the Shroud emptied, we can deploy our forces fully, the Mandalore said, trying to make the best of his recent defeat. Then your availability is quite timely, Darth Zoran said curtly. The upstarts are sloppy. I have informants in almost all of their organizations, and I know where they're gathered. Specifically, they have nests in the 6th and 10th moons of Thurman, the 9th moon of Yifer, the northeast hemisphere of Pristine, and the 2nd world of the Malador system. We'll take care of them all, madam. She held up a finger. Yes, but there's more. Fast strikes won't break the will of the dissenters. There will be a show of force. The world ship, then? That's right. I've considered our options and made my pick. Malador is the perfect such system. Its third planet is highly populated, with a long and important history, but with its glory days behind it. You've decided it's expendable. Exactly? Do you object, Mandalore? Kikit wished the masked warrior was here so he could be read in the Force. As it was, he had no idea how Jevon Archis felt about his employer's increasing bent for mass murder or what his complicity was doing to the Mandalorians in the eyes of the galaxy at large. The plan sounds excellent, madam. We'll deploy extra ships to Malador. That won't be necessary. Just focus on attacking the 2nd planet. We'll handle the rest. Very good. When will we launch the assault? 10 hours. We'll catch the planet's main cities when they're in the early morning hours. It will also be early afternoon Galactic Standard Time, so it should make for good evening news on Coruscant. You've considered it carefully. Kikit couldn't tell if Archis meant it sarcastically or admiringly. No revolution succeeds without proper presentation. Do you part, Mandalore, and we'll do ours? I'll come you again an hour before we're set to launch. The holo turned off. Zorn turned to face Kikit and Vilith Dao. Well, she said, let's get ready. It's time to use this monstrosity again. Vilith Dao, get your crews in place. Of course, madam, the Shaper gave a curt bow. One more question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Now that Modron Crux is dead and his organization in shambles, what should we do with Glitterston production? Should it be slowed down or should we keep producing and stockpile the excess? She looked annoyed. This wasn't the time for such questions. Slow production by 50%, then stockpile. Once the current problems are dealt with, we may look for more buyers, though frankly, I'm not certain we'll need to. Sinex Juvex has a wealth of mineral-rich planets. Still, it is a useful resource. It's gained us so much funding already. Yes, very well. Do as I say for now. Once Sinex Juvex is firmly under our control, we'll decide the next steps. Go, I wish to speak with my apprentice. Vilith Dao bowed again and backed out of the room. Darth Zorn waited until the door erased shut and looked to Kikit. Stay with me here, apprentice. I sense your skills will be needed soon. I sense the Jedi are coming. Through the Force. Yes, and more. There's no proof that the Imperial frigate or his helper found this world ship, but they skirted too close for my liking. Far too close. There are many defenses aboard this world ship. We have my partisans, plus Vilith Dao's warriors and Pharaoh's iron beasts, but only Sith can be trusted to stop Jedi. You know that, don't you? It was a subtle scold. I will do better this time, Master. I promise. Good. She growled deep in her throat. We will eradicate the Jedi, and we will eradicate the dissenters. Then we'll finally solidify our control over Sinex Juvex. She sighed. It's their cursed idealism. Hapes was so easier to subdue. The aristocrats there are vindictive, scheming, always plotting knives in each other's backs. I've heard it said they would make fine Sith, had they Force powers. She snorted. Sith of old? Sith who could never stop fighting each other long enough to kill the Jedi. We are one Sith, Darth Kikit, and never forget that. We've been gifted with the Force so we can rule those who haven't. There will only be justice if the vermin submit to the lives we choose for them. I understand, Master. I hope you do. After this, things will change for you. There will be more discord to sow, vermin to rule, Jedi to kill. If you perform well, you'll be given an apprentice of your own to instruct. Does that appeal to you? In truth, the thought intimidated him, though he'd known all along that passing on one's training was as key to being Sith as it was to being Jedi. I hope to be as fine a master as you were to me. I don't need flattery, Darth Kikit, only victory. I know, Master, and it wasn't flattery. She could feel in the Force how he meant it. She raised a dark eyebrow. What about victory? That will be ours too, Master. I guarantee it. Chapter 37. When they dropped out of hyperspace, the world ship loomed before them. Jade had never seen one before, and despite all she'd heard, she never comprehended how massive the thing was. The great disk of Uricoral filled their viewport, and half the beings aboard the second flyer crammed into the cockpit to see. Vil Gorset watched most closely. The Shaper's eyes seemed to roam over every detail of the superweapon until he said, "We were right. This world ship is very sick. The outer regions of the hull are dead entirely." "Can you see where to land?" asked Jay's father. Gorset nodded. "I can see the places where the world ship has been regenerating. We'll figure out where the closest node is and land inside." He taped the co-pilot on the shoulder. "Tell the other ship we'll take the one at the 12 o'clock position. They should start in the opposite direction. We'll both work our way through the nose going rightward." Both the pilots were Yuas Hinvong with their faces covered by translucent cognition masks that allowed them to communicate with the living ship telepathically. Jade had first found the sight revolting, but now it was weirdly fascinating to know the two silent pilots were communicating with their counterparts on the second ship. As the world ship swelled in front of them, Lobaka roared a question, and Ben translated. "Have those patrol ships spotted us? We're small, and we're not giving off any thrust trail. They've probably written us off as stray space rock. Gorsuch shook his head. I used to know a little Skywalker, by the way, but it's gotten rusty. So thanks. Don't mention it. Ben smiled a little. Everyone else hanging in there. You bet, Jodram said, but Jade could hear the waver in his voice, feel his anxiety in the Force. Like Jade, he'd gotten stories from his grandparents about the U.S. Hinvong War, and the sight of this world ship brought back memory of all those dark legends. Gorsuch had said the vast thing was mostly dead, but to her untrained eyes the entire surface seemed the continuous landscape of dark, jagged Yorick coral that could have easily been plain space rock. Does it have any live defenses? Warren asked from Jade's side. Not the kind you mean. Gorsuch shook his head. I can see the Davin basals implanted on the hull. Those are what make the superweapon. The usual defenses, like missile launchers, don't look like they've been rejuvenated. Of course, world ships were never designed to fight wars, just haul U.S. Hinvong between galaxies. Gorsuch said something to the pilots in U.S. Hinvong, and their flyers started to descend sharply. Jade watched through the viewport as the second flyer, the one with her aunt in Atlanta aboard, kept soaring ahead for its own target. They seemed to drop, belly first, toward the jagged surface of the world ship and stopped so suddenly it made Jade's stomach leap in her gut. There was a harsh grating sound and a vibration through the ship, and then Gorsuch said, "All right, we've landed." How do we actually get inside? Asked Jodram. We've landed right next to an old airlock valve. The ship's talking with it now and convincing it to open. Will that alert the rest of the ship there's intruders? Asked Jade. I don't know, Gorsuch admitted. That's why we'll have to move fast. He said something else to the pilots in U.S. Hinvong. They were apparently going to stay with the ship, but for everyone else it was time to file out. Jade followed Warren and Jodram out the airlock. The walls of the tunnel looked like rough carved rock, the air smelled rank, and there was no breeze at all. Once the Jedi and U.S. Hinvong had all filed out of the flyer, they brought down the rest of the cargo, a trio of land speeders designed to get them from target to target swiftly. They split into groups. The U.S. Hinvong warriors divided themselves evenly between the land spears. Gorsuch and Jay's father took the front speeder in the line. The three apprentices took the second, and the trio of Wookiee Jedi took the third. They accelerated through the tunnel, slowly at first. Jade had no idea how Gorsuch would know his way around the inside of this world ship, and at first it seemed like he was as confused as everyone else. Gradually he began pointing them down tunnels with more surely. After 5 or 10 minutes they soared out of the tunnel mouth and across a wide open space of rolling dusty hill. Instead of a sky, a faintly luminous cavern roof yawned for kilometers overhead. It was the largest enclosed space Jade had seen in her life, and she realized the world ship must have been full of places like this. They must have been the closest thing to outdoors the U.S. Hinvong experiences for generations. As the wind whipped her hair back, she crouched low against the deck of the speeder and asked her companions, "Well, how do you like this place?" Not my style, Jodram admitted. I can't imagine how long it took to grow a thing like this, Warren said. For the moment it seemed like wonder had distracted him from anxiety. The speeders came to slow down and circle around what looked to Jade like a simple pit in the ground. Gorsuch, though, was the first to dismount from the speeder, and a pair of warriors followed. Both wore shell of spiked Vonda and crab armor, like the others, but they also had some kind of fat, dark bladder made of animal skin slung around their shoulders. Okay, this is it. Gorsuch called. Stand by here. We're going in. Everyone else stand guard outside. The three U.S. Hinvong clambered down into the pit, apparently to find whatever neural node lay inside and inject it with the poison that would, hopefully, begin the shutdown of the entire world ship. Everyone else remained on the speeders as ordered, and as minutes went by the tense silence began to dissipate. Though they watched the rest of this vast plain, no enemies seemed to be approaching. They'd encountered no opposition the entire ride through. It was, Jay thought, almost anticlimactic. Then Karash pointed a furry arm at the ceiling and roared. Master Lobaka did as well, and Jay squinted at the gloomy cavern roof for whatever the Wookiees had spotted. She didn't sense anything with the Force, but if they were dealing with U.S. Hinvong she wouldn't sense them anyway. She only spotted the two dark, flying shapes when they got close. Her hand went to her lightsaber. Warren and Jadram reacted with her and ignited their blades. Then they fell from the sky on parachutes like balloons of stretched skin, a dozen Yuuzhan Vong in full armor. As the flying mounts flapped away, the warriors let out war cries and charged. The other Yuuzhan Vong who'd come with them didn't hesitate to shout back and charge their own kind. The Jedi couldn't let themselves stay out of the fight. Though her heart was racing, Jade jumped off the land speeder and charged ahead with Jadram and Warren. She saw that the Wookiees were already attacking a group of Vong fighters. Their lightsabers snarled and hissed as they bit into Vondan armor and snapping amphi staffs without searing through. Before she knew it, the fray was all around her. She didn't know where Warren and Jadram were. Suddenly, a Yuuzhan Vong with a face full of red scars reared in front of her. She'd had no idea how big they were. He swung his amphi staff in a vertical swipe, and she rolled away, letting it cleave into dust. She kicked up dust as she came upright and caught the next blow against her saber. Then the Vong snapped his wrist and suddenly the straight-bodied amphistaff wilted. The Vong struck again, and this time the amphistaff lashed out like a whip and curled its body so tight around Jay's free forearm it hurt. Its snarling, toothy mouth was suddenly snapping in her face, and though she batted its body with her saber, it only tightened its grip any harder, and it would shatter bone. She felt Jadram's determination, desperation, anger right before he attacked the Vong from the side. His lightsaber wedged tight between two plates of armor. The Vong staggered and looked sideways at the second Jedi in surprise. Jadram shoved again, and this time his blade pushed through the plates and into the warrior's flesh. The Vong howled, his amphistaff let go of Jade, and instead snapped into Jadram's head hard and fast. The apprentice went limp and dropped. Jade caught his lightsaber as he fell to the dust, threw herself over his body, and raised both blazing weapons in an X in front of her to block two more cleaving blows from her attacker. When Warren came to help, there was a short warning. He sneaked up behind the Vong and slashed at the back of his knees. The Vong half pivoted to see his new attacker. That was when Jade called on the Force and pushed herself off the ground over the Vong's head and came down on his back. Her new weight tipped him off balance. Before he could whip his staff back at her, she let both sabers fall low against the Vong's throat. Then, weapon still blazing, she let herself fall back into the sand. The Vong's head toppled first. The first of his body pitched forward a second later. Warren sent triumph through the Force, but Jade shut off the sabers and crawled over to Jadram. She felt a pulse, saw him breathing, and slapped his cheeks 3 times before his eyelids started to flutter. Warren ducked down with her, saber still on. They looked the fight around them, Yuuzhan Vong fighting Yuuzhan Vong. Wookiee Jedi releasing war cries, bodies dropping, and she couldn't tell whose side they were on. Then she saw her father. The Grand Master was taking on 2 Yuuzhan Vong at once. He ducked beneath one amphistaff, threw himself into a somersault, came behind his attacker, and thrust into the base of his spine. The armor stopped most of the strike, but the Vong still staggered. Ben immediately switched to his other attacker. He ducked beneath a whip-like amphistaff strike, came up low right in front of his opponent, and shoved his lightsaber straight into the air. It speared into the bottom of the Vong's jaw and dropped him. By then, the second enemy was running toward him. Ben threw his saber, a disc of light in the air. The Vong dodged it and kept attacking. He was fast, but Ben was faster, dodging 3 successive strikes with impeccable speed. As the Vong raised his weapon for a 4th blow, Ben's saber came spinning back around and took the Vong from behind. His head rolled off his shoulders and his body kicked up a cloud of dust when it fell. Jade had never seen Ben Skywalker fight a real battle before. It was a thing to behold. The fight was over within 2 minutes. All the attacking Vong were dead, as were 4 of their ones who'd come with the Jedi. Jadram was awake but dazed. He insisted he was fine, but Jade was worried he's had a concussion. As she and Warren helped him back to their speeder, Gorset and the 2 Yuuzhan Vong who'd accompanied him emerged from the pit. "It's done," Gorset said. "Is the poison working?" asked Ben. "It's been injected into the world ship's neural tissue and it should spread. We won't know how well it's working until we've done more injections. Come on, We need to get moving. What do you want to do with your dead? Ben gestured to the fallen. We'd like to take them if we can. Load the bodies into the speeders, but do it fast. That was just one patrol. The next time there will be a lot more. Come on, there's no time to lose. Keegan and Zoran were both in the world ship's command chamber when Vilth Dal came for them, his shaper's cloak trailing behind him like a black cloud. We're under attack, he snarled. It's the Jedi come for us at last. Are you sure? Keegan asked. We saw no ships approaching. Perhaps you were looking for the wrong kind, Vilth Dal said darkly. My flyers reports there are you us involved with them? They probably came on organic ships. We expected the Jedi to seek help from Zanum II. Darth Zoran seemed much less anxious than the Shaper. I only wish they'd picked less busy time. Should we delay the attack on Malador? Asked Keegan. What for? She shrugged. Master Shaper, how many Jedi are aboard? My flyers report 2 teams on different sides of the world ship. They seem to be attacking the main neural nodes that control the Davin basals. Of course, they want to disable the weapons. Send all available troops to stop them. I already have. One patrol charged in too soon and got itself obliterated. Do not underestimate the Jedi. They could ruin everything we've done here. Trust me, I'm aware, Zoran glowered. It creased the scars that darkened half her face. Master Shaper, lead the attack on one team. Darth Keegan, take the other. I'll stay here and command the attack on Malador. Are you sure that's wise? Vilth Dal pressed. I recommend holding off the attack until we've eliminated the Jedi infestation. This world ship is vast. It could take days to root them out. No, we keep our appointments, Master Shaper. We'll go as planned. That was her final word on it, and Vilth Dal acquiesced. Keegan could feel his master blazing with determination, and he realized then what should have been clear a long time ago. Darth Zoran was less concerned with killing the Jedi than with taking over Sinex Juvex. She'd not been raised one Sith as he had. She'd come of age here, under the brutality of the demolished houses, and all her years spent mastering the dark side of the Force had been to achieve domination over those who'd once dominated her. She understood the Jedi, respected them, and hated them as Sith should, but in the end they were a distraction. This operation was the fulfillment of her life's dream, not just as a Sith, but as a person. She'd delay it for nothing. He found himself doubting her wisdom for the first time, and tried to hide it. He bowed and said, As you wish, Master. Leave the Jedi to me. She merely nodded and turned her attention to the U.S. Hanvon crews hurriedly working to prepare the world ship for hyperspace. Vilth Dal stood at Keegan's shoulder and rasped, No time to waste, Sith Lord. We have enemies to kill. They were just about to leave their second neural node when the attack came. The cavern Kodra had used to access it was located deep inside one of the world ship's artificial habitat domes. The trees of this forest had withered to dead columns, and the Jedi and U.S. Hanvon defenders had used them as cover against the first wave of warriors that had dropped from their flyers and scampered through the forest to attack them. The fighting had been brutal, but Alana had done better than she thought and escaped with only minor scratches. Her mother and Jaina, though older, fought well also, taken down 2 warriors apiece. Kadra Val and her team were coming out of the cave and started for the circled land speeders when a high-pitched animal howl cut through the stagnant air. The sound alone was enough to chill Alana, but Tenno-Ka and Jaina radiated a deeper horror through the force. Voxen, Jaina whispered. Alana had been told of the hybrid monsters created to hunt Jedi during the U.S. Hanvon War. Her father had risked everything to destroy the queen they'd been cloned from. That's impossible, she whispered. I don't feel them in the forest, said Tenno-Ka. Kadra Val hurried up to them. Not Voxen. Those sounded like Pharaoh's Inn, one of the creatures Voxen were made from. Close enough to be nasty. Then, grunted Jaina. Very. We must fall back to the... She was interrupted by another chorus of howls, and then a scream. Alana glimpsed through tree trunks as one U.S. Hanvon warrior fell to the ground, thrashing, with the 2-meter-long 6-legged animal's jaws around his throat. To the cave. Now. Jaina shouted. Alana ignited her saber and tried to cover her mother, and Ants retreats. Looking over her shoulder as she ran, she spotted the six-legged, long-formed animals darting in and out of view as they wound around tree trunks, getting ever closer. Then one lunged from the side. Claws clattered against Alana's armored chestplate and the creature pushed her to the ground. She fumbled her saber and stabbed the Pharaoh's eye in the side. It let out a pained whine and fell back, but as soon as it did, a second animal lunged for her, teeth snapping in her face. A blaster pinged behind her and 3 shots took the animal in the chest. It howled and tumbled back. Alana scrambled to all fours, then to her feet, and ran back to the cave mouth where Tiny Zell was laying covering fire with the barrel of her rifle notched against a crook in the rock. Thank you, Alana panted as she dropped to one knee. You're welcome, Tiny grunted and kept popping off more blasts. The Pharaoh's in were fast and nimble, but she managed to clip one more as it darted between trees. As the last Yuas and Vong warriors fell back to the cave, the Pharaoh's in let cry another series of howls. If they did that to scare their prey, it was working. Alana watched, but the forest around the cave seemed to have gone still. They're regrouping and we'll be back in moments, Kadra Val warned. We need to get to those speeders and get out of here, Jaina warned. That may prove difficult, Tenel Ka breathed. Right? Understatement of the year? Listen, Kadra Val, can you communicate with our flyer, by Philip? Of course. Have them see if they can track us under the surface. See if there's a way they can get in here and save our butts. Unlikely, but I can try. See if they can check on Ben's team too. I will. What, Master Jedi? What? There's something else. I accessed the neural node before we injected it. I said we'd entered dark space before. Now we've left it. Left it. Are we still inside the shroud? I don't know. Then the Pharaoh's in started howling again, and the pack came darting once more through the forest. Kadra Val darted deeper into the cave to talk with her Philip. The Jedi ignited their sabers and raised to defend. The warriors behind them hurled thud bugs into the woods. Tanit began popped up shot after shot with her blaster. Then the Pharaoh's eye were on them, snapping teeth, tearing claws, and fast death lunging through the air. The second Voidwalker dropped out of hyperspace in the Malador system. Davak knew something was very wrong. Arlen had taken Starlight Champion over to the second planet and verified that they could, in fact, serve as Voidwalker, which Chief Daher said had suffered severe structural damage to the outer hull in the last battle and would need some reinforcements before it took the weeks-long space ride back to Imperial space. Champion was inside the frigate's hangar now, and Arlen was at his brother's side on the bridge when they reverted. Davek had insisted on keeping the command deck at full crew and full readiness just in case, and he was grimly disappointed to be right. Tactical, what's going on? Talk to me, Davik said as he hurried over to the holo display. Still taking a full scan of the system, sir, Poor Dunn said, but it looks like, damn. What is it? Getting Mandalorian readings. Not in immediate range, but they're near the second planet. His heart fell. Are they hitting the port? Not certain. Sir, right now we're in even distance from the second planet or the third. We're the only big ship out here, and we'll be easy to spot. Davik took her meaning. The third planet was the system's population center, an industrialized planet with billions of sentients. More importantly, it had a lifeless moon that might shield them from the Mandalorians. Get us a little closer to the third planet's moon, Davik said. Try to keep it between us and the host planet. Try to get as many sensor readings from the second planet as you can. See if the base is still there or if the Mandas have destroyed it. Arlen, suddenly at his shoulder, said in a low voice, that planet's airless and lifeless. The base was built under the surface. If the Mandas have found it and hit it hard enough, then there will be no survivors. I understand. Ensign, how many Mando ships? 2 frigates, 2 corvettes. Nervously, she added, Sir, it really isn't safe for us here. I know. Davik looked to his brother. Where else can we go? Arlen looked hesitant, uncertain. It was an unfamiliar expression for Arlen, and especially unwelcome now. I'm not sure. I may have to run down to Champ. Check the data files we got. If they're hitting this port, they probably know about others too. How many jumps do you think Boy Walker can make before losing hull integrity? I'd have to check with my engineering chief. He sounded like he's more concerned about the time we spend in hyperspace. Stress on the hull from sustained velocity. Then we'd better figure this out fast. We should probably jump away from here first. Yes, but jump where? Sir. Poor Dunn snapped. Look. She was pointing to the tactical holo, but Davek's view was drawn out the viewport. As they approached the third planet's moon, he got a view of its gray orb, Malador beyond laced by city lights, and finally in the distance beyond, the familiar disc shape of the U.S. Vong world ship. Helm, he shouted. Turn us about. Ready hyperdrives. Get us out of here as soon as. Too late, Korak pronounced. That interdiction feels coming on. We're trapped. Utter silence fell over the bridge, a silence of despair as much as shock. After every disaster and miracle, after they thought they were free, they were right back where they started. This time they couldn't handle a real fight. They just couldn't. Sir, poor Dunn whispered. What do? We can try and run, hope we're far enough away when it fires. Escape like last time. They were much closer to Malador than they'd been to Carfedian, already within the planet's natural gravity well. If they ran, they'd surely be spotted. Those Mando ships would catch up fast, and there'd be no miracle to save them. It won't work, he rasped, then turned to the crew pit. Helm, bring us close to the moon. As close as you can. Try to keep it between us, the world ship. Hiding's our only option. Lieutenant Renoir, launch our last stalker. Have it range from the moon, not far, just enough to keep an eye on the world ship and the Mandas. It wouldn't do them much good, aside from giving a little advanced warning of their deaths, but it was all that could be done. Davik had never felt so exhausted, so tired, so beaten, not even during their worst moments in the shroud. Arlen grabbed him by both shoulders and spun him away from the tactical station. He leaned in close and said, Mom might be on that world ship. If the Jedi can disable it in time, we still have a chance. He talked like man who still had hope. How do you know she's even aboard? I don't, but I can call her ship for mine. Just hold on. He squeezed Davek's shoulders tighter. Don't give up, damn it. This crew, they're your crew? Anyone can see that. They believe in you. Don't let them down. Arlen let go, turned, and sprinted off the bridge. Davek stood there, watching, and dared wonder if they could squeeze out another miracle. Tamar was in Champion's storage room, checking to see if there were power packs for her blaster, when she heard feet clattering through the ship. She stuck her head out in time to see Abu Hill disappear down a turn in the corridor. She heard Arlen talking frantically, and made his way to the cockpit and followed to find the Jedi in the co-pilot seat and Chance standing over his shoulder. Arlen was speaking into the grill, and the voice responding wasn't any language Tamar had heard of. I need to speak me my mother, okay? Arlen was already exasperated. Can you do that? Jaina Solo fell. Jedi. See die? See die? Please. The voice gabbled back and went silent. Tamar asked, Who the hell are you coming? A U.S. Vong. I'm trying to get in contact with my mother. Why? Because that Sith-spinning Vong world ship just dropped into the system, Chance said grimly. If the Jedi can't knock it out from inside, it's going to blow Malador to hell. And you know us. As Tamar wrapped her mind around it, a static broken voice, female, came over the comm. Who is this? Mom, it's me, Arlen. Are you on the world ship? Yes. We just got hung up. We're on the move, but they're sending more after us. How many nerve clusters have you hit? Just 2. We still have 4 more. I don't know if it's working. Do you need help? Mom, should I help? Arlen, where are you? In the Malador system, just like you. They've got the Gravwell up. We can't run, but maybe we can help. I'm with Davek. He has troops. For a moment there was only static. Then the woman said, "We've lost a lot already. They keep coming. I can bring reinforcements. Have your ship light a beacon?" "Ben 2. I'll see what I can muster." He killed the connection and looked up at Chance and Tamar. "Get the engines warmed up. We've got a mission to fly." "What mission?" Chance gaped. "You're going to fly into that huge carking world ship all by yourself." You mentioned your brother's troops," Tamar said skeptically. "Do you think he'll just give them to you?" "Only if I ask nicely. Listen, the only way any of us are going to survive is if we stop that world ship. Helping Mom helps all of us. And think, 40 stormtroopers saving a couple billion lives. Sounds like a big PR win for the Empire." "What about the Mandos?" asked Chance. "One thing at a time, and right now I'm more worried about the superweapon." Arlen popped out of his chair. "We were supposed to be going home." Chance bleated with frustration, disbelief, and despair all rolled into one. "This is one of those billions of lives depend on us heroic Jedi things. I didn't sign up for that." "Come on, Chance, what happened to having lofty goals?" "I have a goal already. It's to die filthy stinking rich." "You're already rich." Richer. Just trust me and I'll make sure you get the opportunity," Arlen said as he hurried out of the cockpit. When he was gone, Tamar rolled her eyes. "And you say he flirts with me?" Just when he thought everything was over, Lucas got into the white again. While the 5-day crawl through the nebula had dropped everyone else aboard Voidwalker into a pit of despair, it had given him enough time to properly heal from the fight on the Mando frigate. When they finally escaped the shroud, he joined the rest of Razor Company for a celebratory, though unfortunately, tri-congregation in the old barracks. He'd gotten a hero's welcome and hadn't been ashamed to bask in it. And suddenly they were all about to die again. He still didn't understand what was happening, only that Major Sly had ordered everyone to get in their armor, stock their kits, and hurry down to the hangar for deployment. Once he got there, he saw the ship that he'd heard that guided them out of the shroud. Prince Fel's Jedi brothers, Leia had said, and as gossip went, it was so ridiculous it had to be true. He was, therefore, unsurprised to see a man in brown robes with a lightsaber at his belt standing next to Major Sly near the two drop ships. "Attention!" Sly snapped, and the Stormies fell into ranks. 41 stormtroopers were all that was left, barely half their company. The Jedi raised his voice. He was bigger, taller, and louder than his brother. "Right now that US and Vong world ships heading for Malador. We can't run, so when it vapes, the planet is gonna vape us too. Right now there's 2 teams of Jedi and US and Vong aboard that thing, trying to sabotage it. You're going to be reinforcements." Every Stormy stood straight and silent, but Lucas could imagine the thoughts going through everyone's head. The Jedi still weren't popular on most Imperial planets, especially the backwaters ground pounders tended to come out of, and nobody liked or trusted the Vong. But if what the Jedi said was true, there wasn't much of a choice. It was do or die with billions of lives at stake. Or, Lucas thought, it could be do and die. That was a fate half of Razor Company had already met on the Mando frigate. "We're going in 2 teams. The Jedi called. 20 in each drop ship. I'll be going with you in my ship. They say the world ship has no active external defenses, and the Mandos are still by the second planet, so we should have a clear shot. Once we're aboard, protect the Jedi and the Vong without scars on their faces. Everything else is fair game. That's it." That was all. No briefing on the terrain, what enemies to expect, nothing. Sly called, "All troops, fall out. A squad, B squad in Transport 1. C squad, D squad in Transport 2. The column started to move and the Jedi darted for his ship. As they marched, Lucas heard Leela's voice in his helmet saying, "You still want to be a carking hero, Briggs?" "Not really, but it sounds like we don't get a choice this time." "We never do? But what the hell? It's what we wear the white for, isn't it?" Honest pleading cut through her usual sarcasm. He remembered how his father and grandfather had told him that the stormtrooper's role was to serve the Empire's will above all things. Saving Malador wasn't an Imperial thing to do exactly, and fighting with a bunch of Jedi and Vong sure as all hells wasn't either. We do what we have to, he told her. Only what we have to. Chapter 38. The Nebula II-class destroyer Starless had spent over 30 years in service to the Alliance Navy. There were newer and bigger ships in the fleet, but none of them had ever meant as much to Sial Antilles as her first command. It had been Jag's flagship to once, for another mission against Sith, and Yuuzhan Vong before his sons had even been born. He was surprised how good it felt to be standing on this bridge again after so much time. Against all reason, it made him feel confident. Confidence shattered when Starless was torn out of hyperspace 1.5 seconds before the calculated re-entry time. Even before Sial's crew confirmed it, he knew they'd hit an artificial gravity well erected around the entire Malador system, and that meant they were too late. The readouts told the full story. A small Mandalorian fleet was moving away from the second planet in the system. Closer to the third and populated planet was the Yuuzhan Vong world ship that was the source of the interdiction field. The planet still intact, Admiral, one of Sial's officers, reported. How long until it's within range of the weapon? She asked. The officer shook his head. I'm not sure. We don't know much about its capabilities. We're right where they want us to be, Jag seethed. 20 ships stuck too far away to do anything except watch and record. Do you think Saviar knew we were coming? Asked Sial. They'd done everything to keep this mission secret. Most of the Alliance Navy brass didn't even know. Still, moving 20 ships without anyone noticing was always a hard task. It doesn't matter, does it? We can't stop them. We can only hope the Jedi can. Do you know they're aboard? I haven't talked to Jaina since we left the Corps. Come, Blackout. Of course. Sial sighed. Tactical, what about those Mandas? Holding position, sir. Not moving toward us. Negative. Wait, that world ship is shifting position. Is it moving closer to the planet? No, distance is steady. It seems to be changing angle. Jag knew what that meant, but Sial got the order out first. Order all ships to break formation right away. Put as much distance between ships as possible. As Starless engines hummed to life, Jagged said, that grav punch has to lose strength with range. Maybe, but the focus of the beam might spread wider too. We just don't know enough about the weapon. Then we're going to find out. How much longer until it can angle to fire? Should be less than 2 minutes, sir, the tactical officer said. At that moment the comm officer said, Admiral, we're being hailed. By the world ship. Sial frowned. No. They identify themselves as an Imperial warship called Voidwalker. Jag's jaw dropped. He must have misheard. He couldn't fail to hope. He had to know for sure. Put them on, Lieutenant. Jag and Sial reached the comm station in time to hear a voice Jagged had never thought he'd heard again. His son said, Alliance flagship, this is the captain of the Voidwalker. That world ship is going to fire its gravity weapon. It's going to try and tear your fleet apart. Davik. Jag's voice quaked. This is your father. A stunned silence, then, Dad. Sial put a hand on Jag's shoulder to steady him. I'm sorry, Davik, but we don't have time for a reunion. We know what it's doing, and we're trying to spread our ships as far apart as possible to minimize casualties from the blast. No, you don't understand. When it charges the weapon, the Davin basal supporting the gravity well will weaken. You're on the very edge, so you'll get a chance. Turn your ships and be ready to jump away. What? Davik, no. We can't leave you. Not when you and he just come back from the dead. Somehow, through some miracle, Jag couldn't begin to understand. Sial squeezed his arm. We'll micro-jump the fleet out at different vectors. We'll wait past the edge of the system and keep watching. Mom's on that world ship, trying to disable it, Davik said. So is Arlen. We have to give them time. What about you? Sial let go of his arm and started barking orders to the other ships. His son went on. We're hiding behind Malador's moon. We can't run, but they haven't spotted us yet. Be careful, Davik. Don't. That grav well is weakening. The tactical officer called. We're out of the drag field. All ships jump. Sayal called. Jump now. Davik started to say something else, but the comm line burst to static and broke. The bridge shuddered and the stars turned to white lines. They jumped. Things got a lot harder after they hit the first neural node. Warren still wasn't sure how Gorset knew where to find the next one, but somehow he did. It was located beneath some kind of arena, a great big open bowl of space with benches around the curved tiered sides. He didn't even want to think about what kind of entertainment the Vaughn might have gathered to watch. The node was deep beneath the bottom of the bowl, and the only way to get there was to dig. All 7 Jedi had to ignite their lightsabers and hack their way through the layers of Yorick coral. Warren didn't know how much time they wasted, but eventually they got through it. Gorset and the 2 other US and Vaughn carrying the poison agent descended into the pit to do their work. That was, more or less, when the enemy found them. It wasn't just Vaughn warriors this time. Grandmaster Skywalker ignited a saber just in time to catch the first attack, a streaking blaster bolt sent out by armed gunmen in the upper tier. Thud bugs began arcing through the air too, and everyone scrambled for cover. The Wookiees jumped into the pit to defend Gorset, but the rest ran for the tier. Jay stayed in her father's heels. Warren was about to go with them when he saw Jadram staggering in indecision. He grabbed the human by the arm and pulled him to the nearest riser, away from the Skywalker. He and Jadram threw themselves against the hard stone floor beneath the closest bench. Laser blasts still rained down on the center of the arena. He heard US and Vaughn war cries, and he didn't know if they were friendly or hostile. Everything had become chaos in an instant, and he didn't even know where the enemy was. "Are you okay?" He shook Jadram's shoulder. "I can't handle it," the human assured him, but Warren wasn't so sure. He'd taken a hard hit to the head at the last fight, and though he claimed he was fine, he kept moving slower. In the same situation, they'd retreat back to the flyer, but they had to press forward, especially now that the world ship was apparently bearing down on a densely populated planet. Warren dared peek out from beneath the bench. He spotted a cluster of 2 or 3 shapes that kept spraying laser blast. As he watched, something arced out from the cluster, a small black dot, probably not a thud bug. He traced his fall with his eyes until it dropped into the pit they dug. "Grenade!" he shouted, but he hadn't needed to. As soon as the thing dropped into the pit, it flew up again, hurled with the force by one of the Wookiee Jedi back to those that had thrown it. The explosion sent tremors through the entire arena, and chunks of coral from the ceiling fell and cracked open the tiers below. Warren grabbed Jadram's shoulder again. "How's Jade?" "Safe," the human said firmly. "He feel if she'd been hurt. Want to get a better look?" "Fine by me," Jadram grunted, and both of them rolled out from beneath the bench. They scrambled up 3 more tiers before drawing enemy attention, 2 arcing thud bugs. Warren spotted them right before they hit and cut through one with his saber. Jadram dodged the other. A US Vaughn warrior fell on them from the tier above, amphistaff swinging. Jadram ducked beneath him and went for his legs. Warren's saber crackled against his back. The warrior snapped his staff back like a whip, and Warren barely evaded. That gave Jadram an opening to thrust up under Vaughn's arm, through a gap in the Vondoan armor and into his shoulder. The warrior cried out and dropped his staff. The weapon still writhed back and forth, and Jadram barely jumped out of the way of its snapping jaws. Warren saw an opening and lunged for the same spot. The Vaughn tried to block him, but Warren stabbed his saber in deeper, shifted his grip, and tilted the blade down through the chest of the Vaughn's flesh, searing through lungs and heart. As the warrior toppled, Jadram speared his saber tip through the amphistaff's face, finally killing it. They didn't have time to congratulate each other on teamwork. A rifleman spotted them from the far side of the arena and sprayed laser blasts at them. They ducked under a bench and used their sabers to deflect anything that got too close. From this higher level, Warren could get a better view of the fighting, and it wasn't encouraging. The Wookiees might have been deflecting attacks on the pit well enough, but the enemy still held all the higher tiers and had forced the defenders under cover. He spotted the Skywalker sabers on the opposite side of the arena, pinned down by laser fire from 2 directions. Then, out of nowhere, Warren felt a familiar and encouraging presence in the Force, one he'd in no way expected to feel here and now. Jadram didn't sense it. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It's no good if we can't take the higher tiers. We need help." "Don't worry," Warren told him. "It's on the way." When help came, it wasn't what he'd expected. It first announced itself with the pang of additional laser fire. The gunners in the upper tiers turned around to fire at new enemies entering through the high-level access tunnels. There was a flurry of laser fire, and then relative silence as the attacking Vong on the mid-levels hesitated, uncertain who the enemy was. Then 20 Imperial stormtroopers in white armor flooded into the arena. They spread out with martial precision, taking tier by tier, shooting any Vong that tried to attack. One of the friendly warriors started bellowing, and all the Ganner sect US and Vong dropped stomachs to the ground, making it clear to the stormtroopers who was friendly and who should be killed. The enemy Vong, after the initial shock, rallied and began to put up a fight. Warren and Jadram rose from their hiding places and charged the nearest warrior as he started attacking a trio of stormtroopers. Before they could attack, Warren felt another touch in the Force and skidded to a halt. He grabbed Jadram by the sleeve, throwing the human off balance, and his yelp of surprise grabbed the attention of the Vong they'd been about to attack. He turned to the two apprentice Jedi and snarled. That was when Arlen Fell appeared. He jumped off a higher tier and slammed boots first into the Vong. They both went clatter down to another tier. The Jedi Knight came to his feet with his saber blazing and forced the Vong into a defensive stance with a trio of hard blows. Arlen wielded a blue saber, not his usual green one. The Vong whipped his staff out, forcing Arlen to step back. Then a single laser blast fell from above and took off the top of the Vong's skull. The warrior collapsed like a dead droid, and Warren looked up to see a Mandalorian in blue and black armor bounding down to Arlen's tier. Arlen sensed his alarm and called up, "Hold up. She's friendly." The Mando jumped down to Arlen's level and kicked the Vong's corpse. "You're back to OME, Jedi." Arlen snorted. "Please, I was about to take him." Warren jumped down to their level and Jadram followed. By now the battle was almost over. The Wookiees had emerged from the pit to help the stormtroopers finish off the last attackers. "Master," he called, "where did you come from?" "Long story, but Chance parked the champion at the nearest airlock, and we forced our way in." "Glad you guys are safe. Where's Jade and Master Skywalker?" "We're down here," Jade called as both Skywalkers emerged on the arena floor. By the time everyone converged there, Gorset was climbing out of the pit. If he was surprised to see a bunch of Imperial troopers had joined the party, he hid it pretty well. "The second node is neutralized," he said, "but you should know the world ship just fired its gravity weapon." High spirits immediately fell. Grandmaster Skywalker asked, "Do you know the target?" "No. They haven't lowered that interdiction field, which indicates they are not done with whatever they had planned." "When is the toxin supposed to take effect?" asked Jade. "I know Mom's group took out at least one," Arlen said. "We've sent her another stormtrooper team to help." "If we've got more manpower, we can move faster," Gorset said. "Jedi, did you see if our land speeders are still up top?" "They are. They didn't look damaged." "Then we should split into teams." He threw a thumb at the two US and Vong behind him who were also armed with the toxin. "They know the way as well as I do." Master Skywalker looked around and did a quick count of heads. 3 speeders, 3 groups. I say 2 groups of 10 stormtroopers each with the US and Vong in the third group. "Agreed," said Gorset. "I'll go with the stormtrooper unit. Master Skywalker, you should go with the US and Vong 1. They know you, they'll respect your orders. I recommend splitting the Jedi up." Lobacca gave a roar and Arlen said, "Good idea, Master. You and your kids go with one stormy team. Tamar and I will go with another." Warren had to know, so he asked the Mandalorian, "You're no Jedi, are you?" "Definitely not," the woman said, "but if this mission comes with killing Shabley Sith, I'm all for it." In the adrenaline rush of these fights, Warren had almost forgotten that Saviar was somewhere on this world ship, waiting to be fought. It eradicated the high of surviving another battle. Listen, we need to move fast. Arlen put a hand on Warren's shoulder. You should come with me. Jadram. Jade. Looks passed between the three apprentices, then hesitation. Ben said from behind his daughter, Jade, come with me. Jadram, go with Warren and Arlen. It was the most sensible arrangement, the best distribution of power. Jadram immediately stepped forward and wrapped Jade in a tight hug. The moment he stepped away, Warren was there to do the same. Take care of yourselves, both of you, she muttered. I want stories when this is over, got it? I'll let Jadram tell them. Warren smiled as he let go of her. Lobaka roared and Arlen said, You're right, they do grow up fast. Now let's get to the speeders and get going. There's no time to waste. The gravity beam missed our ships entirely, Jagged Fell said. The comm connection was shaky over this distance, but simply hearing his father's voice was enough for Davik. We've scattered all around the system. We're still watching. If that drag field goes down, drop in and stop those Mandas first. They're the biggest threat. Understood. We'll come you if anything changes. Hold tight, Davik. We will. Davik killed the signal and stepped away from the comm console. He turned back to the bridge and saw many of the crew shift their eyes away from him. Of course, his conversation with his father would draw their attention. This unlikely Fell family reunion was shaping up to decide the fates of them all. Miragia was waiting at the back of the bridge, dressed in her flight suit but not moving. Davik stepped back to her. It wasn't normal for the CAG to be on the bridge during a red alert situation, even if they weren't actually fighting. But nothing was normal anymore. Nothing had been normal since Carfedian, but Malador was especially ramping things up. That was your father, she stated quietly. He's got an Alliance fleet out there. I don't know how, since Arlen said the Senate voted against intervention, but right now we need what we can get. Anything from the world ship? Only that the dropships all landed. Arlen too. Whatever's happening out there is beyond our ability to affect. It was a hard thing to admit. One thing he'd learned over the past 6 weeks was that there was nothing worse than being in command but not in control. Captain, poor Dunn called, you'll want to see this. With the grim feeling he was about to be proven right, Davik left Miragia and went to the tactical station. Poor Dunn pointed to the holo and said, The Mandas are on the move. He stifled a swear. What vector? They're heading for Malador 3, sir. We can't tell yet whether they're coming for us or for the planet itself, but they must have spotted us launching the drop ships. They may not know what we are, but they know we're here. How long will it take them to reach us at max sublight? Those Mando ships are fast. I'd say 20 minutes. 25 max. Whether the Mandas were coming for them specifically or not, they find them once they're close enough to the planet. What happens if we start running now? Dead opposite vector. How much time will that buy us? With our bad engine. You'd have to confirm with Helm, but I guess 40 minutes. 40 minutes more. No, 40 total. That was it then. He could only pray 40 minutes was enough for Arlen and his mother. He walked briskly back to Miragia. Whatever was on his face made hers fall. What is it? She asked. Mandalorians. That's right. We're going to break and make them run after us. Estimate is 40 minutes until they chase us down. She nodded, all duty. All right. I'll prepare fighters. 12 pilots wouldn't do much good against 2 capital ships and dozens of Beskets, but they might be able to buy the few minutes needed for the rest of Voidwalker to survive. One last time, after losing 4/5 of his number, the air group was going to have to take the brunt of the enemy attacks. He reached down and grabbed her hands. A lot can happen in 40 minutes. Arlen and my mother. I know. She squeezed hard. Their eyes held. She rose up on her toes and kissed him once, soft, warm, quick. Then she dropped, released, and hurried away. Davik realized where he was again. Slowly and cautiously, he turned back to the crew. None of them were looking at him now, not a one. What they'd been looking at 10 seconds ago, he couldn't know. What they thought of it, whether it had even been a surprise. He pushed those thoughts out of his head. In 40 minutes, it wouldn't matter at all. When their U.S. Vong guide, the one with the unmarked face and unaccented basic, announced they'd have to ditch their speeder and through some tunnels on foot to get to the next node, Tamar was less than thrilled. They went ahead anyway, Arlen and the guide at the front of the line, the 2 apprentices at the back, Tamar and 10 stormtroopers in the middle. She felt weirdly encouraged by the presence of the Imperial soldiers. At least now there were other people who must have been as weirded out by this crazy Jedi Vong co-op mission as she was. They met only light opposition in the tunnels, nothing a couple grenade tosses from the stormtroopers couldn't take care of. Things changed when the tunnels fell away, and suddenly they were crossing a great bridge, over 100 meters long, that spanned a landscape that looked like it belonged on a crater-pocketed moon. The beings down below the rims of the craters were some Vong, but mostly humans, Savire's partisans, and they immediately started opening fire with their rifles and blaster pistols. The Stormies had no place to cover on the bridge, and all they could do was clump together and make their stand. The Jedi used their sabers to block shots, but they only had 3 swords to shield with, and in the first 30 seconds 2 stormtroopers tumbled off the bridge. There was another way to do this. Tamar lurched over to Arlen, grabbed his arm, and shouted, "Cushion my fall, Jedi." Then she jumped off the bridge and dragged him with her. To his credit, he didn't let shock slow him down. As they plunged, she felt him reach out with the Force to slow their descent. She felt the Force flow through her as well, flow through them both at once, and together they landed side by side on the chamber floor. After that, it was a free-for-all. The enemies on the ground forget about the stormtroops up above and vectored toward Tamar and Arlen. Arlen deflected shot after shot with his spinning blue blade much better, Tamar admitted, than she herself could have done while shot after shot pinged off her black Beskar armor. She let them come, let them shoot and hit and do nothing. She dropped partisan after partisan with well-aimed shots from her rifle. At the same time, she knew where Arlen was without even looking. They let the Force connect them and moved in sync, always facing away from each other, always far enough away to move freely but close enough that no enemy sneaked in between them and got a shot at their backs. They could focus their attention dead ahead at all times and take attackers as they came, Arlen with his saber and Tamar with her rifle. All the while, stormtroopers on the bridge sniped enemy after enemy with well-placed shots. Then, suddenly it was over. There were no enemies left to fight. Tamar turned around finally and saw Arlen looking at her. He was panting and slick with sweat from the fighting, but the smile on his face was relieved, almost peaceful. She realized it matched her own and realized Arlen knew it, even if he couldn't see it. She hadn't felt that connected to someone in the Force since her grandfather had died, maybe not even then. Then Arlen shifted his gaze away. Tamar followed it to see the 8 remaining stormtroopers and the Vong guide lowering themselves from the bridge on long fiber cables. The 2 Jedi apprentices dropped too, using the Force to soften their fall. She and Arlen trotted over toward them. "What's going on?" he called. The Vong said, "The nose down in one of these craters. We'll have to go inside." "Are you sure these are craters?" asked the Chiss apprentice. Tamar hadn't even known there were Chiss Jedi, but she was learning all kinds of things lately. From above they looked more like really deep pits. "He's right," the human one added. "They almost looked like mine shafts." Tamar had a bad feeling about this. Arlen had it too. He asked the Vong, "Do you know which way to the node once we get inside?" "I think so." He had some kind of weird organic Vong instrument in his hands. How he tracked their neural network, they were disabling, apparently. "I think I know which crater to go down to." "Which one?" asked one of the stormtroopers. "Wait, hold on," Tamar interjected. "These craters, pits, shafts, what are they supposed to be?" The Vong gave a small shrug. "I'm not sure exactly. Every world ship has differences. These tunnels look like they were newly created, though." "We know what these are," said Arlen grimly. "This is where they're growing the spice." "What spice?" asked the human apprentice. "Glitterstim," Tamar pronounced. "That's how Saviar paid for all those Mando mercs and her other toys. She's been making glitterstim and selling it. Glitterstim comes from the webs of energy spiders, Arlen added. Nobody's been able to transplant them from the tunnels on Kessel until now. So wait a carking minute, one of the stormtroopers said. You're telling me there's energy spiders from Kessel down in those craters? That's what I'm saying. They only live in places where it's totally dark. You have IR scopes in your helmets, don't you? The stormtrooper nodded. Tamar said, I've got IR too, but what are you Jedi going to do? Wave your hands and let the Force show you around. They have lightsabers. I have a glow lamp. The Vong patted his utility belt. If anything, we need to keep our lights on. Running into an energy spider in the dark is the last thing we want. Do you know how far it is to the node? The sergeant asked. Not exactly. It should be about 15, 20 meters underground level. He pointed to a crater. Down that one, I think. Then we'd better get going. The sergeant gestured to his soldiers, and they immediately began filing for the crater. Tamar and the Jedi trotted after them. As she jogged with Arlen, she said, They've got good hustle for people who should have been dead 6 weeks ago. Got to love Imperial discipline. I could almost. He skidded to a halt and turned around, looking up. Tamar stopped, turned, and followed his gaze. There was a single figure standing in the center of the bridge above, shrouded by a night black robe. She felt icy fear in her gut, then disbelief as she felt that vicious predatory mind in the Force. The cloak furled off. Even from the distance, Tamar could see the Sith clearly, its reptilian face striped in red and black, its thick tail encased in black, its claw-tipped hands. She watched as a half-meter blood-red blade of light extended from either wrist. The two apprentices had come to a halt beside them. The Chiss said, quiet but angry, a Sith? Another Sith. It can't be, Tamar hissed. We killed the Boer Shabur. Arlen ignited his blue blade. Looks like we didn't. How? How did it survive? Doesn't matter now. Arlen looked over his shoulder. Go on without us. I'll hold him back. That thing killed my sister, Jedi. I need a piece of it. She hefted her rifle. Arlen didn't argue. The Sith dropped off the bride like a rock and impacted on the ground below in a cloud of dust, but Tamar knew it was unharmed. It would be on them in seconds. She could see the dust trail it kicked up as it ran toward them, probably on all fours. Arlen snapped, Jadram. Warn. Fall back now. I'm not running from another Sith, Master. The Chiss snarled and ignited his saber. Jadram did too. That's an order. Arlen shouted. Go help the stormtroopers. They. Too late, Tamar said, and the Sith was on them in a storm of red and black. Lucas Briggs decided if that they survived this, he was going to write a book. Or a holodrama. Or go on a speaking tour. Something. He could do it in 2 installments. The first would be how I rescued a Yaga and saved my ship. The second, how I rescued a Karkin US Hinval and saved an entire damn planet. The thing was, it was all so outrageous nobody would believe it. Fear was making him giddy. He tried to concentrate on the tunnels ahead, but blood and adrenaline were pounding through him. The Vong and Sergeant Malkin had their glow lamps pointing forward, casting bright white against the tunnel's walls that would hopefully scare off any ferocious Kessel energy spiders that were lurking around. So far they hadn't run into any live opposition, though they'd had to rappel down to 10-meter shafts to get to their current depth, which meant they should be getting closer to this no thing the Vong had to poison. They reached the end of a slope in the tunnel, and the Vong came to a halt. He looked at his portable instrument thing, then ran his hands along what looked to Lucas like a plain Yoricore wall. The Vong turned to Malkin. Sergeant, do you have a charge? You want to blow the wall? That would bring the entire tunnel down on top of us. I'd prefer a Jedi's lightsaber, but they're occupied at the moment, the Vong said. That was putting it mildly. If that lizard with the red sabers got past the Jedi and into this tunnel, he could make short work of all 8 Stormies. Marsh. The sergeant called. You still have directional charges. 1 left. Boss, Leia slipped to the front of the line. Lay it down, the Vong ordered. Directional charge. Angle it upward, this direction. That should keep the thing from coming down on top of us. As Leia got to work, Malkin said, We're still clearing back before we blow this thing. Understood. Hopefully we won't run into any trouble on the way out. After Layla sent the charge, they fell back. Lucas had his helmet switched to night vision and followed the green-white beacon of the Vong's glow lamp until they reached the place they'd rappelled down from. This time they grabbed the same fiber cord ropes and peeled themselves up, boots against the incline for purchase. When they all got to the top, Malkin decided they were clear enough and had Layla set off the charge. There was less rumbling than Lucas had expected. The tunnel around them didn't even quake. He hoped that did the job. They went back down the ropes and the Vong led the way back to where they set the charge. The whole cavern wall looked it had been exploded outward. The Vong clambered over the rubble into what looked like another chamber, spherical, with some kind of fleshy pillar running from floor to ceiling. Excellent, the Vong said. Give me just a minute. He got forward 2 steps before something reared out of the darkness of the chamber. A long multi-joined limb swept the Vong aside, slamming him into the wall. The energy spider filled the blown open portal. It released some horrible hissing wail and flailed out with what seemed like a dozen legs at once. Lucas joined the others in unleashing a volley of laser fire that edged the spider back into the chamber without seeming to do major damage. Sarge, what do we do? Lucas shouted. That Vong's still inside. Keep shooting the damn thing. Malkin shouted, which wasn't helpful. Imperial Stormtrooper Academy had never trained any of them to fight energy spiders from Kessel. The creature backed further into the cave. Lucas ducked low and barely spotted the Vong lying prone on the floor. He would be lucky if a spider leg didn't spear him through in the next 30 seconds. Ignoring the pain coming back to his side, Lucas squatted down and rolled beneath the spider's belly, though the gap blown in the tunnel wall. His shoulder slammed hard into a slab of rubble and knocked him into the standing leg of the energy spider. The creature picked up the leg and Lucas rolled out of the way just before it speared down into where he just lay, crunching through the top layer of coral. He fumbled with his rifle and pumped 3 shots into the spider's belly. The creature let out a wail and Lucas scrambled on all 4s for the Vong. He grabbed the alien with both hands and pushed the both of them to the edge of the chamber away from the spider's flailing, stabbing limb. A few more Stormies had used his opening to crawl into the chamber beneath the spider. They were firing more shots upward into his belly, and those finally seemed to be having an effect. The creature flailed, screaming, and finally collapsed on the ground. Malkin staggered through the gap, right up to Spider's face, and began emptied his rifle into the thing's head to finish it off. Lucas heard the alien beneath him groan and shifted off of him. Thank you, the soldier, said the U.S. Vong, wincing through his pain. You saved my life. Lucas helped him to his feet. Believe it or not, it's turning into a habit. Escaping from the pack of Pharaoh Zine had been hard. 5 more U.S. Vong had died before they made it back to the speeders, and even then the animals had tenaciously chased them until running out of energy. On the way to the next neural node, the cavalry arrived, almost 20 stormtroopers who seemed very confused but ready to battle. The one in charge, a major named Sly, had insisted they scout the area around the next node before moving in to neutralize it. That had been a good decision, because the scouts quickly came back with the news that at least 24 U.S. Vong warriors and their Pharaoh Zine pets had laid camp right atop the hill under which the node was supposed to be. Alana joined Sly, Kodra Val, and Jaina as they crawled closer for a better look. They were inside another one of those big open habitats, and to spy out the hill they nestled behind the crest of a chalky lower ridge. Sly passed around a set of macro-binoculars so they could all have a look. Kodra Val took the instrument uncertainly, and Jaina showed the U.S. Vong how to zoom in a scope. Alana had already seen her fill. The Vong seemed to be plying trenches in the dry earth, making ramparts for defense. They clearly intended to make their stand. Kodra Val sucked in breath. It ice him? Asked Jaina. Vilith Dow. She handed off the binoculars. Tall, with robes and shaper's headdress. He is unmistakable. I know this weapon was his creation. I have snipers I can lay along the ridges, Sly told them. We can't pick him off for you? If you want to do that, you should do it quickly, Alana said. Those ramparts are getting thrown up fast. Try it, Val said. As Sly commented his soldiers, Alana asked the Shaper, is there another way to get to the node? Maybe from below. Val shook her head. They were never meant to be easy to access. Jaina sighed. Any idea how many more we have to shut down before we can kill the weapon? I wish I did. The poison should be spreading from the other nodes we've injected, but the more we poison, the faster it will work. Well, they've clearly decided to make their stand here. Jaina looked through the binoculars again. Stang it, I don't see Vilithal. He took cover somewhere. We're going to have to charge this thing, Alana scowled. Major, what kind of heavy weapons do you have? Grenades, mostly. 1 minute. Sly went quiet, talking to someone in his helmet again. Then he said, I've got 3 snipers ranged along the hills. Good cover and angles of fire. Can't see the Shaper. Do you have any other targets? Jaina shook her head. Have them hold position. They can give us cover and fire when we advance. Alana looked to Sly. You're the soldier? How do you charge a hill? If possible, you don't, he said. But if you're going to do something stupid, you can at least try, and do it in a smart way. I would say, come from the spots where the slope gradient is lowest. There, and there. Split into 3 divisions with equal distribution of assets. You mean rifles, amphistaffs, and lightsabers? That's what I mean, Sly said dryly. Use grenades and thud bugs to clear space for the initial charge. Then send melee assets and with ranged weapons to cover. Let's get back. The longer we dawdle, the more time they'll have to set up defenses. So that's how it would go. They'd charge the hill with a combined force of Jedi Knights, U.S. Hinvong, and Imperial stormtroopers. Alana was pretty sure nobody, not even her aunt or mother, had fought a battle like that before. They went back and split divisions. 3 Jedi meant 1 per group, and Tanith followed Alana with their mix of stormtroopers and warriors as they crept around to the best attack point. The enemy had to have spotted them by now, but they made no move to defend themselves. They would wait for the suicidal uphill charge to unleash all they had. Alana lay down next to Tanith behind a ridge and closed her eyes. She could sense her aunt and mother with their divisions, felt the single thought shared between them, ready to go. They went. Alana waved the stormtroopers forward, then followed them after they raced for the hill. Thud bugs arced toward them, and Alana did her best to knock a few out of the air with her saber. At the same time, the U.S. Hinvong and their group threw their own thud bugs, and when they got close enough, 4 of the stormtroopers dropped to one knee and hurled grenades that burst atop the hill, sending smoke and clouds of white ash into the windless air. The enemy regrouped quickly, and the attackers were still at a disadvantage. The U.S. Hinvong hurled down more thud bugs that burst in the sand or plunged through stormtrooper armor, dropping soldiers as they ran. The warriors behind Alana let out a war cry and surged ahead, past the stormtroopers struggling to climb the dusty, unstable slope of the hill. By the time Alana and Tanith mounted the crest, the battle atop the hill was fully joined. Blood and bodies were everywhere, mostly U.S. Hinvong. War cries, scream of pain, and howls of Pharaoh Zen rebounded from every direction. Alana spotted her mother's silver blade on the opposite side of the hill, waved back and forth as Tenno-Ka battled some enemy occluded by all the pal dust threw in the air. The dust was enough to clog Alana's throat, and she was bent over by 2 hacking coughs. Before she rose, Tanith knocked her to the ground, right before U.S. Hinvong Amphistaff could take off both their head. Tanith fired shots into the warrior's Vondan armor, but he kept coming. A silver blade swept horizontally over the warrior's shoulders, and his head tumbled to the dust. Alana and Tanith both scrambled to their feet. Your Majesty, the younger woman cried. Thank you. Tenno-Ka looked them over. Are you damaged? We're okay, Mom. Where's Jaina and Val? Still on the slope. They. She stopped and pulled them aside. A pair of Pharaoh Zen lunged. Tanith was able to nail one with her rifle, but another sunk its jaws onto Alana's armored thigh. She fell and swept out with her saber, cutting through the animal's shoulder blades, but it only released its vice grip when Tenno-Ka kicked it hard in the side and sent his body tumbling. The third Pharaohs encircled them, growling, ready to strike. Before it lunged, a hail of laser blasts caught it and dropped it. Alana looked around. She briefly caught a white armored stormtrooper throwing a thumbs-up sign before he ran after another target. A unique fight indeed. The three women were still on the ground, and as they tried to rise, Tanith grabbed Alana's shoulder with one hand and Tenno Ka's with the other. The Shaper. We have to kill him. Where is he? Asked Tenno Ka. Tanith pointed. Vilith Dao remained at the very top of the hill. 4 warriors stood tight guard around him, and he seemed to be constantly giving out orders, directing his men this way and that. Alana heard a grenade burst and stood up. Through all the white dust thrown in the air, she saw Jaina's blue lightsaber halfway around the hill and halfway up the slope, bobbing and weaving and thrusting through the haze. Alana looked at her mother, and they thought at once, now. They grabbed their lightsabers and charged. Tanith stayed on her stomach and readied her rifle, but she didn't start shooting until Tenno Ka and Alana were almost there. Her first shot caught a warrior in the shoulder, knocking him off balance so Alana could jump down on him and cleave her blade through his head. The one closest to him immediately raised his Amstaff and began attacking Tenno Ka. The older woman did her best to hold her ground. Vilith Dao stepped aside and waved for his other 2 guards to take Alana. That was when Tanith got off another shot, one aimed right for the Master Shaper's face. His guard saw it coming and pushed him aside. The blast seared through the crown of the warrior's head instead. Alana still had her hands full with the other warrior. She dodged 2 Amstaff blows, ducked beneath a third, and scored a glancing hit against her opponent's armored waist. The warrior swung down again. She rolled through the dust, came up behind it, and wedged her saber through a gap in its armor. Alana tugged her saber free and kicked the warrior down, then jumped over the body and went for the warrior fighting her mother. Her saber sliced across the thick armor on his back. It pivoted and whipped his Amstaff back at Alana, giving Tenno Ka an opening, finally, to thrust her saber in beneath his other arm and tear through his chest. Alan stepped back, letting her mother pull out her saber and knock the warrior down. She saw her mother look up, saw her gray eyes go wide, felt her panic through the force. Something colder than ice spread from Alana's lower back. She sucked in breath and her whole body trembled. Her saber dropped from a hand she could no longer control. You Jedi, Vilith Dao hissed in her ear and dug his blade in deeper. You ruined everything. Tenno Ka screamed and hurled her saber. It wheeled end over end, rushing wind and heat against Alana's cheek, then tore right through the center of Vilith Dao's head. His body fell one way, Alana's the other. The next thing she knew, she was being rolled onto her back. Her mother was over her, screaming her name. Tears from her eyes and onto Alana's chalk-coated face. They felt so warm. Another U.S. Hinvong face appeared next to Tenno Ka's. Another shaper with another tendrilled headdress. A 6-fingered hand stroked her face, gently, and then she felt a sharp pinch at the base of her neck, quickly gone. Kadra Val leaned very close and whispered, "Stay very still, Jedi, unless you want the poison to spread." Alana tried to open her mouth and ask a question, but nothing came. Her lips wouldn't stop trembling. She tried to lift her hand. Tenno Ka grabbed it and squeezed so hard it hurt. "I've injected you with an antidote," Kadra Val said. "Rest." Alana's vision started to darken. She saw 2 more faces appear above her, Tanith's and Jaina's. Someone squeezed her other hand. She didn't know who. The world grew darker, but her body felt light. The ground seemed to dissolve beneath her. It was like she was floating. Even the hands grasping hers dissolved to nothing. Alana felt herself rising up, up, up. Even the darkness became nothing in the end. The U.S. Hinvong guiding them spoke only broken basic, but he got the message across. They needed to get off the land speeder and access the next node by a series of tunnels. Even though he was the one to lead them through the empty corridors, the guide always seemed ready to defer to Ben at every turn. The reverence with which these warriors treated the Jedi, and Jay's father in particular, still surprised her. She'd been bracing for a fight, but when they arrived in the chamber, no enemies waited. It was even larger than the arena they fought in earlier, a crater big enough to fit a Star Destroyer inside. Jade's eyes were drawn upward. The dome of the chamber was crystalline and transparent, and through it they could see the stars and Malador itself, a perfect sphere, slightly eclipsed by one moon. She tried to make out any signs of devastation on the surface, but all she saw were city lights blazing on its night side half. "We made it in time," she said. "They still haven't fired." "We must remove last node," their U.S. and Vaughn guide said. "Must go down." He pointed. 2 wide bridges spanned the gap, intersecting in the center. Running through the intersection was a pillar of Yora coral thick enough to be a transportation tube. As they jogged toward it, Ben asked, "Is the node here or deeper down?" "Down," the guy said. "Take tube." "Get deeper?" "The planet's still okay?" Jay said hopefully. "Does this mean the weapon's disabled?" "We don't know," said Ben, "but we have to keep going. We'll go down there and see if they can get a reading on it." When they got halfway to the pillar, a high-pitched scream rebounded through the chamber. The U.S. Hinvong stopped and raised their amphistaffs. A pair of flying creatures winged toward them, like the ones the scouts had used earlier but bigger. As they slowed, they tilted their bodies and brought their talons low to scrape the warriors off the bridge. Jade and her father jumped to one side, but 4 or 5 U.S. Hinvong plunged off the edge. "Scatter," Ben called, and ignited a saber. "Everyone, scatter." The creatures dived in separately. The first knocked another U.S. Hinvong off the bridge and grabbed a second in its talons. As the creature soared away, its partners dove toward Ben. Jade yelled at her father to get away. It was a U.S. Hinvong creature, and force would do him no good against it. She underestimated her father. Right before the creature hit, he used the force to jump to the side. He brought his saber down, cleaving the creature's neck off, then let himself roll off his wings and land back on the bridge. The creature's wings spasmed and stopped moving, and it fell in 2 pieces to the bottom of the crater. The second creature wasn't deterred. The remaining U.S. Hinvong, there was only 5 of them, now rushed to Ben's side. They hurled their thud bugs as the creature dove, forcing it to slow and falter in its attack. It lunged forward anyway, grabbing one U.S. Hinvong in its jaws while a second stumbled back and fell into the chasm. Jade lunged in from one side, her father from the other. They plunged their sabers into the creature's skull, right behind both eyes. It didn't cry that time, only went limp and fell. The remaining U.S. Hinvong looked around, bewildered. The creature's fast attack and taken out nearly all of them, but the guy still remained with the poison agent slung over his back. "Come on." Ben grabbed his arm. "I'm sorry about your friends, but we have to keep moving." The guy nodded shakily, understanding but still stunned. Jade was winded from the fight, but adrenaline kept her running fast down the rest of the bridge until they reached the doorway to the lift capsule. The guy called it up, and they could hear a shaking from inside the pillar as their side surged up to meet them. The guy stepped right in front of the doors, eager to get down there and finished his work. The shuddering stopped, the portal opened, and a horizontal fan of red light cleaved the warrior's head from his shoulders. A blur burst from the tube, green, black, red. Jade hadn't felt it in the force until this second, but it was unmistakable. The blur darted to one U.S. Hinvong warrior, and then another, knocking them both over the edge and into the gap. "Jade, get back," Ben cried. He used the force to leap all the way back to the bridge, pulling his daughter with him. Darth Zorin stood in front of the still open doors to the lift. She lifted her half-scarred face, met their eyes across the distance, then let her red saber tilt down at her side. "There's no reason to hurry," she called to them. Her voice was like her signature in the Force, sharp, bitter, angry. "You've already won the day." Ben didn't speak, didn't move. He gripped his saber with 2 hands and waited for her to make the first lunge. Jade could feel all sorts of emotions warring inside her father, and knew Darth Zorin could feel them too. She was surprised at how calm she was feeling herself. There she was again, the Sith who'd murdered her mother, and so many others. They'd come this far. They were almost done. Maybe it was the Force or maybe insane adrenaline, but she almost felt confident. Jade called out, "What do you mean? We've won." Zoran raised her free hand to the great dome overhead, to the stars and the planet. You've succeeded in poisoning my world ship. The Dovin basils are already too weak to sustain the weapon. Soon they'll be dead, and we won't even be able to move or hold the interdiction field. So congratulations, Jedi. You're lying? Ben called back. Believe me, Jedi. I wish I were, Zoran hissed, and Jade believed her. She bled anger in the Force. My apprentice is hunting some of your friends now. I can feel him. If we can kill some Jedi between us, the day won't be a total loss. You're not leaving here alive, Ben shouted. Jade could feel it from her father, all the anger he said he'd put aside. She wanted to shout a warning at him, but not in front of Darth Zoran. The falling woman started walking toward them, saber bobbing at her side. Almost casually she said, "Vengeance is important to the Sith, as you must know. Claiming the lives of the Grand Master of the Jedi Order and his daughter would be recompense for my world ship." You won't get it. Ben hefted his saber edge closer. Dad, Jade shouted. Be careful. He knows what I am, girl. Zoran's free hand, dangling loose, sparked with blue lightning. I'm the Sith who killed his wife. Tell me, Grand Master, is vengeance the Jedi way? Ben glared at her but didn't move closer. No, it's not. She looked disappointed. Well, perhaps we can change that. Zoran raised her hand and a current of Force lightning surged toward Jade. She tried to block it with her lightsaber, but the energy rushed her, overwhelmed her, and blasted her world away. Chapter 39. Green laser blasts scattered over Miracia's forward shields, blinding her and filling her cockpit with alarms. She wrenched her fighter hard to port out of the deadly hail, but the alarms kept wailing. Forward shields were fried, inoperable. Aft shields almost down. She checked her scanner to see what had happened to Walker 4 on her wing. Renner was gone, vaporized. She wheeled her fighter around and tried to spot the fighter that had killed him. With Renner gone and 2 TIE demolishers vaped, they were down to 9 pilots. 9 pilots against over a dozen Beskets and 2 fast-approaching corvettes, not to mention the frigates lolling only slightly behind. The only mercy, if you could call it, that came because most of the Beskets had caught up with Voidwalker and were concentrating their attention on attack runs. The frigate's forward and aft starboard shields were already down, and they were concentrating their attack runs on those sections, tearing more holes in the hull and flushing more bodies and tangled debris into space. The small, bitter mercy was that in making those straight attack runs, the Mandos were making themselves easy targets. Miracia had shot down 3 of them already, but there were plenty more to kill. Lead, hard to starboard, a voice called. She broke as ordered, narrowly avoiding more shots from the fighter that had been on her before. The Besket clung to her tail, but Walker 5 dropped in behind it. Miracia risked a long straight run, enough to give Norvok a shot, and he took it. The fighter chasing her winked off her scanners, and she slowed to let Walker 5 pull up beside her. Good shooting, Lieutenant, she called. Walker 1, came another voice. This is Breaker 1. We've got a corvette pulling ahead. It's closing on our aft starboard. Do you see it? Miracia and Norvok spun around to get a better look at Voidwalker. The frigate had never looked more battered, its once pointed nose smashed and gnarled, its starboard side half torn open by black gashes. The first Mandalorian corvette was closing in on that weak spot. In a normal fight, Voidwalker would win easily, but the cannons on that flank were as badly ripped up as the shields. Voidwalker couldn't take any more. It just couldn't. 2 bombers left, each with only a few torps left. 2 bombers and a handful of fighters. They had to try. Voidwalker was dead if they didn't. Davik was dead. Ready your run, Breaker, she told Vol. We'll cover. Walker's on me. The fighters soared toward Voidwalker, and the corvette approaching. The joined formation left the frigate open for more attacks, but the line was too big, too tempting for the Besket pilots to ignore. Another TIE X burst, but they kept charging. The 2 heavy bombers took the 4. She dropped her fighter right behind them, right between the so when they crested Voidwalker's spine they had a perfect head-on shot at the Mando Corvette. "All ships, fire," she called. As soon as the words came out, something took hold of her. The frenzy seemed to slow so she could know every detail. Laser fire streaked ahead, scattering on the Corvette's strong forward shields. The bombers dropped their last payloads. She watched without even tapping the trigger on her joystick. Everyone fired but her. The battle frenzy slowed down. She felt every pulse of hot plasma, every chunk of metal hurtling through the void, every mind of every pilot left in the line. She watched as the torpedoes hit the shields and burst, obscuring slim glowing line of the Corvette's command deck. Then she squeezed the trigger. A chain of green lasers shot forward, slipped between the detonation points of the torpedoes, and disappeared in their hot white scatter across the Corvette's shields. Then the scatter faded and the laser shots were still going, cutting through the flickering shields at just the right moment. Then there was nothing to stop them. They smashed through the bridge's transparent steel viewport and impacted a quarter second later. The command deck burst in flame from the inside out. More explosions shuddered through the vessel. Its shields died, its hull buckled, and the engines flickered and went dark. It was only after she pulled up, second from collision with the dying ship, that she realized all her pilots were cheering for her. As she swung to rejoin them, she realized it could have only been the Force. She stopped seeking it and had surrendered instead, letting it flow through her and move her to save Voidwalker. To save Davak. Then laser fire slanted across her viewport. More Beskets, coming fast. Another Corvette too, and the frigates catching up behind it. All that beautiful moment had won them was a few more minutes of life. She told her pilots to chase targets of opportunity, then broke after the nearest Besket. Every minute had to count. Fighting the Sith was like battling 3 enemies at once. The Barabel dodged, leaped, bounded across the uneven terrain on all fours, lashing its tail like a whip. Warren barely avoided a tail strike that would have snapped his calf bone in two, and a swipe from one of the short red blades toward Jodrum's upper left arm, but neither of them stopped attacking. Arlen was the most aggressive fighter. He moved like Warren had never seen before, sidestepping the leaping, and parrying, and striking with every breath, but he could never get through the Barabel's twin short blades. All the while the Mandalorian hung back with her rifle, trying again and again to find the right angle to shoot the Sith in the head. At first Warren had found it distracting. He'd been afraid that the Mando would take his head off instead, but she was an impeccable shot, sometimes shooting so close to cinch his black hair but never actually hitting him. It did no good. The Sith felt each shot come, and blocked them all. No mortal creature could be that tireless. Warren could feel the Sith as a dark beacon in the Force. Its murderous intent was cold, not hot, determined and strong like Durasteel. Warren was getting exhausted. He could feel the others were too, but not the Sith. The dark side fueled it with a hideous strength. As the fight dragged on, and the Jedi started to tire, Warren found himself waiting for the killing blow. It might land on himself, Jodrum, Arlen, even Tamar, but it would come. He thought he was ready this time, thought he'd improved since Veridan, and calmed his mind, and gained more mastery over the Force that would prevent him from failing again, but he was just as beaten and helpless as before. The crushing knowledge made him angry, and he tried to draw strength from it. Darth Zorin had ranted to him about injustice. This was injustice. 4 Force users against 1 should have been more than enough to defeat this monster, but all their aggregate training gained them nothing. Even Arlen, his master, could do no more than fight the Sith to a standstill, and that was with the others helping. The battle neared the edge to a crater. They tried to push the Sith back, maybe even knock it into the pit, but it started pushing back. When Arlen swiped at his legs, it somersaulted into the air over the Jedi's head. Arlen tried to pivot, but the Sith's tail cracked against his back, dropping him to the ground. Warren and Jodrum lunged at once. The Sith blocked their sabers with either blade, then ducked, spun on one heel, and lashed out with his tail. Warren jumped over it, but Jodrum was a second too slow. He could hear the crack of his friend's leg bone shattering. The Sith was back facing them in an instant. Both his blades swiped out horizontally. Warren had jumped and come down in a crouch, but Jodrum staggered. blinded by pain, instinctively trying to balance on one leg. In an instant, Warren knew he'd never dodge in time. He threw himself to the side and knocked Jadram to the ground. He felt the heat of the red sabers just over his falling head, then felt Jadram's pain as his left arm, flailing upward as he fell, was cleaved straight off by the Sith's blade. They both hit the dust. Jadram writhed in pain, clutching the stump of his arm. The Sith loomed above them and raised his blade for a killing blow. Arlen surged behind the creature and thrust with his blue blade. Somehow the Sith felt it coming and sidestepped away, but not fast enough to avoid a sizzling slice beneath its ribcage. For the first time, Warren felt the Sith's pain through the Force. He savored the pain, rose to his feet, and ready to thrust that would spear the monster through the gut. Then 2 laser blasts lanced over his head and hit the Sith in the face. It staggered back, arms still over his head, then tumbled backwards into the pit. I could have killed it, Warren shouted angrily as the Mandalorian ran up to the crater's edge. Arlen was already there, looking down into the black pit. Ignoring Warren, Tamar asked, "Where is it? Did I kill it?" "I can't tell. I don't think it's dead." Arlen scowled. "Warren, how's Jadram?" Warren turned back to his friend, lying broken in the dust. He was still conscious, barely, but his left arm was a scorched stump and his calf had been shattered midway through, with blood and bone and muscle ripped through the fabric of his trousers. Arlen pushed Warren aside and bent over Jadram. He pressed a hand against the young man's forehead and closed his eyes. Jadram's pained expression relaxed and his body went limp. When Arlen took his hand away, Jadram's eyes were closed. "We need to get him out of here," Arlen sighed as they stood up. "What about the Sith?" said Warren. "It's still down there. We'd know if it died." "He's right." Frustration choked Tamar's voice. "We heard it. We have to finish it off." "No." Arlen grabbed her shoulder pad. "Take Jadram back to the speeder. Get him out of here." "That thing." "Warren, and I will kill it. Please, Tamar, get Jadram out of here. Keep him safe." She said no words and her face was hidden, but Warren would feel the frustration and indecision warring inside her. She wanted to kill that Sith, wanted it even worse than Warren did. Finally, Tamar nodded. "Get it done, Jedi." "Trust me, we will." Arlen turned his eyes to Warren. "Can you do this?" "I almost had it, Master. If she hadn't." "Calm yourself. Focus. Don't let your anger take over. You're not going after that thing unless you've got a clear head." He realized he was shaking and forced himself to take deep, slow breaths. "I can do it, Master. Trust me, please." He couldn't run away again. He couldn't fail. "All right. Tamar, take care of him. Warren, you're with me." They both stepped to the edge of the crater and stared down. Blackness swallowed the bottom of the pit. Warren could still sense the Sith down there, his cold anger and ruthless predator's intent. Without hesitation, they stepped over the edge and plunged into the dark. The second the first blast of Force lightning took Jade, Ben jumped forward. He was on Darth Zoran with a single lunge, and she was forced to stop her attack on his daughter and concentrate fully on the Jedi Master. Ben pounded chopping vertical blows against her red blade, forcing her back toward the lift. When he had room, he gave her the chance to swipe at him, and she took it. He jumped over her head, came down behind her, and swung for her back, but she was there to block him. He'd expected as much, but now he could spot Jade over Zoran's shoulder. His daughter lay near the edge of the bridge, less than a meter from the plunge. Her tunic smoked and her body twitched. He could feel her pain in the Force and tried to send soothing thoughts, peace, fortitude, but Zoran didn't let him. They traded blocks and blows and parries, all the while skirting along the elevated platform that circled the central pillar. They moved around the pillar without even trying. When Jade slipped out of view, Zoran stepped back, just out of range of a good lunge, and waved her saber in front of her. "Are you sure vengeance is not a Jedi trait, Grand Master?" she taunted. Ben was panting from exertion, but she wasn't even short of breath. "I think I know by now," he said through his teeth. Are you saying you didn't want revenge against the Sith who killed your mother either? She was trying to get to him and succeeding. He lunged forward to shut her up, but she skirted back and laughed. First your mother, then your wife. In a minute I'll kill your daughter. Why wouldn't you want revenge? He resisted the urge to strike. If you want to kill me, then kill me. You'll never get me to turn dark. You think Sith haven't tried it before? She shook her head. I know what you Jedi are. You're not saints, even when you pretend to be. What are we, then? Cowards, she sneered. You see a damaged galaxy full of damaged lives, and what do? Fix it. Rage against it. Bring justice to those who need it. No! She swiped her blade out in front of her. You pull back, you detach yourselves, you meditate on your own inner light and deny the darkness around you. You deny the Force because you're afraid of its full power. He heard the pain in her voice along with the mockery and remembered what she'd once been. I'm sorry we couldn't help your family. I'm sorry the Jedi couldn't do more. If you were sorry, you'd have done something about it, she shouted. He found pity for the Sith Lord and tried to hold on to it. It was the only thing keeping the anger at bay. I'm sorry that you've given into your hate. I think, in a better galaxy, you could have been a fine Jedi. Jedi. She spat it like a curse. You've never hated because you've never lived. You sit in your temples and never come down from your thrones. You don't know what suffering is. I've suffered, he said. They were with him even now, his mother, Katia, Vestera, Jacen. Do you really think I haven't? A heavy weight seemed to come onto her shoulders. Darth Zoran lowered it, breathed deep. He was so tempted to strike her then, but he held back, waited. When she lifted her head, her eyes flared molten gold. Tell me, Grandmaster, do you want to know what your wife's thoughts were when she died? It was going to be this, then? It was always going to be this. He flexed his grip on his lightsaber and ready to fight again. I know. I felt it. Our daughter felt it. Zoran started walking again, slightly to the side, slowly closer. I thought so. I remember it so well, after all this time. I remember her face. Ben felt tendrils of thought probing into his mind. He pushed them out, physically jerked away from her. He could feel her raw power, fueled by a lifetime of bitter anger. If he were any lesser Jedi, she could break into his mind. I can't show it to you, Grandmaster. Zoran bore her teeth, all sneer and mockery, all vulnerability gone. Do you want to see your wife's face when she died? Would you like it burned in your eyes forever? No. Ben tensed, 2 steps more, and he'd strike. Zoran stopped where she was and shrugged. Very well then. I'll share it with your daughter instead. The anger he'd been holding back surged free. He let it carry him forward and attacked. In the end, it was inevitable. The destruction of the first Mandalorian corvette had slowed the approach of the second, but once it had passed the body of his partner, the second ship had jumped ahead and begun pounding Voidwalker's aft shields with everything it had. The Beskets kept attacking the frigate's vulnerable starboard side, chewing away at more hull and killing more crew with every run. Davik had been forced to kill all power to the starboard engine lest it explode. Then the dorsal engine, struggling since Carfedian, had finally given in. Even if there had been a place to run, Voidwalker couldn't run any longer. Derek gave the order. They slowed their advance and spun on one axis to show their relatively strong port flank to the approaching corvette. Maybe, with a few more lucky shots from the fighters, they might be able to take down that ship too before the frigates arrived and finished Voidwalker off. Davik watched them close as he stood near the tactical console. He'd rather be here than by the captain's chair he'd never used and couldn't believe he'd earned. He'd always felt more comfortable here, in the place where he'd begun. He might as well end it here too. He tried to remember how many Mandalorian capital ships they'd taken out before the end. He couldn't remember the score, but they'd given better than they'd gotten many times over. It's something he started, so weak even he couldn't hear it. He raised his voice and said, it's something to be proud of. Lasting as long as we could. As shutters from the port batteries worked their way up to the bridge, he looked down on poor Dunn and Korak. The Keldor's face was too hard to read. But on the humans he saw an emptiness. All Korak's youthful defiance had been worn away at last. They'd cheated death at Carfedian, and it had been chasing them ever since. It was amazing they put off the inevitable for so long. Another, deeper shudder ran across the deck. It didn't feel like an impact. It had been more like a rattle, as though something inside the ship had briefly adjusted itself. Then he realized the artificial gravity. Before he could even ask, poor Dunn said, "Sir, the interdiction field is down." He spun away from the holo. "Come, hail Starless. Tell them." They didn't need to. He saw the first ship revert to real space off their forward bow. It was a good distance away, but clear to see. A dark gray wedge twice as long as Voidwalker and 5 times as massive. More ships appeared after that. He looked back to the tactical holo. The red lights around Voidwalker were suddenly ringed by greens on all sides. Out past the viewport, Starless was opening fire. The corvette attacking Voidwalker lasted less than a minute before his shields crumpled and his hull was consumed by flames. Alliance starfighters, Tri-Wing interceptors, and D-Wing attack craft began to swarm out of his hangar and overwhelm the Beskets. The Mando frigates tried to run, but they were boxed in on all sides. Within 3 minutes, both surrendered and the battle was over. Davik didn't know what he'd expected when this moment came. He never really believed it would, but now it had. No one cheered, not even Korak. The bridge crew slumped in their seats, stunned, exhausted, disbelieving. No one even spoke except for a few section chiefs trying to start post-battle system checks. "Captain," an ensign called. "Starless is hailing." "1 minute, please." Davik felt weak. He braced himself on the tactical console. "Ensign Korak, what about our fighters?" "We're still got 7 birds in the air, sir." 7. He couldn't remember how many it had been last he checked. He was terrified to ask, but somehow he got it out. "What about the CAG?" Korak glanced at his console, double-checking. "Walker 1 is inbound, sir." He nodded because he didn't trust himself to speak. Somehow he staggered over to the communication station, gathered himself, and rasped, "This is Voidwalker." "Davik, what's your situation?" His father's voice was urgent. "Do you have a damage report yet?" He felt something cold on his face and brushed his cheek with the back of a hand. Tears after all this. "It's okay, Dad," he sniffed. "We won." It was a darkness that swallowed everything. The only illumination came from the blue-white of Warren and Arlen's lightsabers, and those only spread light a few steps away. They could see no tunnel walls, could mark no path. They wandered through a void without form or substance, and Arlen felt lost in darkness deeper than anything he'd ever known. It terrified him, but he tried to hide it. He had to at least appear strong, for Warren's sake. The force flowed between them, and it was hard. He could feel the young Chiss's frustration and anger, the punishing self-loathing that had been with him ever since Master Mjalu's death. Yet now even that was being tempered by the abyss they wandered in. For all their combined Jedi powers and training, they'd become lost in the dark and felt very, very small. And then the Sith was on them. They'd been walking 3 paces apart, and the Sith fell as though from the ceiling. It landed on all 4s and whipped its tail around. The Jedi knew to jump high, and Arlen tried to land with his boots on the Sith's back, but it lunged away, and his feet hit the cavern floor. They held out their sabers, trying to catch the bearable as it rushed into the dark. Suddenly it lunged, twin sabers blazing. In the cramped darkness of the tunnel, it was hard to move. The Sith interposed itself between them and fought off both their blows at once. Arlen ducked beneath one swipe, fell into a roll, and came up next to Warren. They pressed together, but the bearable still had 2 blades to fight off their attacks. At the same time, it kept attempting quick forward thrusts. Against its short blades, the Jedi could keep dodging, but Arlen realized that was the point. The Sith was backing them towards something, in a direction different from the one which they'd come. He sent Warren a warning in the Force. "Get low, get behind it." Arlen swung diagonally from the hip and pushed the Sith's parrying blade upward. At the same time, Warren ducked low and tried to get around to the bearable's other side. The Sith swung his second blade like a cleaver, but Arlen pitched himself off balance and threw his right leg in an upward kick. His boot connected with the Sith's wrist, stopping his swipe midway down. For a second, the Sith froze in shock. Arlen twisted his saber, pulled it back from the Sith's red blade, then tilted it upward, right through her wrist. The bearable lost balance and stumbled back. It unleashed a high-pitched, animal howl of pain, the first noise it had made since the fight began. Warren saw his opening and moved in to strike his side. But the bearable lashed out. Its tail took Warren in the stomach and knocked him against the cavern wall. The Sith jabbed his handless, bladeless wrist at Arlen, and for a second the Jedi thought his opponent had gone delirious. Then blue lightning burst from the still smoking stump. Pain exploded over Arlen's body as he was thrown against the opposite wall. He dropped his saber. He tried to scream, but nothing came out. He could feel that awful energy, the physical manifestation of that Sith's cold anger, burning his insides like an icy fire. Then Warren surged forward and thrust his saber into the Sith's side. He kept pushing and the lightning began again, sizzling over both their bodies. Arlen fought back the pain and felt them both, twin novas of frustration and anger, literally clawing at each other as they backed away down the tunnel path. Arlen tried to scream, but all he could make was a gasp. Warren, wait, step back. Warren didn't hear him, didn't care. He shoved the Sith back again. Both their bodies lit up by a corona of force lightning tipped back and plunged out of view. Then it was total darkness. Gasping, Arlen fumbled on his hands and knees until he found his lightsaber. He ignited the blue-white blade and crawled over to the place where Warren and the Sith had disappeared. With his free hands he grasped the rim of the shaft, edged his upper body over, and looked down into the long, long fall. He tried to feel Warren, feel the Sith. He felt nothing at all. Slowly, mournfully, Arlen picked himself up. Lightsaber in hand, he began to stagger out of the dark. She could feel it, all the anger and the agony. It washed away even the pain that had been spasming through her body for minutes after Darth Zorn's explosive blast of force lightning. Jade pushed herself upright and looked around for her lightsaber. It was 5 meters away, just on the cusp of the ledge, and she hurriedly pulled it to her. She stood on wobbly legs and looked to the source of all she was feeling. Her father and Darth Zorn had rounded the pillar. He was attacking fiercely, pushing her onto the bridge. Jade could feel the pain at the heart of his rage, the pain of her mother's death compounded by the pain of his mother's death, the pain of all the people he'd loved and lost in the Jedi Order's endless war against the Sith. Dad, don't... She tried to tell him, but he pressed on and on. She started jogging toward the fight, and when she got her wind back she sprinted. Zoran's back was turned, and if she could stab the Sith Lord through right now, if she could claim this kill as her own before her father struck her down in hatred. She was 3 meters away when Zoran, without even turning or raising a hand, unleashed another burst of force lightning. Jade didn't even have time to stop it. It leaped off Zoran's back, exploded in Jade's face, and threw her back down the bridge, rolling a straight line down its center. She clutched tight to her lightsaber this time, didn't let it go, even as her whole body trembled and her teeth rattled between shuddering jaws. Pain shot through every nerve in her boy, pain so awful she couldn't even think. Then something came through, warmth, confidence, escape. Her father, sending her strength. She used that strength to plant a fist on the bridge and push herself onto her knees. Her father still battled Zorn, but it was different now, slower, deliberate instead of a fury. He was different in the Force too. He pulled back from his vengeful rage. She felt his love for her pulsing through their connection in the Force, a love that washed away all the bitterness and rage and regret that had piled so high between them. "Do it, Jade," he said. "I'll protect you." Jade rose and charged again. When she got close, Zoran sent out another blast of force lightning. Jade was ready and caught some of it on her lightsaber, though more arced through her body. It was pain, awful pain, pain that brought her charge to a shuddering halt, but her father's strength held her upright. Jade stood her ground and didn't fall. Zoran didn't notice or redouble her attacks. She stepped back from Jay's father and sparked a burst of force lightning between them. Jay felt Ben's pain through the connection, even as her own dwindled. "Go," he told her, and Jay charged again. Zoran swelled with anger, accumulated over a lifetime, and cultivated into raw power. Force lightning danced across her body and jumped out in all directions. It arced like an electric surge in two directions, to Ben and Jade at once. The pain was overwhelming them both, but Ben subsumed it, took it on himself, shunted the agony all on him so his daughter could charge on, propelled by no anger, or bitterness, or regret, or desire, only a love that would never pass away. It took everything he had. Zoran had become a nova of dark energy, and it was scalding him, tearing through his body, and searing every cell. She raised her saber with both hands for a downward strike. Jade kept running, almost there, her vision blinded by the blue storm. Zoran's next blow batted down Ben's lightsaber, and in his agony he hadn't the strength to lift it up. She swung again, straight down, through his ropes, through empty air, until she scraped through the platform floor onto which his saber clattered. Within a halo of dark lightning, she turned around. Jade threw herself into the air. The energy enveloped them both, but Jade didn't feel a thing. Ben was still with her, protecting his daughter from any harm. She fell on Darth Zoran, saber plunging through the Sith Lord's heart. Zoran vanished in a final flare of lightning that was gone before Jade hit the ground. She landed on her feet, rolled, and skidded across the platform. Her lightsaber died and spilled from her hand. When she opened her eyes, her palm was in front of her face, the last few sparks of lightning dying between her fingertips. She blinked, her vision clear. A gentle hand seemed to lift her upright. She looked around and saw the platform scorched and burnt, the remains of a tattered brown robe, and two lightsabers, fallen side by side. Jade rose. She staggered over to the sabers. She picked up Darth Zoran's and threw it over the edge of the platform. Then she dropped on her knees, picked up Ben Skywalker's with both hands, and sunk to her knees as it all became real. She felt one more caress, soft and loving against her tear-wet face, before her father's touch faded from her mind. Chapter 40. It felt strange being on Void Walker's bridge. In all the hours Davik had spent here, he'd never once seen it like this. The overhead lights were turned off, the crew pit empty. The seats at the upper-level consoles were unoccupied. He stepped onto the empty command deck and listened to the hum of the sublight engines, still faint. They were still drifting through the Malador system on the edge of the Alliance fleet, but none of the adjacent ships were visible from this angle. Only stars filled the viewports. There seemed to be more of them now than ever before. For so long he thought he'd never see stars again. Now he wanted to stand on a planet. He wanted to see if blue sky and streaking clouds were as beautiful as he'd remembered. He heard footsteps on the bridge. He was unsurprised to see Miragia walk onto the deck. He started walking toward her and asked, "Did you talk to your family?" "I did," she said. "They had a lot to say." "I bet. They said news about Voidwalker is all over the Empire. Everyone is calling us heroes." She sat down at the edge of the empty crew pit so her legs hung over the side. Davik sat down next to her, their hands not quite touching. They watched the stars for a while. When the engineless flares of a few Parolan tri-wings drifted into view, she asked, "Do we have a final casualty count?" The hours since the battle's end had been busy ones. Alliance crews from Starless had come over to inspect the ship, help secure damaged decks and bulkheads, and provide badly needed medical assistance. They'd also tallied the number of crew lost in the most recent battle. "Overall," he said, "we brought 764 people home. When we left Bilbringi, we had 1,047. Of course, some of those people we have now came from Shieldbreaker, so Voidwalker's death count is going to be even more than 300. She grabbed his hand and squeezed it. 746 Voidwalkers are alive because of you, Davik, not to mention everyone on Malador. That's what's important. And you?" He squeezed back. "At the end there, when you knocked out the Corvette, was that what I think it was?" She sighed and looked at the stars. "It was. It just came to me. It saved us all. I know. And I know I can't just push this away, whatever it is. This power is part of me, even if I didn't ask for it. What do you want to do now? Still be a pilot? I don't know. Nothing's the same anymore. Nothing would be the same for anyone on Voidwalker. They'd all been ready to die and found themselves alive again. Davik didn't blame Miragia for uncertainty. He didn't know what he would do next either. He glanced sideways at her, watched her profile watching the stars. Extreme situations produce different responses in different people. Sometimes, when situations return to normal, they fall back to their normal ways of acting and consciously cut themselves from everything they'd done and been during more perilous times. There was nothing wrong with that. Most beings needed a sense of normalcy. But it had been nagging at him the whole time during post-battle cleanup and evaluation that perhaps Miragia would be one of those people. Perhaps she'd try hard to put all of this behind her, including Davik. Yet here they were now, alone on the bridge, holding hands and watching stars in silence. He decided he didn't want to be anywhere else. What will they do with the world ship? Miragia asked eventually. I don't know. I heard Admiral Antilles talk about running it into Malidor Star. That's one way to make sure it never gets used again. Davik waited a little while before saying, my uncle died on that world ship. She squeezed his hand a little more. I heard rumors. I'm sorry. I didn't know him as well as I should have. Ben Skywalker was a Jedi Master, the Jedi Master. I was always something else. What will the Jedi do now? I don't know. Whatever it is, I'm sure my mother and Arlen will be a part of it. Still holding his hand, she inched closer and leaned against his shoulder. He leaned back, let his head rest against hers, smelled her hair. He closed his eyes, breathed in and out. He didn't know what his future would be when he stepped off this bridge, but he wanted Miragia to be a part. He needed it. He realized what he'd never told her, what he thought he never would. He opened his mouth, but only a little bleat got through. What? She said. He'd never been good at being open with his feelings. Maybe he never would, but he still had to try. After 6 weeks walking the void, he should at least be able to do this. So he forced it out. I love you, Miragia. He waited. Silence dragged on, and seconds became agonizing before she squeezed his hand again. I kind of figured that. He finally exhaled and sagged against her a little more. She said, you're going to have to work on public speaking for when we get back to Imperial space. What do you mean? According to my parents, you're hero of the hour. There's pictures of you on the news nets all the time. They'll be begging for interviews when we get home. It's a big win for your father too, and for Riaj and the legacy they laid down. Davik hadn't even thought about that. I was just trying to get this crew home. I didn't want any of this to happen. And besides, you're more of the hero than I am. Everyone in the Air Group and Razor Company are. You were on the front lines all the time. You all lost so much. She let him think in silence for a while. Eventually she asked, what will happen to Voidwalker? I don't know. The Alliance techs are still evaluating the condition. Chief Daher says the hyperdrive core is still intact after the last fight, but structural integrity might be shot. But I hope we can get it home. I don't want to see it scrapped. He ran his free hand against the deck's lightly ridged metal. This ship was everything for us, even if most of it was awful. Voidwalker got us where we needed to be, Miragia said. It was home, he said, and looked around the dark and silent bridge. He wondered whether, years from now, whatever the future brought, it would remain a home for his heart. He believed it would. Even if they scrapped it, tore it apart, or tossed it into a sun, a part of him would always be here. After everything it had been through, Starlight Champion had come out with only minor damage. Somehow, Arlen wasn't surprised. Champ had always been a lucky ship. It sat now in Starla's auxiliary hangar. Arlen had just finished talking with his parents and Davik, and he lingered now outside the ship, wondering where else it would take him and hoping it was through less dangerous straits than those of the past few weeks. Most of the Alliance fleet remained in the Malidor system, but a few ships had jumped back to the core. Chance had gone with them, claiming that he had company business that was long overdue. Arlen didn't hold it against him. He dragged his friend into more than enough messes lately. That left one more person to deal with. Arlen went into Champion and found her where they first met, in the engine room. She had pulled out a bench and was looking over her Beskar armor one plate at a time. "Still looks good to me," Arlen observed from the doorway. Tamar let the chess piece rest in her lap. "Never hurts to take good care of your clothes." "Good point." His hand went to the silver lightsaber still at his hip. He detached it from his belt and held it out. "I think you should have this back now." "Are you sure?" she asked softly. She'd been weirdly subdued since the fight on the world ship. She seemed to be treading light around him, not wanting to upset him after the loss of his uncle. It was a new side of her, one he hadn't been expecting. But then, they always said Mandalorians were big on family. He walked over and sat down on the bench beside her. He held the saber out and waited. Eventually she took it. "I'm sorry you lost the other one," he said. She ran her fingers across the lightsaber, tracing familiar metal curves. "Any more news about the Mandalorians?" "As best we can tell, there's no more in Sinex Juvex. We have a map to the shroud now to make sure, but my guess is they found out their employer was dead and decided the contract was terminated. Knowing Jevernalchus, he's probably heading back to Mandalore. You still have cousins, don't you? A clan. Aliite, we call it. But the Skaratas are also Mandalorian. If I tried to go back there, plead my case," she sighed. "I don't know. I'll need to wait and learn more. If Jevernalchus still has solid support as Mandalore, I don't think I'd be welcome. Even if Clan Skarata sheltered me, and I think they would, it would turn the rest of Mandalore against them. I don't want to do that to them." He waited a while, watched her stroke her great-grandmother's weapon, then asked, "What will you do instead?" "That's the big Shabla question, Jedi." She slapped the saber into her open palm. "I wish to hell I had an answer." "You still think of yourself as Mandalorian?" "Of course I do. But, apparently that's not all I am. Back when I was in Crux's ship, hibernating, before you revived me, I had a dream about my Babur. The Jedi son. Or maybe it was a Force ghost vision. I don't know. He told me the Force was a gift. He said I shouldn't just look away from it. He knew better than to come out and suggest she train as a Jedi. He wasn't sure it would work for her anyway. She still had Mandalorian ruthlessness in her core, a willingness to embrace spite and anger, but she had a fundamental goodness too. Without she wouldn't be here. Neither would Davik, the crew of Voidwalker, or, most likely, a couple billion people on Malador. She told him Mandalorians had no word for hero, and she clearly didn't want to be seen as one, but she was starting to see herself as something more than a Mando for the first time. He didn't know what that was the start of, but it was a start. She kept rolling the lightsaber around in her hands. She said, "You'll just build yourself another one, won't you?" "That's the plan." "What's going to happen to the Jedi now that your uncle is gone?" "I don't know. The Jedi Council will have to elect a leader. There's talk about my mom taking over." "I see." She stopped moving the saber and let it lay flat in both palms. "I'd like to meet your mother." "Really?" Tamar picked her head up and looked at him for the first time. "I've heard about her. From my Babur. I was always curious. She's aboard Starless right now. We can go see her if you want. I don't want to bother her. I'm sure, right now, she's busy. I just saw her on her way to her cabin." He got to his feet. "She sounded interested in meeting you too. We should go now." She looked up at him. The hesitation in her eyes was also new. She swallowed, stood up, and hooked her great-grandmother's lightsaber on her belt. She looked down at it for a long moment, and Arlen could feel her pride in the Force. Then Tamar looked up and said, "Okay, let's go meet her." He wasn't sure what it felt like the start of, but it was definitely a start. As Intruder sailed through hyperspace, Darth Kikit sat in the cockpit of his craft, thinking. He felt it when his master had died. Her dying anger had surged through him and felt as real as his own, Then it had suddenly died. That anger had saved him. It had given him strength to pick himself up, push past the pain from all his wounds, and make his way back to the ship. The anger wasn't what echoed in his mind. It was the sudden stop. He'd killed enough to know that the end of life often came fast and brutal, but somehow, deep down, he'd never believed a Sith could be terminated like that. Darth Zorin had taken him as a child and trained him to become a full Sith Lord. Now he would have to make his way without her. He should have been eager. Instead, he felt hollow inside. Melancholy was unworthy of a Sith. Eventually, he brought Intruder's comm system online and tried to connect. He waited patiently until the hollow image of a Chagrian woman in dark robes appeared above his console. "Ah, Darth Kikid," she said. "I thought you survived." "I've escaped the world ship and removed every trace of our presence there," he told her. "Did you feel Darth Zorin's passing?" "We did. Her loss is great, but at least it was a worthy one." "What do you mean?" As far as Kikid knew, everything had ended in failure. The world ship dead. The Senex Juvex revolution fizzled to nothing, the Alliance, and Jedi triumphant. "You haven't heard, then? Ben Skywalker, Grand Master of the Jedi Order, is dead." Kikid's eyes widened. "I didn't know. What happens to the Jedi now?" "They'll find a new leader, but that doesn't matter. The Skywalker line is sundered. The only one left is a frightened girl. The Jedi will be vulnerable now." "That is great news." "It is indeed. So don't act defeated, Darth Kikid. You've done well and will be treated accordingly. Make haste back to the Hapes cluster." "I already am, Darth Wirelock. You should know that I also have a passenger." She frowned. "What sort of passenger?" "An apprentice Jedi from the Chiss. Darth Zorin expressed an interest in him before she died. We battled together on the world ship." "And you took him captive?" He nodded. It was easier than explaining that they pitched into a shaft together and fallen dozens of meters into blackness. "I felt his anger during our battle. Darth Zorin said he has a great need to control and make order." "That sounds like what would interest her. You did well to retrieve him, Darth Kikid. Bring the Chiss to Hapes. We'll see if we can make a Sith of him." "Yes, Lord Wirelock," he said, and killed the connection. When the holo shut off, Kikid looked over his shoulder. The Chiss lay unconscious and strapped to the couch at the rear of the cockpit. Kikid knew Jedi had turned Sith many times before. He did not know this apprentice enough to say whether it was possible or not, but greater Sith than he had deemed it worth a try. If he wouldn't turn, he could always be killed. Darth Zorin had told him that things had to be broken before they could be remade. Kikid suspected this young Jedi had a lot of breaking in store. "Darth Kikid is bringing a captive Jedi apprentice back to Hapes," Darth Wirelock said. "It will be interesting to see what comes of that." "Will you let him train the Jedi himself?" Darth Krone asked as he sunk into his chair and watched the Chagrian's holo image. "It will be worth a try. It will be interesting to see how much of Zorin has rubbed off on him." Wirelock said it in a very neutral tone, and Krone nodded in agreement. Darth Zorin had been one of their most powerful and accomplished lords. Without her, they'd have never established their current base in the Hapes cluster. Still, Zorin's passion had always been for Senex Juvex, the place that had made her. Even after she became Sith, a part of her had also remained Saviar, the battered and brutalized Falleen orphan. That core had been the source of her power, but also a weakness. Had Krone been in charge of the Senex Juvex Rising, he'd never have brought the world ship out to Malidor when it was vulnerable. Zorin had tried to be Sith Lord and revolutionary at once, and it had gotten her killed. In a way, he regretted the loss of Vilith Dao more than Zorin's. The Master Shaper had saved Lord Krait's life and created many tools for the One Sith to use. There were other Yuuz Hinvong still serving the One Sith, but none as brilliant as him. "At least," he said aloud, "Zorin took Ben Skywalker with her. The Jedi will have a hard time recovering from that. Tell me, do you think it would be worthwhile to go after the girl now?" Wirelock considered that one. An attempt to kill Ben Skywalker 30 years ago had nearly cost the One Sith everything. Lord Krait's monomaniac hatred for that family line was both the source of his power and his blind spot. He was like Zoran in that way. "We will wait for now," Wirelock said at last. "More important is what happens on Coruscant." Crone fought a frown. The situation is in flux. Lonix Savash had stepped down as chief of state, which means an election is imminent. There's been a groundswell of support for Darth Kita's spawn. She urged the Senate to stop Zoran, and when they didn't, she went to the world ship herself and nearly died. She couldn't look more heroic if she tried. "A pity she didn't die," Wirelock muttered. Like the Skywalkers, that woman had figured importantly in Darth Crate's visions. Like them, she'd proven very difficult to dispose of. It sometimes felt like the Force itself was trying to safeguard her. But then, they were Sith. Wrenching their will from the Force was their reason for being. "You'll use every resource at your disposal to keep Alana Djo from winning that election," Wirelock said sharply. "Her ascension cannot be allowed." "I can't guarantee anything. I've told you that. I did everything I could for the last election, and even then the Alliance barely voted to stay out of Sinex Juvex. A vote that wasn't even honored. It seems we underestimated Savash's personal bravery. It seemed to Crone he wasn't the only one they'd underestimated. We can always kill her. Martyr her, you mean, and wed the Jedi and the Alliance even more closely together." The Chagrian scowled. "No. Do whatever you can to guarantee she loses that election, Darth Crone. I don't care how many senators you have to bribe. Do it." "I will do as you say." He tried to hide his exasperation. If Wirelock wanted someone to control the Senate, she should have seduced a politician the dark side, not a businessman. The holo winked off. Crone sighed and sat for a while in his office, thinking, watching the lanes of speeder traffic drift through Galactic City. He said he'd done everything he could, but that wasn't entirely true. He could have done some things smarter, placed a homing device on Arlen Fell's ship, for instance. He'd had the perfect opportunity, but he balked at it, afraid the Jedi might find the tracking device, figure out who'd sent it, and uncover the one Sith's most highly placed man in the capital. At the time, it had seemed like a gamble with risk and uncertain reward. Retrospect told a different story. Still, he tried not to dwell. The Sinex Juvex operation had failed because of Darth Zoran's actions, not his. They set out to widen great cleavages in the Alliance, set it against the Empire, and establish another Sith-friendly puppet state in Sinex Juvex as they had in Hapes. All of things had seemed within grasp, only to be snatched away at the last minute. It wasn't just because of Jedi meddling either. The bravery of small beings like those Rouge Alliance captains and the Imperial frigate crew had turned the tide. An unhappy side effect of being a Sith, Crone thought, was a tendency to underestimate the vermin. Crone rose from his chair, went over to his closet, and began to dress. He slipped into the formal suit he'd brought from Kuat and checked himself into the mirror to make sure he was as pressed as it should be. He nodded at his own image, the image of a successful and stylish businessman. Then he made his way to the living room of his estate, where his servant droid was busy cleaning up the drinks he'd left on the table the night before. "Good morning, Master Rator," the droid said. "How are you this morning?" "I'm well enough, all things considered," Darth Crone said. "Remind me again, what's on my schedule today?" "You have a meeting with the senator from Malastare at 0900, lunch with the Tame and Bike board members at 1300, a shareholder conference at 1500. "Of course, thank you. You've also received a request for tomorrow. Chance Calrissian says he'll be returning to Coruscant then and would like to share a drink at the Iridian Spires. He suggests an early evening time." "All right, set something up," Crone said, then went over to his kitchen to brew a cup of caf. Calrissian could be amusing for a vermin, so Crone didn't especially mind the meeting. He'd hoped all along that his connection to the businessman would in turn provide him with an inside vector on the Jedi. That hope had finally paid off, only for the Mandalorians and Darth Kikit to botch what should have been an easy kill or capture mission. He'd had to hastily fake the suicide of one of Calrissian's underworld contacts to throw the Jedi off his trail, too. Crone sighed and started brewing his caf. One lesson he'd picked up from his life as a businessman was that sometimes you had to shake off your mistakes and keep going like they never happened. He'd meet Calrissian and try to do that tomorrow. A Sith, like a businessman, had to take small defeats but keep on working toward the grand design. The first funeral Jagged had ever been to had been one without a body. It had been a solemn service, laying an obsidian plaque in the Great War Memorial Hall on Chilla with his brother Davin's name on it. He's been a child then, barely as tall at his father's hip. He was an old man now, almost 70, and he'd been to many more ceremonies, with bodies and without. The ones with no remains had always been in wartime, and he'd long hoped memorials like that were long past. Then had come the Sinex Juvex Rising and the massacre at Carfedian, and he'd resigned himself to holding a memorial with no body for his son whenever his family could spare a single day together. It felt strange, then, to stand with Davik on one side and Arlen on the other, watching his wife light a great bonfire in the center of the ancient arena on Ossus. The tiers were filled with Jedi gathered from all corners of the galaxy to pay tribute to a Grandmaster who'd left no body to burn. The bodiless pyre flared high and Jaina stood close, watching the flames reaching for a starry sky. Then, finally, she turned and walked away. Moore went up to the flame to pay respects. Jagged and Davik, two of the few non-Jedi on the crowd, remained on the side and watched the procession. Some tossed mementos into the fire. Some made gestures of respect from their native cultures. Some stopped, stared at the flame for one long moment, then kept walking. Jaina slipped in where Arlen had been. Like the other Jedi, she wore her brown robes, hood pulled high to obscure her face. As they watched Lobaka and his children pass before the pyre, she leaned close and said, "You can go too, you know." "I'm fine here," he said. "You wouldn't intrude. Your family." "I know. But I'm fine." He didn't want to explain how difficult it was. Being Jaina, she probably understood already. If anything, his wife understood better than anyone. Her litany of lost was as long as Jag's. Chewbacca, Anakin, Mara, Jacen, Zek, and now Ben. He and Jaina had lost loved ones early, and all this time he'd hoped, even trusted, that his children would not have to go through the same trauma. That they would grow up in peace. They watched as more familiar figures passed by the pyre. Alana moved slowly after being wounded during the fight on the world ship. They said the U.S. Hinvong poison had been neutralized, though some still remained in her system. She shuffled forward with Tenno Ka grasping her arm tight, and Jagged couldn't tell who was supporting whom. Perhaps it went both ways. Jaina whispered, "She'll be going back to Coruscant soon." "For the vote?" Jagged nodded. He'd heard all the buzz from the Capitol, the way Alana was being faded. Other candidates had thrown their names out to replace Lonix Sevash, but none had become sudden heroes as Alana had. He wondered what Princess Leia would have thought of her granddaughter following her footsteps. He wondered what Jacen would have felt. Jaina locked her arm around his. It'll be a hard road for her. There's still so much to reconstruct. And there are Sith still out there. I wish I could say we've hurt them as badly as they hurt us, but I just don't know. Alana and Tenno Ka moved on. More Jedi passed the fire, ones he didn't know. He knew that, just as Alana was being fated as the next chief of state, his wife was being talked about as Ben Skywalker's successor. He didn't want that for his wife. In his mind, she'd endured more than enough awful responsibility half a lifetime ago and deserved nothing but peace and rest with her family. But Jaina was Jaina. She might no longer be the sword of the Jedi, but she still carried every weight the Order placed on her without shirking, without complaint. As more unfamiliar Jedi passed, he asked her, "What about Jade? How is she holding up?" "She's managing, I think. In her own way?" Jagged wanted to point out that not being visible at her own father's memory service might send the wrong signals. It was a callous political comment, so he held it back. Still, she should have been here. Maybe Jaina read his mind. She reached down and squeezed his hand. "She is here, Jack. Just let her be. Let her do it her own way. She'll have a hard road ahead of her. They all would. She has a fine example to follow, and good people left to help her." Jag nodded and kept holding her hand. It had occurred to him, not long ago, that with age all his concerns had winnowed into one, the desire to leave a legacy behind. The reformed empire was his legacy, and so was the next generation. They'd have to be safeguarded, now more than ever. Her father's memorial pyre looked impressive, even from a distance. The arena on Ossus looked as 4,000 years in the daylight, but here, in the night, filled 3/4 full with hundreds of Jedi, it felt like a grand place, a place worthy of a last goodbye to Ben Skywalker. Jade didn't go down by the flame. She didn't need to. Everything that had needed to pass between her and her father had passed on the world ship, when his body had vanished into nothing but their connection in the Force had blazed strong and true until the fight was won. When she closed her eyes, mediated, and allowed herself to fall deeply into the Force, that was what she felt now. She couldn't recall the agony of her mother's death even if she tried. Her last sensations of her father had replaced them. Still, memory was no recompense for loss. As she sat on the arena's highest rim, perched atop 4,000-year-old stone, she couldn't help the hollow feeling inside her. Both her parents were gone. Not dead, they survived in the Force and had not abandoned her. She understood that. And in the realm of the living she still had people to help her. The galaxy was full of beings who didn't have even that, especially after all the agony the Sith had wrought in Senix Juvex. Much of the melancholy she felt watching the memorial flame came from the young man beside her. In the week since the battle on the world ship, the color had come back to Jadrum's face, but his arm was still in a splint and he moved awkwardly for the new prosthesis fitted on his left arm. Their bond in the Force was as close as it had been before. She knew that, as much as he grieved for Ben Skywalker, his thought really dwelled on another Jedi, whose loss had been tragically overlooked in all that had happened. They watched the fire for a long time. Sometimes they looked up at the stars. Eventually Jade said, "You did all you could for Warren. It's no one's fault except the Sith's." "You know," he sighed, "I didn't even like him at first. He just seemed..." "What?" "Like he was trying to be a Jedi Master when he should have just been an apprentice. He was carrying a lot of weight. And trying very hard. It's not fair it ended like that. I mean, your dad," he trailed off. "Go ahead. You can say it. It's sad what happened to him, but he had time to do great things. Warren never got the chance." Jadrum sighed. "He was my friend. In the end, I got that. I wish I could have made sure he understand too." He knew. Jay found his hand on the cold stone and squeezed it. He tilted his head back and stared at the stars, the cool stardust of the Kron Drift, the one moon half visible in the eastern sky. It would be a while yet before both moons turned full at once, but Jade wanted to be here for it. "What will you do now?" he asked. "I want to be a Jedi," she said without hesitation. "It's going to be different without Dad, without Master Mjalu, but I'll do it. And I know I have people who will help me. Aunt Jaina, Alana, Arlen. You can count on me too, you know." "I know. I count on you the most." He looked away, almost embarrassed. She smiled in the dark. "I don't want to go down. Can we just stay up here for a while?" "I won't leave you," he said. They remained there on the rim, perched on old stone under endless stars, and watched in silence as the procession ended. The Jedi drifted out of the arena, and her father's memorial flame dwindled and died, leaving cooling embers behind. Darkness swelled and filled the arena, but Ben Skywalker's light wasn't gone. Jade understood that finally. That knowledge gave her strength like she'd never known. Watching herself in the mirror, Alana carefully adjusted the shimmer-soaked robes as they spilled off her shoulders. She shifted the green and white fabric, then ran both hands through the red-gold cascade of her hair. A tremor of pain ran through her back as she lowered her arms, a remnant of the wound left by the U.S. Hinvong blade. She lingered on the reflection of her face. It looked paler than before, her eyes heavier. She looked older and felt older. She wondered if she'd ever fully recover. Alana shook her mind free of that grim reflection. She was alive. With life anything was possible. She turned away from the mirror and lowered her hands to her sides. With a careful one-handed grip, Tenoka placed the Blue Galactic Alliance insignia on the collar of her daughter's robe. "It is done now," her mother said. "Step back." "Well, how do I look?" Alana glanced at herself in the mirror. "Like my daughter?" Tenoka said with a smile. "Well, I'm glad I don't look like a Wookiee. What I wanted to know is, you look like the newly elected chief of state of the Galactic Alliance." "Ah, that's why I look so tired." She exhaled, her shoulders slumped. She knew how much of a toll leadership had taken on her mother, knew even more how losing it had devastated her. "I didn't want this responsibility, Mom. There's so much ahead. Reforming Senex Juvex, rebuilding our relationship with the Empire, watching out for the Sith. You won't be doing it alone. The Jedi Order will be behind you every step of the way." She sighed again. "You know, when he found out I'd been elected, Lanik Sevash left me a message. He said that I was best suited for the office because I didn't seek it out. Perhaps. Your grandmother didn't seek power for its own sake either, and she was a great leader." Jade explained to me about this conversation she had with Jadram and Warren, back when all this was starting. They argued about how maybe Force users aren't meant to have this kind of power because it corrupts them. As she said, as she had to think of her father, Tenoka did too. "It didn't corrupt Leia," she said carefully. "I think that those corrupted by power are prone to corruption already. You're not one of those, Alana. You're more like your grandmother than anyone else." "I was hoping you'd say that. Still, I remember something I heard about my father. He's seen a vision of me, standing beside a throne of balance, surrounded by adoring followers from all over the galaxy, reigning over a period of peace. There's no throne waiting for you out there. I know, but if you don't look at it literally, do you think this is it? Is that what Dad wanted all along? What he did all those things for? All those awful things to others and himself?" Tenoka touched her daughter's hand. "Jason did what he did for many reasons, a lot of them bad. But he did love you, Alana, and I think he wanted nothing more than this moment." Her vision blurred at the edges. "I know, Mom. So is this it? Then, is this what he killed and died for? And if it is, I don't know. It makes the responsibility even bigger, doesn't it? You'll have to be worthy of it. I think you already are." Tenoka let her hand fall to her side. "We should be going. You've kept them waiting long enough." "All right." Alana dabbed her eyes dry with the cloth, checked her face one more time in the mirror, and said, "There's just one thing left." She walked over to the shelf on the wall and opened the small metal case. She picked up her lightsaber and hooked it to the sash across her waist. Tenoka arched a gray brow. Aha. That is a bold statement. They elected a Jedi Knight. They'll get a Jedi Knight. We shouldn't have to be ashamed of what we are. That's why the first thing I'm going to do is ask the Jedi Order to help rebuild Senex Juvex. The more we can get the galaxy to accept us, the harder it will be for the Sith to sow discord." "I hope you're right," Tenoka said. They both knew what Jedi leadership had cost their family and cost Hapes. "Now are we ready?" "I think so." Alana raised her voice and called, "Come in." The door slid open. A young man and young woman wearing the blue uniforms of senatorial guards stepped into Alana's salon. Jadram moved with only a tiny limp, and Jade held herself straight and proud. Both had lightsabers visible at their waists. "More bold statements," Tenoka observed. "Don't worry." Alana hooked her arm on her mother's. "I can run things with a soft touch too." Jade and Jadram led them down the hallways and into the Senate chamber. Applause swirled around the arena like a whirlwind. The noise was so great it took Alana's breath away. Jade leaned close and said, "It's all for you, you know." "No." Alana gently touched her arm. "It's for your father too." Jade nodded bravely. She and Jadram stepped aside so Alana could walk down the scarlet aisle to the center of the arena where the speaker's podium was waiting. Compared to the path that had brought her here, it was so short a walk. As to the path that lay ahead, it was a long one too, but she knew it had to be walked, regardless of the weight now heavy on her shoulders. It was the only way to pass through shadow and into a brighter day. Raising her head, Alana stepped forward into the light.